Hey everybody. Hey Factual Lie. Let's see. Hopefully this is working. Hey everybody. Yeah, it looks like it is. Coffee done. Let's
Oh
see.
yeah, I just saw your
This is
email, Connor. I
working.
didn't look
Hey
at it yet.
everybody. Yeah, it looks like it is. Or not your email. Your whatever it was. Hey Aaron. Yeah. I think I got it now. I think I got it. I have to like have a couple different windows open to to get everything to work. I think I got it now though. Oh yeah, I finally got the YNW Melly hearing audio to work too. I had to talk to what's his face? Cuff Boys. Hey Kels. I talked to Cam about the Melly thing and he helped me out with it. So be able to do a video about that soon. Oh, nice. Yeah. I don't really know anything about this case, like I said yesterday, but I'm curious to see where it goes for sure. From what I've heard, it doesn't really get much better. I've heard one thing. I don't know if it's true, but yeah. I had the video. It's been up on
Connor, the
Oh,
state of Georgia.
sounds weird. Um, where are you? Here? So you guys should be able to see this in a second. Yeah. So before I could play this, actually, this is good. Can you guys hear this? Should be able to hear this part. Yeah, it's I can fix the sound quality, but I couldn't hear it at all before, which was the problem. It's just the court exports their audio. Oh yeah, for sure. I can export the audio. Or no, rather, the court exported their audio in like stereo or mono or something weird. I don't know exactly what they did, but it was some kind of strange thing. So you have to like change your own audio settings to get it to play. Let's try trash. I'll try 1.5 at first. Out of this case, I remember I remember that too, Aaron. Well, I don't remember it. I've read about it before. But yeah, I guess we can just get started. Trying to be a little bit more low key with this one today, but we'll see how long that lasts. So yeah.
Cause investigator R. McClure.
Wait, right for me. You swear I just want to get recorded. Shoot all two of them.
I did.
Go ahead and I see this in my
Yeah, I think I
record.
It's Randall, Randall, McClure, Mcclure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you are employed
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department
and how long have you worked for the Atlanta Police Department?
since 2010.
Since 20
Okay, how's the mic versus video audio? Is that more or less okay? Like I said, I had to change a bunch of audio settings today. Cool. Man, but
Can you tell the members of the jury what your trajectory or
yeah,
progression
my own
has
sound
been
is like
with the
super weird.
Police Department?
Yes.
loud.
I started my career as a Zone 1 patrol officer. I was there for about 4 years. I was sent to the License and Permits Unit for a few years as an officer, at the rank of officer. I tested, I made the rank of investigator. I went to the gun assault team. At the time, we handled all the non-fatal shootings that happened. Anybody that was struck by a bullet but survived. In 2019, I was transferred to the homicide unit.
And are you post certified?
I'm post-certified.
And can you tell the members of the jury again what does it mean to be post certified?
The state of Georgia certifies me as a peace officer.
And what powers come with being a peace officer?
Being able to make arrests and write and execute search warrants and arrest warrants.
Okay. So now let me direct your attention to July 4th of 2020. Were you at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was. I was in the homicide unit.
All right. And did you have opportunity to respond to 123 Prior Road?
Yes, I did.
And where is it located?
That's located in very close to Lakewood. It's in between Lakewood Amphitheater, Turner Field, Southeast Atlanta, Zone 3.
Okay. Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, it's in Fulton County.
And what was the reason?
That's a funny thing. You have to prove that. What is that on his lapel? It looks like a ninja turtle with a tail. I don't think that's what it is, but my theory is that it's a ninja turtle with a tail. You do have to prove that the crime happened in Fulton County, and occasionally there will be cases where the prosecutors just kind of get that part, which is understandable to be honest. But there was a case recently where prove jurisdiction or venue, where like half of the crime definitely happened in Fulton County, but the other half, like the second part, happened like right on the border, and they eventually did manage to prove it, kind of. But it was a close call.
For your response.
We were responding to investigate. At the time, I'm not sure the status of the victim, but it was a shooting that it was believed that the victim was not going to survive their injuries.
Okay. And what did you know?
Oh, by the way, I just learned about venue like 2 weeks ago, so I'm not an expert by any means.
About this area prior to responding on this particular day?
These were wild times back in 2020. This was when that specific area right there, there was a Wendy's restaurant on Pryor that had been burnt to the ground after an officer-involved police shooting. And folks had gone down to that area and essentially taken it over. And the police department was given very vague guidelines on how to respond to calls down there and how to enforce the law down there because the area had essentially been taken over by becoming a time zone.
And what time?
Are they just all gonna like shit on their own police department, and then people are gonna, in the case of the McCoy, just shit on like somebody else's police department? Because my goodness, this is not looking good.
If you remember, did you respond to the scene?
I don't remember the specific time, but I remember it was later in the evening.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the first week of procedure right there, subject matter jurisdiction.
And can you please describe the scene once you arrived?
Once I actually physically
I know nothing about the case, and I know that the court had subject matter jurisdiction.
got on scene, it was there was nothing out there but other police officers. They had sent in officers that had they essentially cleared the area out. They had officers from all over the city respond and clear the area out, so that when I arrived, there was nothing but other police officers there.
Damn, if only they'd done that before the shooting.
And would it be typical for them to send officers to clear out an area prior to your arrival?
No, this was a completely unique situation.
And what was different about this situation and other situations you had?
Well, oftentimes we would try to keep as many people on scene as possible because of your ability to gather witnesses that saw what happened. But in this incident, we were entering a very hostile environment, and so that's why the other officers were sent in there first to clear it out, because there were people down there that were well armed, that were not friendly or kind to the police.
And once you arrived, what steps did you take?
My responsibility on scene was I did the crime scene drawing of the evidence that was found and collected.
And who instructed you to draw the crime scene?
I don't remember anybody necessarily instructing me. If I took it on as a voluntary assignment just to help out.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Brandon.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Stakes Exhibit 30B. Do you recognize Stakes Exhibit 30B?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize Stakes Exhibit 30B?
This is a blown-up poster board of the drawing that I did.
And is this the drawing from the crime scene?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene back on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Have there been any material alterations or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, State tender Stakes Exhibit 30B.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
Brandon.
Your Honor, may the witness step down for the next part of this testimony?
Yes. And if opposing counsel needs to move to the other side, so you're welcome to.
I'm approaching you what has been labeled as Stakes Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the identical of Stakes Exhibit 30B?
Not entirely, because this has markers to show where evidence was collected, but as far as the map, yes.
And would that aid your testimony in showing the jurors where the actual markings were found?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State tenders Stakes Exhibit 30. No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
You may sit down. You can bring that with you.
Yeah, this is a serious man bun. There's no denying that.
So, I'm going to hand you what has been pre-labeled as, well, first of all, let's look to the jury. What did you note from the scene?
Sure. So we collected, I said we the Atlanta Police Department.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that,
collected,
Aaron. That's
some
helpful.
223 shell casings, a couple of 223 live
Hey, James.
rounds that had not been fired, one projectile, and another smaller caliber round.
Wait, did you say 223? I thought he was carrying a 5.56.
Sure. So we collected, I said we the Atlanta Police Department collected some 223 shell casings, a couple of 223 live rounds that had not been fired, one projectile and another smaller caliber round that was actually found on the entrance ramp from University Avenue to the connector. That
Yeah, they were definitely saying 5.56 yesterday, right? Am I crazy? Oh, hi, Trakisha. I don't know if I said hi to you yet, but I meant to. I could have sworn they said 5.56. They said it was an AR-15 and 5.56.
probably had nothing to do with
whatever.
the crime scene, just based off where he was, but we collected it as we were looking in the area.
Okay. Now, there's some items that are listed 1 through 11. Can you tell me the
Oh, yeah, James. I talked to Karen about that, the ATF case. It's Adamiak, United States versus Adamiak. It's a Fourth Circuit case. It's really interesting.
what those items are?
Specifically, number 1 is a .223 live round. Number 2 through number 9. No, I apologize. Number 2, 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 3 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 4 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 5 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 6 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 7 is a 5.56 cartridge
5.56. There we go.
casing. Number 8 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 9 is a .223 cartridge casing. Number 10 is a .223 live round. Number 11 is a .38 caliber class bullet.
Okay. Can you tell me
They said there's 38, 223, and 5.56. Okay, I'm confused now. Did you say 38 cal? Okay.
to the jury what a live round is?
A round that has not been fired.
Okay.
.38 caliber class bullet.
Okay.
They said they're finding the
Number 10
casings on the
is a .223
right
live
side of
round.
the street.
Number 11 is a .38 caliber class bullet.
Okay. Can you tell me to the jury what a live
3 live round. Number 11 is a 5.56 round.
round is? 1 through 11. Can you tell me to the jury what those items are?
Specifically, number 1 is a .223 live round. Number 2 through number 9. No, I apologize. Number 2, 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 3 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 4
Yeah,
is a
exactly.
5.56 cartridge casing. Number 5 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 6 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 7 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 8 is a 5.56 cartridge casing.
The judge
Number
can't
9
see it
is a
either.
.223 cartridge casing. Number 10 is a .223 live round. Number 11 is a .30
Much
caliber
flashbacks. That's
Okay.
fair.
Can you tell me to the jury what a live round is?
A round that has not been fired.
Okay. So is that kind of what you get when you go to the store and you buy a bullet?
Yes, a live round is a bullet that has not been fired. It's what you purchase from the store.
Okay. And can you tell me to the jury what a casing is?
Shell casings was left over after you fire a bullet through a gun.
Okay. And can you tell me to the jury what a live bullet is? I'm sorry, a live round. Is that the same?
A live round we already established is like if you go to the store and you buy bullets, that would be a live round. Again, once you put the bullet in a magazine or put the bullet into the gun and fire it, it creates a shell casing that gets ejected from a semi-automatic weapon.
Okay. And what kind of shell casing is a 5.56? What kind of gun is the shell casing 5.56 consistent with?
A rifle.
Okay. And what about a 223?
Rifle.
What about a 38 class bullet?
Probably revolver or pistol.
Okay. So based off of this, can you tell me how many casings would be consistent with a rifle?
8 casings.
And can you tell me how many live rounds would be consistent with a rifle?
2.
And can you tell me how many rounds of bullets would be considered with a revolver of some sort?
1.
So now I'm going to hand you what's been pre-marked as a 223 live round. That's going to be number 1. Can you please place on the board where this round was found from? What's found?
Yes.
And I noticed that it is on the barrier. Is that on the side of University where the liquor store was?
Yes, the package store's right here.
All right. Now I'm going to hand you the second
Yeah, I
223
still
live
have no
round.
idea
Can
what a
you
package store is.
place on the board where that was found?
Oh, yeah.
And just to confirm, because it's a live round, would you agree that that means that these rounds were never shot out of the gun?
Correct.
All right. Now let's go to the 223.
Wait. What did he say?
And just to confirm, because it's a live round, would you agree that that means that these rounds were never shot out of the gun?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that other things weren't shot out of the gun, though. If there were rounds laying on the ground.
Now let's go to the 223 casings. I'm going to hand you where did you find 1 223 casing? So let's subtract that. I'm going to hand you the 5.5,
The 2-3 casing.
the 223 casings. Yes, which is number 9.
This is very convincing.
I'll draw my statement, Your Honor. I am handing you the 5.56 cartridge casing. That's in your hand right now. You, per your previous testimony, you found numbers 2 through 8. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you place where you
This was
found
contempt
number 2?
report. Valid.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Mary.
Can you place where you found number 3? Can you place where you found number 4? Number 5? Number 6? Number 7?
Jesus Christ, just hand him all of them and then let him put them up. You don't have to have a conversation about every one. If you hand him number 8, I swear to God.
And
Don't
then
do it.
number 8.
I'm sorry, I'm just being annoying. I can't really see what they're. They kind of look like magnets.
One of the live rounds. Right.
And then can you place where you found the 223 projectile?
This is not particularly convincing.
And then
Uncertain.
the 38 class book.
About where these things are. I think the paper in his hand are like notes that he's trying to like reproduce onto the thing.
And does this conclude all
No,
of the
yeah, I
items, shell
assume so.
casings, and casings that were found on the scene of this particular day?
Yes, in fact, it looks like maybe on a big board, number 12, it might be a label. Number 11 should be the projectile, and number 12 should be.
Bro, you had 5 years to get this right. You serious?
Particular day.
Yes,
Really?
in fact, it looks like maybe on a big board, number 12, it might be a label. Number 11 should be the projectile, and number 12 should be this round that's up here.
Say it again for me, sorry?
Yes, sure. So number 11 on my crime scene sketch is a projectile, which is right there. And then I have item number 12 is that 38 caliber round that's right here.
Okay.
Okay, so you're not even mixing up like two different 223s or two different 5.56. You're mixing up the 38 live round and whatever number 11 was, because there's only one 38 live round. Like, what is this?
So in other words, the visual reference as far as where casings and rounds are collected, this reflects my drawing. I think that maybe just like a typo down here.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of where all of the shell casings, the projectiles, and the bullets were found?
Yes, obviously not to scale, especially because these things are big, but yes.
Are you sure that that's how you got it wrong? Is there anything else that you fucked up?
And are those shell casings?
To be fair, it's probably not him that fucked it up. It's probably somebody else, but that means you're 8.5% wrong. Oh my goodness.
Or would those shell casings be consistent with being fired from an AR-15?
Yes, a rifle of some sort, yes.
And can you tell the members of the jury exactly which one would be consistent with being fired from an AR-15 or a rifle?
Your Honor,
No, he can't because you fucked it up.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This officer has not been qualified as an expert in any type of firearms, ballistics, or any pattern matching, anything like that. We are going down a slope that I don't believe he's prepared to testify.
Are you just inquiring about what would typically be used, or are you going to ask him about patterns?
What would typically be used?
Okay, first ask him if he knows and how he knows.
Do you know what?
It is kind of awkward for the witness just standing there while the lawyers are talking. He's just to... I kind of feel for him on that one.
Are you just inquiring about what would typically be used, or are you going to ask him about patterns?
What would typically be used?
Okay,
I
first ask him
don't
if he
know what
knows
to do
and
with
how he
my
knows.
hands.
Do you know what the
Poor guy.
5.56 and the 223, what those are consistent with being used in, or that those casings are consistent with being used in?
He already testified to that. He already explicitly answered that question. He said that at the beginning.
Calibers are typically associated with rifles.
And how do you know this?
Being a police officer as long as I have and dealing with ballistic evidence and weapons.
Have you had an opportunity to deal with these types of rounds in your
He already answered that question. It's asked and answered.
experience?
Yes, I have.
Is that satisfactory? So again,
Fuck this guy.
can you tell the
Sorry, I didn't say. I wasn't talking about him.
members of the jury what the 223 live round, what type of firearm?
Like, you fucked up the poster. Don't act like you're an expert. Don't act like you know what you're talking about, because you're clearly incompetent. You had to get 12 things right, and you couldn't even do that. You had years to prepare. Don't act smarmy like you're competent, because you're not. You fucked up in front of everybody. You're so arrogant, and it's a completely unearned sense of arrogance.
Is that consistent with being fired from?
Typically a
Yeah,
rifle.
it
And
was.
is a rifle the same as an AR?
An AR-15 would be a type of rifle. Yes.
Okay. And what about the
An AR-15 would be a type. He's correct. This is absolutely. He's not qualified to answer these questions.
Typically a rifle.
And is a rifle the same as an AR?
An AR-15.
Is a rifle the same as an AR? That's like asking, is a fruit the same as a banana?
Is that consistent with being fired from?
Typically a rifle.
And is a rifle the same as an AR?
An AR-15 would be a type of rifle.
Lying his ass off. Fuck this guy, seriously.
Okay. And what about the 5.56? What type of firearm is that consistent with being fired from?
A rifle.
And is the rifle consistent with the AR-15?
Yes.
Is the rifle consistent with it? He's lying. That's not true. A rifle is not consistent with an AR-15. An AR-15 is consistent with a rifle, but it's not the same thing.
And 38. What type of firearm is that consistent with?
Most likely a revolver or pistol.
He answered this question verbatim. And he gave the same answer, by the way. Yeah, exactly, Aaron.
I'm going to pass you to the defense. They may have some questions for you, but at this point, I don't. Thank you so much.
First question. Hey, can you count to 12? Do you know the difference between the numbers 11 and 12? What other mistakes did you make?
Thanks, sir.
You want to move your exhibit? You guys want the exhibit there while you're cross-examining? Or you want to?
You need to move it. Leave that for a second. Then we possibly go.
To be clear, I don't think that the witness did necessarily do anything wrong, but the questioning was trash. It's just dishonest. Completely dishonest.
How are you doing today?
Doing well, sir. How are you?
It's been a minute since we've seen each other.
A couple years.
Yes, sir. So, are you able to see the board from here, or do you need to go?
I should be able to see it from here fine.
My first question, I'm going to demonstrate this a little more with the jury since the state went into it. You said that these rifle rounds are consistent with being fired with a rifle, correct?
More than likely, yes.
More than likely consistent with being fired with a rifle, and could be an AR type rifle, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know how many rifles were actually fired that night, do you?
I don't.
You don't know how many ARs were fired that night, do you?
I don't.
And no one from the district attorney's office or no one from Atlanta PD or anyone else told you how many rifles were fired that night, do you?
No.
Is it safe to say that from all of this there was...
Oh yeah, they like the stream.
No, not.
They should have prepared the witness. Yeah, they did. They probably did, but I mean, the witness seemed prepared. Like, I don't have a problem with the witness himself, but I think whoever did the graphic probably messed up, and the questioning was bad or dishonest anyway.
Cause for speculation.
Will you re-ask the question?
Based off the evidence that you collected, is it safe to say, I want to say that multiple rifles could have been fired that night?
Yes.
I'll allow that question.
Is based off this could have? I guess anything's possible, but as far as the number 3, I don't know specifically 3.
There are at least 2 rifles.
And that's why I tried to rephrase it, because I knew that number wasn't an actual accurate number.
Okay.
So let's give the jury a little more information about what these projectiles and what these casings look like. You said the casings were both actually fired already, correct?
That's what casings are, yes.
And then with a rifle, when you fire a bullet, what happens with the casing?
It gets ejected from the gun.
It gets ejected from the gun. So what that means is, if I'm firing a rifle, casing goes out, right? Fire a rifle, casing goes. Fire a rifle, casing goes. Fire a rifle, casing goes. That's what that means, right?
Yes, sir.
The majority of the casings that you pick, fire a
I'm
rifle.
sorry.
So what that means is, if I'm firing a rifle, casing goes out, right? Fire a rifle, casing goes. Fire a rifle, casing goes. Fire a rifle, casing goes. That's what that means, right?
Yes, sir.
The majority of the casings that you picked
At
up
least he's not throwing a
were
chair.
on this side of the street. That's where you marked all of them, correct?
Correct.
How many were on this side?
In other words, the north side?
Yes, sir.
None.
Say it again?
None. 0.
So, from what I hear you saying, when the vehicle was shot at, the majority of the casings, the majority of the bullets were coming from this side, right to left.
I didn't say anything about a vehicle, sir, so I'm not sure what the question is exactly. So,
Oh, I apologize. Let me back up. Did anyone from Atlanta PD or any other law enforcement agency tell you where the vehicle was when it was actually shot?
no, sir.
Did anyone from the Polk County District Attorney's Office tell you where the vehicle was when it was actually shot?
No, sir.
Okay. So all you know is where the shell casings were, but not where the vehicle actually was.
Correct. I just did the crime scene sketch.
From your testimony, all the shell casings were pretty much grouped around this area, and it could have been multiple AR-type rifles that fired, correct? You don't know how many.
Right. That would have to come from a NIBIN report.
I'm sorry, say that one more
A
time?
NIBIN report. Get the fuck out of here.
That would come from ballistic reports.
And you didn't look at
Fake science, by the way.
any of the ballistic reports, did you?
No, sir.
My last question. You said when you arrived, police officers already cleared the area for people, correct?
Correct.
Did any of the officers that were there before you tell you that actual other people started coming in and picking up shell casings before they were cleared?
I don't recall if that was ever mentioned.
Okay, did anyone from Polk County District Attorney's Office told you there's actual evidence that other random people came and picked up shell casings before you arrived?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts, not evidence.
I'm asking if he was.
Asked him if he
was
knows.
told that from
That's not
officers
facts, not
or,
evidence. He's
the
asking a
Attorney's
question.
Office. That's important. That's important, Your Honor, because this officer testified that he was out there to collect evidence, find evidence, and he also made a sketch of all of this. I get to find out what more he knew, not just a little bit part that the state wants to see here.
Okay, don't tell them what the information is. Just ask them if they gave them information.
Did they give you information that people, that shell casings were
That's
picked up
what
by
he
other people
asked
before
in
you
the
arrived?
first place.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
That was the question they asked.
When did you make this sketch?
July 17th.
Was it wrong on July 17th? Or is it wrong now?
So you made it shortly after July 14th, correct?
July.
I'm sorry, July 4th.
Yes.
Also, when counsel was demonstrating shell casings, you would agree with me that someone can fire from this side of the street, when it hits the ground, it bounces and rolls, correct?
Correct, the kid.
So the point at which it landed.
Is this dipshit gonna argue that he has no idea where the shell casings came from? Yes, he
Is
is.
no indication 100% of where it was fired from, correct?
Correct.
He is. I have no idea where their bullets came from.
But you will agree that there's no dispute that these shell casings were fired from an AR or a rifle style.
No, stop fucking saying that. He has no idea whether it's an AR. Stop saying AR. You have no idea. That's facts, not an evidence.
Correct.
Fuck this guy, seriously.
My last, it's the last couple of questions. The state said that there's no, just because they might doesn't mean that's exactly where the fire from. So is it a coincidence that all the casings just happen to be in the same area?
I don't know how we could determine if it was a coincidence or not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Very good.
It's okay.
You've heard of gravity, correct?
I'm familiar with gravity.
And would you agree with me that gravity pulls objects in the same direction, correct?
Actually, no. See, gravity is one of the fundamental forces, and it's based on the relative mass of objects. So, for instance, the moon pulls, the water on the planet towards the moon. And the core of the Earth, the center of mass of the Earth, actually pulls the water in a different direction. This is how we get to the fucking concept of tides. Tidal forces, water moving back and forth. Tricky. Flat Earth. I didn't think about that. So no, gravity actually doesn't pull all things in the same direction. I'm sorry, I'm just being a dick because I can't help it.
Yes.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Objects.
I low-key actually really like this witness. He's clearly doing his best. I don't think he did anything wrong.
Okay.
You've heard of gravity, correct?
I'm familiar with gravity.
And would you agree with me that gravity pulls objects in the same direction, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, can
You see that? Look at her face.
Yes.
No further questions.
okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, man. I'm sorry. I'm already so mad. I'm like 10 minutes in.
Thank you.
I'm trying to be nicer. I'll be nicer next time.
Okay.
I'm probably going to have to delete this video.
The next witness is longer, is that correct? So we'll wrap it up for today?
Okay. That
How
is
much
it.
longer?
This prosecutor's lying his ass off, though.
Okay. Members of the jury, we have some other business to take up, so we're going to excuse you for the day. Thank you for all your attention to this.
Can
Tomorrow
you
morning,
refine
during the session, presidency,
orbital
we'll continue
mechanics?
at 10.
Yeah, see, so
All right,
the
Major.
bullet was being 9.8 meters per second squared, accelerated down towards the Earth, but due to the curvature of the street, the force was redirected on. I'm not, we don't need to get into that. Okay, day 2, I think. Day 2? Day 1? Wait, why do we have... Which one is it? Is this the same... This one?
We need him to start? No. Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Oh, I see the B team didn't show up today. Oh, there he is. I realize now that I may have been too harsh on the prosecutor. Maybe not, I don't know. I feel kind of bad for saying all that. Not that bad. A little bad. I will say that when the prosecutors, essentially saying, yeah, hey, you have no idea what happened, that's usually not effective, effective line of questioning. Or reasoning or argument. Don't feel bad. Okay. The thing about the AR-15 equating to the rifle was underhanded. That was dirty. And if he doesn't know better, he should know better. Messing up the poster also inexcusable. I mean, come on, it's a
All
murder.
right, thank you for your patience this morning looking at safe traffic around the courthouse. Appreciate that. It's particularly frustrating for everyone. And I think we're going to cover it.
Yeah.
Same call, Mr. Omar Ivory.
They had the burden of proof that they are not that. Sure. Wait, I think I talked to this guy. He's really cool.
Yes, sir.
I think it's
Oh,
him.
M-A-R-I-V-R-Y. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Ivy. How are you? Are you all right? And can you tell the jurors, how old are you, sir? I'm 45. Okay. And where are you from? Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. Now, I had the opportunity to play with you outside of court. I know you got outside voice. Yeah. So we can all hear you, please. Okay. Thank you. You said you're 45, and are you from Atlanta, Georgia? Yes, sir. And where in Atlanta are you from? What area? I'm based from like John Boy Road. Okay. And do you have any children?
Did I say Jonesboro?
Yes. How many children do you have? I got 6 boys, 1 girl. Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you know somebody named Ms. Charmaine Turner? Yes, sir. And can you tell the jurors, how do you know Ms. Turner? Me and Ms. Turner had a relationship like in 2018 and like in 2020. Okay. And so it sounds like you guys dated, were in a relationship for about 2 years, a little bit over 2 years? Yes, sir.
Did you just ask? He said we were in a relationship from 2018 to 2020, and your follow up was, so it sounds like you were dating for 2018 to 2020?
Okay, and in the time that you and Ms. Turner were in a relationship, did you get to know her children? Yes, sir. And can you tell the jurors, how many children did Ms. Turner have? She had 2 boys and 1 girl. Okay, and in 2 years that you guys were together, did you get to know her children pretty well? Yes, sir. And you said she had 2 boys and a girl. Can you tell the jurors what were their names? What are their names? Terry and Amir and Sequoia. Okay. Terry and Amir, are they the boys? Yes, sir. And then
I will say I've liked pretty much all the witnesses so far, except for the very first one, Detective Teague. I wasn't a fan of him, but everyone else I've liked, both the officers and the lay witnesses. They all seem pretty likable. Even the last witness I had no problem with.
The daughter, the girl, that's Sequoia? Yes. And
his response to "Are you familiar with gravity?" was deeply funny.
Can you tell the jurors, was Sequoia, was she the youngest, the oldest? She was the youngest. Okay. Do you remember the last time you saw her, and how old was she? Sequoia was like 8 years old, and the last time I saw her on the accident of 2020, January the 4th. Okay. We did January the 4th.
July.
The 4th. Yeah, July the 4th. I'm sorry. Now, can you tell the jurors when you were in this were in a relationship back in 2018 until sometime in 2020, did you stay in the same household at any time? Yes, sir. Okay. And can you tell the jurors, if you can recall, I know it's been some time, but what area of town or where was Ms. Turner living? She was staying on 264th Street. Okay, 264th Street? Yes, sir. Is that far from where we're here today, the courthouse? No, it's probably like 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Can you tell the jurors, if you can remember, the Fulton street address where Ms. Turner lived, how close was that to?
Yeah, I don't think they were married, but he was the driver and the mother's boyfriend of the Jeep at the time of the shooting.
At the intersection of University and Pryor. Probably like 5 minutes. Okay. And you said probably about 5 minutes? It's not very far. No. Okay. Now, the 4th of July of 2020, can you tell the jurors, I know it's been almost 5 years, or a little over 5 years, I apologize. Do you remember what you guys did on the 4th of July that day? We went over to her mother's house because they had 4th of July, is what I'm saying, right? 4th of July barbecue. Okay. So I guess after us leaving there that night, we went to University Avenue and we got off the expressway. I'm gonna stop you there for a quick second. You said we went over to her mother's house. Who's we? Me and Sequoia and Miss Turner. Okay. And do you remember where Miss Turner's mom's house was? You went to the barbecue? It was somewhere on the west side, but I don't know too the address. Okay. Just on the west side of Atlanta? Yes. Okay. And do you remember about what time you guys went to the barbecue and started celebrating 4th of July? If I'm not mistaken, it was probably about 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Okay. And were other members of Miss Turner's family also there, in addition to Sequoia and obviously the mom? Yes. Okay. And do you remember when you were there, how you guys got there? I drove the vehicle. Okay. And whose vehicle did you drive? Miss Turner. And do you remember what kind of vehicle Miss Turner had and that you drove on July 4th, 2020? She had a 2016 4-door green Jeep.
Yeah, that's right, James.
And have you driven that car before? Yes, sir. Okay. And once you got over to the barbecue, did you guys celebrate 4th of July? Yes, sir. Did the typical things you do at the barbecue? Cook out?
Okay, that's a good example. He asked, have you driven the Jeep before? Why are you asking that? Like, what does it matter? Just cut to the chase.
Have a fellowship with family and friends, kind of just hang out and talk? Yes, sir. Okay. Anything unusual happen at the barbecue that, sticks out in your mind? No. Okay, just have a good time.
Why? The barbecue's not relevant. Like, just, what do you mean? Why are you asking if anything happened at the barbecue? No, nothing happened at the barbecue. It doesn't matter if you drove the car before.
Yes, sir. Now, how long did you stay at the barbecue celebrating the 4th of July with family and friends?
We probably stayed there probably like 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, like 9:30.
Okay. So
He's from the outside of the courtroom. You know, I think you guys know how I feel about him, but he's personable. He's like a pretty friendly guy.
between 4.5 5 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before I ask you about what happened after you guys left, I want to ask you, in the 2 years that you were with Ms. Turner, did you get pretty close with her children?
Very close.
Okay. And did you get very close with Sequoia?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you continued your relationship and built your relationship with her, did you begin to think of Sequoia like she was one of your own children, like your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you treat her like your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Because of the relationship and the feelings that you built with
Are
Sequoia.
they trying to traumatize this guy again, just like they traumatized Samantha McCord? Because it feels like that's where they're going.
Did you always want to protect her?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever want to see her hurt?
No, sir.
Now, when you guys
Did you ever want to see her hurt?
started wrapping up at the barbecue, can you tell the jurors where you were headed after the barbecue?
We was going to University, the package store on University.
Okay. And
I gotta look up this packing
what was
store
the
thing.
plan once that package store?
Currently, I was going to the liquor store, but I saw the liquor store was closed.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, I guess what's the route you would take, if you can remember, pretty generally, from the west side where the barbecue was to how you were going inside the package store? It's okay if you don't remember.
I don't know the street,
Let me ask you this.
but I went past like Dub High School, and I got on. I think I got on 20.
You got a highway?
Yeah.
And when did you think you got off 20? You exit off of 20?
Okay, so I asked ChatGPT. In Georgia, a package store, often shortened to pack store or packing store, is the local term for a retail liquor store. It's because they sell the container in packages for off-premises consumption, as opposed to a bar or restaurant. Ah, okay, James.
Yeah, get on 75, 285, is it? How do you get
I
on?
forgot what the name of the exit, but I exited onto the expressway, and we got off on University.
How long do you think it took you guys to go from the barbecue to exit the expressway to get ready to go to the package store?
Probably like 9 minutes.
9 minutes, okay. Now, can you tell the jurors the package store you plan to stop at was that one that was on the way home to Mr. Turner's, right?
Yeah, after we was leaving the liquor store.
It sounds like it wasn't the most convenient package store to stop at.
Yeah, I get no idea. I was talking to somebody in Georgia. It was actually one of the YSL defendants. And we were talking about this other guy's case. And he said he wagged. And I was like, what? He wagged? And I was trying to figure out if it meant like the tail wagging the dog. Or like something else. And he's like, no, that just means he got off easy. They're like, he wagged? It's a whole different language. I don't know what y'all are doing.
As you traveled home to the Colts Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said once you got off the exit, you said you got off the highway onto University.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got off University, you said something about how you believe the package store it was closed.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors about that. Why did you think it was closed?
When I got off on University, the liquor store was closed, so I proceeded through the road and kept straight.
Okay. And obviously, we know where you're seated. You're driving the car, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors while you're driving the car, leaving the barbecue, getting off that exit, to the package store, where is Charmaine when she's seated?
She's on the passenger side.
Okay. Now, the front or the back?
The front.
Okay. So she's sitting right next to you?
Yes, sir.
And is anybody else in the car?
Corey's on.
And where is Sequoia seated?
She was sitting in the middle of the seat.
Okay. And in the back?
Yes, sir.
And was anybody else in the car? Just three of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously, I know you're driving. Can you tell the jurors?
My sandwich was rest.
What is Charmaine doing in the front passenger seat?
Yeah, I don't know what that means either.
She was just proceeding, looking at the road at the time.
Okay. She is being a passenger.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a recollection? I know your eyes on the road. Yes, what's Sequoia doing in the back? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Now, once you realize that you believe the package store to be closed, where do you kind of proceed?
Say it again.
So the package store is closed. You pull into the parking lot, or you realize that you're kind of traveling past.
Kept straight.
You kept straight. Okay. So you never went into the parking lot of the package store and essentially opened the door to see if the package store was closed.
No, sir.
And can you describe to the jurors when you get to the area of University where the package store is, what do you see?
When I proceeded and got off the exit, it was a whole lot of guys standing out on your left-hand side with machine guns.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, prior to this day, July 4th, 2020, have you been in this area recently?
Not recently, but I rolled down that street many times, and I never saw what I saw to this night right here.
Okay. So I heard you correct me if I didn't. You have been on that street before many times, but it sounds like this was the first time you've been on the street when you saw the man in the barricade, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you're kind of driving down University, passing the package store and seeing what you just described to the jurors you saw, what's going through your head?
Shit, I started speeding up.
Okay. And it sounds kind of like a silly question, but why did you start speeding up?
Shit, I was afraid.
Okay. And tell the jurors
Valid.
why you're afraid.
I ain't never saw what I saw before, and I just feel like the state went there to protect the community.
Now, can you know,
These witnesses uniformly dislike the state. Uniformly. The McCords didn't like the state's response. The victims, well, not parent, but mother's boyfriend, clearly unhappy. This is like I said yesterday. I mean, even if Julian Conley is guilty, the state also has blood on its hands for this. I think everybody acknowledges that.
And I just feel like the state
Except
went there
for
to
the state.
protect the community.
now can you know, back up with it. When you say you've never seen what you saw that night,
Michael K. No, Michael K. Williams. Yeah, Michael K. Williams. R.I.P. This guy's name is also Omar, which just makes it kind of funny.
describe the jurors what you mean by what you were seeing and didn't expect to see, you've never seen before.
I saw folks like on my left-hand side with machine gun by the BP and the windows,
Okay.
and it was like more than one gun and like more than one person at the same night.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors as you, the Wendy's on your left-hand side or your right-hand side?
If I'm getting off the expressway, it's gonna be on my left-hand side.
Okay. And just so we can orient the jurors, if the Wendy's is on your left-hand side, which side of the road is the package store on?
The right.
Okay. And so as you pass the package store, you're pulling up, you're passing the Wendy's, you say you see men with machine guns. How many do you remember seeing?
It was a lot of guys, but like in the middle of the road, it probably like 3 or 4 guys standing right there with guns.
Okay. And was it just these 3 or 4 guys that were blocking or keeping you from traveling through the road, or were there other, were they using other means or anything else to take other than a person to kind of block your way to enter and exit through that area of the road?
Oh, it was 2 barricades right there.
All right, describe, when you say barricades,
They were blocked out. They had the street light blocked out like this. So I guess when I proceeded through the barricade, that when someone said, "Scream for my language, fuck nigga," and then we just heard some shots after that.
okay. So just so it's clear for the record.
I actually couldn't hear what he said.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to repeat what you said in a second, but I want to make sure for the record we're clear. When you say, when you're describing the barricades, you use a tissue box and a
Yeah.
bottle of water. And are those, the tissue box and bottle of water, are those the barricades right from there?
Yes.
And are they, and so if we're there, you have them positioned, are they basically in the middle of the road?
Yes, they're in the middle of the road.
Hello, we're not putting you up. We're not all using our imagination.
What's the exhibit number?
This is exhibit number 38. Okay.
It would have been nice if they'd used this same map for the, or at least put the casings on this map. I know the drawing was a different map, but it would have been nice to have the casings on this one as well. The Wendy's up there.
Let me get permission to sit down. When you do, I need you to act like you're yelling at me, okay? So you do me a favor. You put on state exhibit 38, where you, how many barricades were there? Okay, and so this is the American you described, right? And it states 38, this is prior road, right? And can you show the jury, do you remember after you got off the exit, where was the general direction? Okay, so when you got off the exit, you stopped at the light, which is in the middle of state exhibit 38, kind of where it says 54. And when the light turned green, you go across the intersection of where prior the university is, and go straight down the university. And you described the package store. There's a package store right here. All right, so that's kind of the right-hand side of state exhibit 38, the top spot there for it. Okay. Now, if obviously it said the Wendy's right here, right? And can you tell me, was the Wendy's open? Okay, was the Wendy's, was there anything about the Wendy's you remember that made it stick out of your mind? Okay. Was the Wendy's still there? Okay. Had been a fire recently, Wendy's, you know?
Yeah, it's a good
Has
point,
the
James.
fire recently what it is? Okay. So what part of it kind of burned up? You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
All right, so do me a favor. You said you saw at least one blockade. Where do you think it was, University, when you first got there? Okay, University College. And as you traveled through, I don't know, you tell me what happened as you traveled through. Did you see another
guys standing right here with guns.
That's dramatic.
The barricade. They said, fuck.
I kind of feel the defense lawyer is trying to, like, he keeps looking back, trying to not block the camera and the jury. It's an impossible spot here. I feel fun.
Okay, now, can you describe to the jurors, you said you heard him say FN, were your windows up or down? Okay, all, this is a Jeep, so it's a four-door Jeep?
Yes, sir.
Are all four windows in the front compartment and then the passenger compartment, are they all up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and prior to hearing of one of the males you described as machine gun say what he said to you, have you said anything to them?
No, sir.
Okay, have you done anything aggressive in nature to them at all?
No, sir.
Were you surprised that these individuals, these men with machine guns, were allowed to be there? Why not?
No,
Did you see any police?
no, sir.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors why.
I feel like they want to protect this. They want to protect the community at the time.
Okay. Now you said you saw the barricade, you saw the men with machine guns. What did you do next?
I speed up.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why did your instinct tell you to speed up around the barricade?
First of all, I had an 8-year-old child in the car. Like, I was just trying
Yeah,
to
I'm sure there's a better way to do this.
Going on at one time.
One second. Can you just hear him when he turns around? Can you hear?
What's that?
Is it best to speak up? And also, could you see what the words around windows?
We'll mess with you in a little while, okay? You said you see the men, you see the barricade. Now when you speed up, can you describe to the jurors, do you go like going straight through the barricade? Do you go around it? How do you travel?
I went straight through the barricade.
Okay. And did you get the barricade?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you, when you went through where the barricades were people in front of your car?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hit anyone with your car?
No, sir.
Was your intention, or what was your intention in speeding up and moving forward?
He's trying to get through the self-defense or try to preclude the defense from arguing that the defendant was in fear for his life or what have you.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to get to my next destination. But currently, it seemed like I didn't speed up too fast because an 8-year-old little girl got killed.
Now,
Currently, I said I did not speed up too fast because an 8-year-old little girl got killed.
now, when you sped up, went through this first area of the barricade where the men were, you said an 8-year-old little girl got shot.
Mhm.
So when did you start hearing gunfire?
I guess like after we proceed through the barricade.
Okay. Did you hear any other yelling? You said you heard somebody yell as you started to move forward. What you described to the jurors, you remember hearing. Did you hear anything else?
No.
Okay. And as you passed the area of this first barricade, how many shots do you think you hear?
I heard probably like 5 or 6 shots.
Okay. And as the 5 or 6 shots you're hearing them, what are you doing?
I'm driving as I proceed through that. That's when
Yeah, you're right, Aaron. I was thinking that too.
Corey Turner had told her mama, "Mommy, I'm hit."
And as you hear that, and you hear the shots, do you hear glass breaking? Do you hear bullets hitting your car?
At the time, my mind was somewhere else. I couldn't hear nothing.
Okay. And when you say your mind is somewhere else, are you just trying to get around the barricade safely and out of there?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you get past the first barricade, you hear, like you described, 5 or 6 shots. What happens next?
I proceeded through the traffic and I went up probably like 3 minutes and I made a left turn and we turned into a parking lot next to the next to a tie shop.
Okay. I'm gonna do something real fast. I'm going to show you, take you to the 30A, it's going to come on the screen. God bless you. Before you, that way we don't have to get you away from the microphone. Okay. So the second, what we have here should show on the screen before we
Car crash and improve barricade to people.
It's on the preview screen, so maybe it just takes a second.
Yeah, I think that's what the defense is going to try to say.
Has this already been? Do you have to lay a foundation first?
It's the same. It's 38, it's a digital format.
Okay.
All right, so let me make that full screen. So, Mr. Reagan, the defense counsel can see I'm gonna take this down. Thank you. I know that like you want to stand up. All right, so you will be barricade. That is there. I'll let you put on the board. Can you tell the jurors? Can you see generally the area that you pulled over?
You can see it, but it's like some trees like blocking it up.
On this
Right.
screen, what you can do? Let me do this. Now when you put a circle or an X or a mark where generally the trees are, you're talking about you pulled over, okay? And when you pulled over there, what is there?
It's like a parking lot.
Okay. And do you remember, as you traveled through the area where the men were, when they were shooting at you, did you have to go over it to the curves?
No, sir.
And when you got to where you were, you said, while the shots were happening, Security said, Mama, I'm shot, I'm hit.
Yes, sir.
And when you guys pulled over, describe to the jurors what's going on in that car.
As we pulled over, Miss Turner had proceeded out the front seat of the car, and she went to the back seat to try to do breathalyzer on Security Turner.
Okay. She tried to do different from medical assistance.
Yes.
What are you doing while Miss Turner's trying to?
I was trying to call 911 dispatch.
Tell the jurors about your experience trying to get through to 911.
As I'm trying to call 911 dispatch, no one picked up, and I received the call them like 5 times.
Okay. And how long do you think you're dialing 911 trying to get through?
We probably right there, probably about a good 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay. Did it feel like a lifetime?
Yes.
Okay.
The fuck was that question? Did it feel like a lifetime? Yeah, you guys were fucking up for a lifetime. What's the point? You're just trying to make this guy relive his trauma that you are in. I don't personally, but it's disgusting. I can't stand this.
And while you're trying to get through to 911, is Ms. Turner still trying to do whatever she can to help her daughter?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you're frantically
Incredibly manipulative, unnecessary.
trying to get through 911, what's going on in your head?
Why is APD fucking up again?
Too many things going on in my head that time. Like, I was just trying to get the baby help.
Are you thinking about what your next steps are, what you can do next?
So my next step after we couldn't get through the 911 dispatch, it was a lady had walked up the sidewalk and she had on like a black light metal shirt, and she came right there and she was talking to us. As she was telling her, I guess as she saw Miss Turner had doing what she was trying to do for Security, so she walked away and like all the cars started fleeing out the Wendy's and the BP going back toward the interstate.
And do you eventually get through to 911?
No, only time I got through 911, like when I'm about to get off on Boulevard by Atlanta Medical Hospital, and then when they proceed to answer the phone.
Okay, and so since you couldn't immediately get through to 911, you said you proceeded to the hospital. Tell the jurors about how you got to the hospital and how you made that decision and why.
I believe we ran on 2 flat tires coming from University to going to Atlanta Medical, and I didn't proceed to get no help until I got to the top of the expressway. It was a police at the red light, and he was just right there waiting on the light to get green, so I ran through the light. Once I ran through the light and went to the emergency room at Atlanta Medical, we had probably like 5 police cars behind us then.
And do you see on State Exhibit 38, you drew this red circle where you said that you pulled over after the shooting? You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you see that you could continue going, I think that's east, down University, going away from the Wendy's? Can you tell the jurors, when you make the decision to take Security to Atlanta Medical Center, do you go away from the Wendy's or do you go back the way you came?
We went the same way we came.
If you go back down University and now Wendy's is going to be on your right-hand side?
Yes.
You have to go back through the barricade.
No, the barricade's on this side of the road. So we went through the windows and they had like a clear side on that side.
I don't know where he was pointing. It's not on the screen.
Okay, if he could repeat the last answer and also indicate what he's pointing to.
Okay. So you said you had to go back by the Wendy's is on your right-hand side?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors you pointed at the area of the road in front of the Wendy's?
Yeah, you know,
kind of describe what you were pointing in that
more than
area.
you should have to do.
I was trying to describe the same way that I went down on University past the Packet Liquor Store. I had to come back up on the other side of the street, so I guess they're on the right side.
Correct me if I'm wrong, just to make sure the record's clear and everybody's clear. If you're traveling down the right-hand side of the road, I think you said as you're coming back that there isn't a barricade blocking on that side of the road.
Correct.
Okay. And are there any armed men standing in the middle of the road as you were traveling back in that area to try to get back on the expressway?
No, because everyone had pursued from the scene.
Okay. So you talk about you seeing cars kind of flee from the area where the Wendy's are, or Wendy's is, based on what you can see while you're trying to call 911?
Correct.
Okay. So you proceed towards the factory you came from, the 75 whatever the expressway is.
Yes, sir.
And you said you
I mean, this guy did more than he should have had to have done, but he definitely did all he could.
are you driving as fast as you can to get Security to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
All right. And said, I think you can describe that you got off the exit over there by Boulevard, right?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jurors again, you said you saw a police car, and you mentioned a couple of police cars. Describe to the jurors when you see these police cars and why.
Tri-state area. I don't really know.
After I'm getting off the expressway on Boulevard, it was one police car at the red light. So after I had to run the red light and make a left turn, I ran out the red light and I went inside the Atlanta Medical Emergency Room, and I had probably like 5 police cars behind me then.
Okay. And you kind of talked about the fact that when you made the decision to drive to Atlanta Medical, you were eventually able to get through the 911 dispatcher, right?
Yes, they didn't answer until I was on the expressway.
I want to show you the marked State Exhibit 6. Have you seen the disc State Exhibit 6 prior to your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
And have you had an opportunity in sitting down and listening to what's on State Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what is or what is on State Exhibit 6?
The 911 dispatch when I made the phone call.
When you listen to State Exhibit 6, your 911 recording, it fairly accurately depicts or sound like the same 911 call you think.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'm going to say with tender with the markers.
It's admitted and you can publish. Also, the little red dot's still on the Zoom screen. Thanks.
Hey, look, these folks just shot my baby on your birthday, bro.
They just what
These
now?
folks just shot. Where y'all at? Where you at right now? Is this still you?
Who's shot? Okay, and this one thing, has someone been shot, sir? What
Where you at
part,
right now?
what part of the body? Where are they? Hello, sir? Tell me where someone is has been shot. Where are they that been shot?
Where you at? Where y'all at? I'm going to pull up the Atlanta Medical. I need to call you. I need ambulance on my phone.
Sir, where is the person that shot?
They in the car, right?
Okay, what part of the body?
I don't even know my parents. These folks
Okay.
just shot now.
Okay.
I'm in the birthday, bro.
You got shot off university?
Yeah.
University?
The same place.
Sir, listen to what I'm saying. I need to get the information from you. University in what?
The same person. Who I'm
University in what, sir?
Now, I'm going to drop you.
I know you're getting at a medical store trying to get some help to you. Where on university were you?
I just said I was on university now.
You
You can leave out the police down there.
I'm going to get the police at Atlanta Medical for you. You at University, what was the cross street? What was your cross street where your girlfriend was shot?
I'm about to get off on.
I know. Were you at the ramp sir on University when she was shot?
Yes, that's when we get off, man. I'm about to get off right there.
It's a female? What part of the body?
It's a child.
He said
It's
that.
a child? Okay, what part of the body on the child?
I can't look my fucking child.
Okay, sir, listen to me. I know who's in the back seat of the child.
Oh, mama.
Okay. How old is the child?
Man, she's like 8 years old, 9 years old.
8 or 9? Okay. I understand you're upset. We're just trying to get some information.
She has something like that saying right now, man. What can I do?
What kind of car are you in?
I'm in the green Jeep, man. All I want to put is
You're in a green Jeep? I
Yeah,
understand.
bro.
Sir?
Mr. Ivory, did you ever experience anything like this before?
No, sir.
What's the point of that question?
Is this how you expected the 4th of July?
Is this how you expected your 4th of
No, sir.
Now, we talked about
Like, what kind of question is that? What?
the car you driving, Mr. Ivory. I just want to show you State Exhibit number 11. United States Exhibit number 11.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury?
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you did that. What, where? Yeah. I do know, like, some of the training that dispatch does is, like, kind of counterintuitive. And I know I don't understand it all, but that one seemed like, even with my lack of expertise, it seemed questionable.
What is State Exhibit number 11? How do you recognize it?
It was the car I was driving.
The same Jeep you described you driving on July 4th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's time to state the marked State Exhibit 11.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted and you can publish.
Now, Mr. Ivory, you were describing to the jurors, you get off the exit on the boulevard, you see officers that you running out of the light. What do you do once you get to your house?
They had probably like 5 doctors out there, and I just jumped out of the car. And I guess my mind was racing that night, so I probably did all type of thing. I said my mind was racing that night, so I probably did and said all type of things.
Yeah, I feel bad for pretty much everybody involved in this. I mean, literally everybody involved in this.
And, Mr. Ivory, is this something you like to talk about?
No, sir.
Why not?
I'm traumatized.
Now, you get out of the car, did the medical professionals kind of surround and try to help support you?
Yes, sir.
And is Miss Turner, at that point, did she get out of the car?
Yeah, she got out of the car.
Okay. And when she gets out, is she with you, or did she go with her daughter? You know?
I don't know at the time, but I think she went inside with the Corey Turner.
Okay. And so you don't know, you know she wasn't with you?
No, sir.
Okay. And so you stayed kind of outside in the, where that 11 around the car in the hospital bay area where the ER because you're driving now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said a few seconds ago, your mind was racing. Things were going through your head, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors, what do you mean by that?
I went in the right set of mind at the time, so
You mad?
I was overly mad
Why were you mad?
because I was frustrated for one that we didn't get no help, and like second, I had to drive a child from university to all the way to a hospital.
And when you're out of the car, walking in that area, are police officers approaching you?
Yes, sir.
Are they trying to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you want to talk to them at that point?
I believe like 2 police officers had pulled me to the side and started talking to me.
In that moment, did you want to have any sort of conversation with them?
I guess I probably just need someone to talk to at the time.
Let me ask you this. You kind of described a few minutes ago about the fact that there were no police officers at the very.
Yeah, Bate is usually known for being like pretty like quick and direct and having relatively quick examinations. So this one's kind of uncharacteristic.
Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Yes, sir.
When you're talking to these officers, do you feel like the police is safe?
Yes.
And do you kind of express that to them?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury.
Like his
questioning
questioning
what
usually.
you say to them.
I believe when I pulled up, I had said, I need to get alternative.
Why?
Because I just feel like what went on this night with an 8-year-old child, it didn't even supposed to go on.
And
I said, the night that this happened, you said, why did I feel like what?
I want you to project what you were saying to them in a second. The way you projected to those officers that night.
I told them I need to motherfucking get a lawyer.
And did you tell them anything about what you wanted to do with the people on University Avenue who shot through your car?
I probably did. I probably said 1,000 things that night.
Do you remember telling them you were going to take care of it, you were going to spray that area up?
I probably
What
did.
does that mean?
Shit, I would probably want to go back and shoot that motherfucker up.
And tell them why were you feeling that way in that moment?
Cause an 8-year-old little child got shot. And like, I feel like,
Did he just ask why he wanted to shoot the people that shot the 8-year-old child that he thought of as his daughter? Why are you asking that question? You're just trying to get an emotional reaction. That looks good. It's ridiculous. Like, come on.
Why were you feeling that way in that moment?
shit, I would probably want to go back and shoot that motherfucker up.
And tell them why were you feeling that way in that moment?
Cause an 8-year-old little child got shot. And like, I feel like,
I assume the cross isn't going to be that confrontational. Kind of the same with this. Actually, kind of reminds me of Wolfenbarger in a way, where the state's witnesses just weren't really giving much, so there wasn't much need to cross all that aggressively.
we wouldn't get no service that we need, so my mind just went demon time.
And can you tell the jurors when your mind went that way, were you also feeling like you failed supporting?
I'm not even going to comment on that one. That's profane.
Mind went that way, were you also feeling like you failed supporting?
Yes.
Did you feel like you weren't able to protect her?
Do you feel like you failed Sequoia? What does that have to do with anything? That has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence of the defendant.
No, sir.
Did you feel responsible?
Yes.
And were you feeling all of those emotions all at once?
Yes, sir.
And while you were at the hospital, did you stay in the area and continue to provide as much information as you could in that moment to the police?
Yes, sir.
Now, as the night went on, did members of Ms. Turner's family take you to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jurors what those interactions were like.
Everything was smooth, but you know, everybody was like down and out, and like I just wanted to just leave the scene at the time because it was too much on me.
When you say it was too much, was it too much emotionally?
Yes.
Now, after you left the hospital the next day, on July 5th, do you remember a Detective Shepard coming to your house where you were at to talk to you?
Yes.
And you gonna have a conversation with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember, I know it's been some time, was it morning time, afternoon, nighttime, do you remember?
I get like the morning time.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you describe to Detective Shepard what you kind of told them here today about what happened?
I'm sorry, that was just kind of a light moment. The cameraman wanted to look up at the display monitor, and as soon as he got up there, it just turned off on him. I'm sorry, it's not funny, but it was kind of funny.
University of Fire, July 4th, 2020.
Say that again?
Did you describe to them the events that led to Sequoia's shooting on July 4th, 2020? Did you tell Detective Shepard about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, between the time that you left the hospital, Van Medical Center, and speaking with Detective Shepard, did you go back to the area of where the Wendy's was, Fire Street University?
No, sir.
Okay. So to your recollection today, you don't remember talking to Detective Shepard about the fact that you went back to that area?
I probably did, but I'm overwhelmed, man.
Something you got to block out, sounds like?
Exactly.
Okay. Do you have someone you consider your little nephew?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And would you, during the conversation, I know you said you don't remember.
Okay, just one quick. Do you guys know how many days there have been of trial? I can't tell if it's 2 or 3. I thought it was 3, but I can't tell.
But you talked to Detective Shepard 5 years ago, fresh when all this is happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall having a
There have been
conversation with
3,
Detective Shepard and telling him that you went back to the area of the Wendy's kind of survey who was out there?
I do recall that.
Okay. And do you recall kind of describing people you saw in that moment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when bullets are flying at your car on July 4th, can you physically see while you're driving who's actually shooting at you?
No.
Okay. Do you, during the time you're talking with Detective Shepard that next day, do you describe some of the men that you see standing in front of the barricade in the middle of the road that you talk about with the machine guns?
I believe I described like some people was in all black, and I believe I described a tall black man with dreads.
Okay. And at that time, did you have social media, Instagram, Facebook, whatever it may be?
No.
Okay. And did members of your friends or family have Instagram or any kind of social media?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember either using somebody's Instagram or Facebook to kind of look for any pictures of that Wendy's, the University of Pryor intersection of people that taking pictures of themselves?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember screenshotting or somehow getting a picture onto your phone and then sending a picture of men that you believe you could recognize?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you provide those photos to Detective Shepard?
Yes, sir.
So I want to be clear, when you gave those photos to Detective Shepard, was there a why you gave it to him?
Because at the time, I don't know who killed Sequoia Turner. I was just trying to help it get to the point where it needed to get. And I don't know where no bullets came from.
Okay. Now tell the jurors, after July 4th and into the next couple of days, what is your relationship like with Ms. Turner and her family?
Oh, my relationship okay.
Okay. And as time continued to pass after Sequoia died, did your relationship change, let's say, romantically?
No, it's still the same.
Okay. And at some point in, you said your relationship was from sometime in 2018 into 2020 after this, do you and Ms. Turner part ways as it relates to being significant others?
No.
You stop dating?
Yes.
Okay. Use a lot of words into this.
I see.
And can you tell the jurors why did you stop?
Sorry, I missed that. I got to that real quick.
Sometime in 2018 into 2020 after this, do you and Ms. Turner part ways as it relates to being significant others?
No.
You stop dating?
Yes.
Okay. Use a lot of words into this.
I see.
And can you tell the jurors why did you stop being together?
Life, everything happening. So I guess, I ain't going to say it was an accident, but I don't know.
It was a lot for both of you to
Exactly.
process and handle together.
It was too much.
After that, and to this day, are you and Charmaine, are you still friendly?
Yes.
You still talk?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like to go through this. I'm sure, I mean, I can't imagine a relationship could survive this. I'm sure, like, people can get through it. Some people get through it, but I don't know. It's a lot. It's also irrelevant to the case, but, you know. I'm gonna make sure he relives all the dramatic moments.
I don't think I have any further questions to go over your mind. Questions, thank you for your time. This is difficult.
Cross-examination?
Can we approach briefly?
Yes. There's the drainage stuff.
Oh, he has a red backpack. He's a blood. Watch out. I actually kind of like that backpack. Oh, is that the investigator that Quindarius Zachary wanted to supervise him? I think she was there that day. I think that might have been the investigator Quindarius Zachary wanted to guard him in his hotel room. She could be a lawyer, though. I'm not 100% sure. I would buy and steal the supervisor. Say. Is this Maurice on the camera? Could be. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so, Trakisha. I was pretty sure it was her. Like, he has a job too as prosecutor, a bit more compassionate. Yeah, I think it would actually serve him well, even just like strategically, to alter his line of questioning a little bit. I mean, like I said, juries can tell when they're, just like so over the top. But I mean, he gets good results. Good in the sense that they're what he wants, not in the sense that they're always right. Yeah, I don't think Simone's there. Although this would actually be a case where Simone Hilton would be could potentially be a good prosecutor. I know it doesn't seem like it based on YSL, but she has a reputation for being good with witnesses that don't necessarily love the state. It didn't really come off that way in YSL, but that is like one of her strengths based on what I've heard. It says Domwiz, by the way. If you unfurled this banner from left to right, it would say Domwiz. I just want to make sure you guys are all aware of that. That's if there's nothing else that you take away. You mean like Rudy? Yeah. Offer condolences and sorry. Yeah. This is kind of throwing me because it's like the YSL courtroom. It's just like flipped. It's exactly flipped. And it's just bothering me. Like if you took the witness stand, put it on the other side, and just slid everything over, it would be the same.
Oh, so the president accounted for?
Wait, no, the jury box would have to be on the other side too. So it's like a mirror image. And the state and the prosecutor, maybe this camera's just flipped or something. I don't know. They placed the text on the banner. No, I mean this is the seal. It's the correct seal. I just joke about how it says Domwiz.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. You may not be able to see me, which may be for the benefit. I'll step to the side if that helps. My name is Arnold Regas, and I represent Mr. Conley. Can you hear me okay, first?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I said...
I understand this was a very traumatic situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, again, this is not something you'd experienced before, is that correct?
No, sir.
That night, as you drove through those barricades, did you drive around the barricade and onto the grass, or did you drive past the cones, if you recall?
I drove straight through the barricade.
Say straight through the barricade. I guess I envision a barricade as being some sort of a, physical blockade. Was there a physical blockade that you recall?
What is that, sir?
Something blocking you. Was there like a structure, something that more than just people? Or just cones?
It was cones.
And only cones, correct?
Correct.
And you just drove through those cones, that's your recollection?
Yes, sir.
It does say Domwiz.
And as you drove through those cones, you heard someone say...
That's actually the first interaction I ever had with Cat Not Williams, is me just screaming about the fact that the banner says Domwiz, because it was driving me crazy. That's how we became friends.
Something like, and I apologize for my language, something along the lines of fuck nigger, fuck shit, fuck something, right?
Correct.
And when you heard that, you drove through those cones, and did you approach the second set of cones as well?
No.
So you drove through those cones, and there were no more cones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you drove through those cones, you went a few hundred yards, and I'm not a mad person, but you went yards away, and then that's where you stopped. You got out of the car, called 911, correct?
Correct.
And you were out there for 3 or 4 minutes, and you couldn't get through. Your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And then after that, you got back in the car, and you turned around, and then you drove back through those very cones, correct?
No, sir. It wasn't no cone. Once I turned around and proceeded to the right-hand side of the road, the road was clear. It was only cone on the left-hand side of the package store.
So I'm sorry. So if there were cones on the left-hand side of the package store, those are the ones you drove over, correct?
Correct.
And they covered the entire...
No, sir. It was covered for 2 lanes.
2 lanes. And you had been in that neighborhood prior to then, correct? Before then, right?
Yes.
And you had seen people out before then, right?
No, sir.
Never before then.
No.
But that night, you saw a lot of people out there with guns, right?
Correct.
A lot of people out there with long guns, right?
Correct.
But when you drove through the cones, I think you said you only saw maybe how many with guns right there at the cones?
It was 4 people in the middle, sir. And it was many people with guns out there that night.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And being that it was traumatic that night, and it's still traumatic, and I certainly appreciate your pain, but you also talked with, as you testified to, Detective Shepard the next day or so, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met him, I believe, was it at your apartment complex? Or was that some apartments, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you met him, you told him you saw the people who shot. Didn't you tell him that?
Correct.
And you told him you saw the people who shot, and they were wearing black, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told him one was tall, and you remember that person's beard. Isn't that correct?
Say it again?
You told him one was tall with a beard, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told him the other one was short with dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
But that you knew, and you saw those 2 people with your own eyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a really difficult cross because like the guy he is giving favorable information, but you know, you don't want to say the wrong thing. And he's trying to accommodate the trauma instead of playing into it.
Both wearing black, correct?
Yes.
Dressed like, your words again, dressed like bounty hunters, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you had a picture to show him, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
This is about as bad as it could possibly be for the state. Again, this guy's clearly not lying, and he's saying that he described people in black, not red. Like the state's acknowledged that we don't know where the shooter was standing, and the victims, I mean, not father, but you know, father figure is saying that both shooters were in black. So, and the state's already acknowledged they don't know how many people are out there with rifles. I don't even know what their theory. I mean, again, it's only day 2. I shouldn't speak prematurely, but so far I don't even see what, you know.
Yes.
I'm showing you for identification only for now purposes.
Like what their theory of building a case beyond a reasonable doubt is at this point. It's hard to see.
What is being marked, has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Okay. You know what that picture is, sir?
Yes.
Is it the picture that you provided to Detective Shepard?
Yes, sir.
It's a fair and accurate picture, copy of that picture you provided to Detective Shepard.
Yes, sir.
Right at this point, I move to introduce into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Want any objection to defendant's one?
If we could just approach.
Come on to the side.
And looking at that picture, you know there's writing on that picture. Is there writing on that picture?
What kind of writing, sir?
Letters and stuff.
Yes.
You recognize the letters, the writing.
Yes, sir.
Did you put it there?
No, sir.
Do you know how the writing got there?
No.
You didn't do that?
No.
So this was what about the circles? Did you do circles?
I ain't do none of that.
So what you had was just a picture, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, they're showing him a picture that supposedly identifies one of the shooters or something, but somebody else added to the picture that was not him.
When you had the picture, if you notice, there is a person, a taller, dark-skinned person with a beard, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the person you identified to Detective Shepard as one of the shooters, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there is a shorter, light-skinned person, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the shorter, light-skinned person you described to Detective Shepard, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know it has been 5 years, and I understand whatever difficulties, but during that 5-year span, has Detective Shepard ever shown you a photo line of the suspects?
Yes.
He did?
I think he did back in the day. Then 5 years over time, though, like he probably did, or he probably didn't.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand your answer.
I said it in 5 years over time. He probably did, or he probably didn't show me a lineup.
Well, being that he probably did or probably didn't show you the lineup. You have no doubt that you saw this picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have no doubt that he saw this picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have no doubt that you pointed to two people wearing all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have no doubt that the people you identified as the shooters were all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have no doubt that they were dressed like bounty hunters, correct?
Correct.
Whether it's 5 years ago or today, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr.
Oh yeah, like and subscribe and share.
Do you have any idea who shot Sequoia Turner?
No, sir. I was just angry at the time and trying to help the family. That's all. So if I did say anything,
Think about that. That's your rebuttal. It's like he's a defense lawyer. Like, what do you?
As you sit here today and testify in Missouri, do you have any idea who shot Sequoia Turner?
no, sir. I was just angry at the time and trying to help the family. That's all. So if I
The prosecutor's saying, "Isn't it true, sir, that you have no idea who the shooter was?" And when it says, "Yes, that's right."
did say anything, I ain't even say it at the time. And like,
And when you were driving that car, this Turner's Jeep, and you were going around through the barricade, were your eyes focused on the road, or were you turned back looking at the shot?
That was facts, not evidence. He didn't say go around the barricade.
That's where coming from.
my eye was focused on the road.
And can you tell this jury the only time, or is the only time that you saw individuals that you described today and in the past wearing black, looking like bounty hunters with machine guns, was that when you were quickly approaching the barricade and made the decision to go through?
Correct.
When at any point during the gunfire, when you were driving the car, taking on bullets, did you ever see the muzzle of the gun being shot at you?
I saw a video, but as me proceeding through the traffic, no, sir.
And at the time, you said as you were proceeding through traffic that day, July 4th,
It's like he thinks he's a defense attorney. I don't understand.
you didn't see anybody who was shooting you.
No, sir.
You were just here.
Yes, sir.
And when you were
Matthew, I meant he was more so like adding facts that weren't evidence. He said when he went around the barrier. I don't think he testified to that. So he's just adding his own information.
experiencing
He corrected himself in the next question though.
this gunfire, your car was taking on gunfire, the shots that were being fired at you, were they intentionally being shot at your car as you went through?
Yes, sir.
You and the members of your car, you were the target of that gunfire, right?
Yes, sir.
Any requests?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, not really.
Well, I want to talk specifically about what you told Detective Shepard. Your words to Detective Shepard were that you saw.
I wish I could know what that sigh or meant.
Well, I want to talk specifically about what you told Detective Shepard. Your words to Detective Shepard were that you saw the people.
I would pay so much money to know what that means. I mean, I don't really have so much money because I decided to be, a defense lawyer instead of continuing to sell out. But if I did, I would definitely pay all that I have to know what that means.
Correct. I'm going to object to asking that. Your Honor, this is the questions that are followed up from the correct.
All right, you have them on cross. Go ahead.
You're talking your words. You're only talking your words. Isn't it correct that your words to Detective Shepard that day?
Yes, sir.
You said you saw the two people who shot you.
Yes, sir.
And in addition to telling him about the two people, you described the two people you saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then after you told him they shot.
I mean, I have my opinions on Detective Shepard, but I don't want to read I don't want to attribute my opinions to him, but
He asked you, if you recall, are you sure, did you see them? And your response was, I'm sorry, was, hell yeah, I saw them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Ivers, you sit here today, do you have any idea how many people were shooting at your car?
No.
Okay. Can he be excused? Oh, you had one more question too?
No questions and no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can he be excused? Yes. All right. Any objection to excusing him?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ooh,
So
I
you
should
can
actually
excuse
show
that
you
if he wants to, but you do not
guys.
have to. Ready with your next witness?
If you guys don't know, I'm gonna post this real quick. Where are you? I don't know if I have it open. Here it is. That is Lexi's Twitter account. If you go on there, you can see her notes from this trial, and so you can kind of keep up and follow along. I do that. I kind of preview stuff before the. Oh, this is on 1.5 before each witness, so at least have an idea what's coming to sort of be prepared. So this is going to be the mother of Sequoia Turner. Sorry, I can't think of her name. It is. Where is it? Charmaine Turner.
Charmaine Turner, CHARMAINE.
Oh,
Last
hey.
name Turner, TURNE.
That was funny time. Look, I guess I just summoned Lexi by posting to her Twitter account.
ER.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon.
Please tell ladies and gentlemen how old you are
I'm 34.
and how long you lived in the Atlanta area.
All my life.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
At the time, I had 3.
And you say at the time we was speaking in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what children did you have in 2020?
I had Terry.
How old was Terry in 2020?
12. Amir, he was 10. And Sequoia, she was 8.
Was that your youngest child?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you living at the time in 2020?
260 Fulton Street.
How long were you living at 260 Fulton Street?
Like 4 years.
Who lived with you on Fulton Street?
Me and my 3 kids.
And do you know Omar Ivan?
I do.
How do you know Omar Ivan?
We dated.
How long did y'all date?
Like 2 years. Yeah, like 2 years.
And I'm going to draw your attention to July 4th, 2020. On the 4th of July, we all celebrate the 4th of July.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that morning and what you guys did that day.
That morning, we got up. I braided her hair. And we got dressed.
When you say her, what are you talking about?
That morning, we got up. I braided Sequoia hair. And then I got my kids dressed, everybody dressed. And then Omar came over.
And did y'all stay at your home or did you go somewhere else?
That morning, my home.
About how long did y'all stay at your house?
I believe we left around 11, 12-ish.
When you guys left, where were you going?
When we left, we stopped at the nail shop. Me and Sequoia got out and got our nails and stuff done. And then Omar.
When y'all left your house, did y'all leave in a car?
Yes.
Whose car are you leaving?
Mine's my Jeep.
What type of Jeep was that?
A green Jeep, 4-door.
How long did you have that Jeep?
Maybe like 2 years.
And you said you guys were leaving, and you and Sequoia went to go get your nails done.
Yes.
Who was in the car with you when you left to go get your nails done?
Omar, Amir, my youngest son, Sequoia, and myself.
And she was driving with you when y'all left to go get your nails done.
Omar.
And do you remember where y'all went to go get your nails done?
At Get Nails on Ralph David Avenue.
Is that a regular nail place that you would go with Sequoia?
Yes.
What was Omar and your son doing while you and Sequoia were getting your nails done?
I think they sit outside, and I believe they came in and sit down. But they was like back and forth.
About how long did y'all stay at the nail shop?
Probably an hour.
Yeah, it is necessary.
Did Sequoia enjoy getting her nails done?
Yes.
How often did y'all do that together?
Her dress is also on in the right direction.
Would it be?
Even though the zipper is in the front. Which is not something you see often in Fulton.
And I only do it, I try to take off every time I went. So, probably like twice a month.
About how long were you guys at the nail shop?
Like an hour and a half.
What happened once y'all were getting your nails done?
We left. We ended up going to my mom's house.
Where did your mom live at that time?
On Morris Street.
Morris Street?
Yes, ma'am.
About how far was that from the nail shop?
Maybe 12 minutes.
How long were you, what happened when you got to your mom's house?
We got out. She, they kids, I got nieces. I got a lot of nieces, so, she went and played with her cousins. And my son, he went and also played with them as well.
What else did y'all do while you were at your mom's house? The kids are playing?
Bonnie would be like, look, they told me the zipper goes on the back, so surely this time the zipper goes in the back, right? Clearly they wouldn't trick me by saying the zipper always goes in the back. Actually, when I found out about that, I had to call Tiffany because I wasn't sure about like how dresses work, and I was like, doesn't the zipper like usually go in the back? And we had a whole conversation about like the orientation of dresses, of different styles of dresses, and she like explained all the stuff to me. So shout out to the Fit Lawyer ATL. She's fantastic. She's always there for me. She answers my legal questions. She answers my dress questions. We're big Fit Lawyer ATL fans here.
What else was going on with your barbecue?
Yes, it was barbecuing.
celebrating the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a normal thing for y'all to do on the 4th of July?
Aaron, I'm a pro zipping a dress up in the back when I'm by myself. That's the only time I do zip a dress up in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were you at your mom's house?
I stayed there the whole day until I got time. I got my youngest son, Amir. I always try to split. I always try to give their dad half of the day. So I was asking them, was they ready to go with him? They was like, not yet. But then I'm like, it's getting late. And he had told me that they was getting ready to pop the fireworks and stuff. They need to come on. So.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
So Corey.
And what about your son Terry? Was he at your mom's house with y'all?
No, he was with his grandmother and his dad.
And so you were getting ready to take Amir. Was Sakori supposed to go also? Let me ask you, who's Sakori's father?
Sakori.
So Sakori is the father of Amir and Sakori?
Yes.
And you were saying you like to let your kids spend half the holidays with their dad?
Yes.
And so were both of your kids going to their dad?
Yes.
And about what time did you leave your mom to take them over to their dad to do fireworks?
Like 9:30-ish.
Yeah, Tiffany didn't even tell me she was going. I mean, she did. She told me like a couple of weeks ago, at least twice. But she didn't tell me when she was leaving. I knew she was going, and I got served her leave of absence, but I didn't know. She didn't tell me often enough or recently enough that she was leaving. Just off gallivanting across Spain.
9:30, 9:45.
Stupid Tiffany. Oh, by the way, the state's response to our brief is tomorrow. It's due tomorrow, I mean. I think it's being written by somebody named Andy something or other. Sorry, I just got a work thing. Okay, here we go.
Which way did you head when you left your mom's house?
We went down Donnelly Hollowell because.
Oh, I know who's responding. The person had to file their notice of appearance or something like that. It's I think Andy Burnick, I think his name is. It's not anybody I've heard of before. Where are you? Alex Burnick.
Sakori mom stayed. If you go down,
I hope they do forget.
Down the Hollowell, you can turn up Fulton Industrial Way.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think so. I think he's from the office. I looked him up. He's from the office. I think it's mostly just going to be procedural stuff. I don't think they're going to contest the substance. I think they're going to argue like that the faults were waived or that it's too late to raise the issues. I don't think they're going to contest the substance.
And she stayed off.
We're all procrastinators. I definitely am.
Off Fulton Industrial.
When you left your mom's house, who all left you and how did y'all leave?
We drove my Jeep, me, Sequoia, Amir, and Omar.
Who was driving at that time?
Omar.
And did you make it to Sequoia's house?
Yes.
And what happened once y'all were there?
We got there, and Amir got out. They was in the process of popping. They had already started popping fireworks, and Amir got out, and then Sequoia got out. But then I believe she said she wanted to. She ended up saying she wasn't staying, and so she got back in the car with me, and she told me that she wanted to go with my brother because my brother has 4 girls.
Who at Sequoia's house? Were there any girls there for her to play with?
Yes.
But she wanted to
I
go
step
with
away for 1 second. I'm
Yes.
gonna explain that.
Where did your brother live?
Off McDaniel Street.
And were you going to take Sequoia over to the Daniel Street to hang out with her cousin over there?
No, because they wasn't home. They wasn't at home. His kid's mother, she went to her mother's house, so they was out in Griffin, up in Griffin, and I called him, and he told me they was out in Griffin, and that he'll meet me on his way back to his house.
What did you do at that point?
Omar, he stopped by a friend's house they was outside popping fireworks, so we got out, watched the fireworks, Sequoia recording herself. I was recording her, and we just was watching the fireworks.
About how long were y'all at that friend's house?
Maybe 15 minutes, if that.
At some point, did y'all leave from over there, headed somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were y'all headed at that time?
Home.
And which direction did y'all go home?
I believe it was 20 East. Got on 20 East.
Yeah, Tiffany's she's been working like crazy. I mean, Tiffany has too, but Kat's been working like crazy lately.
Did y'all make any stops on your way home?
Yes. Omar wanted to stop at the liquor store, and so it's a store right across from where I live at, and we went by there. They was closed, and then we ended up getting back in the. I mean, he ended up getting back in the car, and we rode to the package store on University.
Okay. Had you been over in that University and Fire Street area before?
Several times.
When had been the last time that you've been over there before the 4th of July?
I mean, I didn't go over there at all because I had been seeing what was going on.
What had you been seeing that was going on over there?
I had been hearing on the radio and watching the news a little bit and seen it, and also on social media, like how chaotic it was over there.
When you said the liquor store by your house was closed, was that the next closest liquor store to your house?
Did I know of?
And if you can look at the screen in front of you, is that the area that you were just talking about?
For purposes of the record, what exhibit number is that?
30.
30, okay. 38, okay.
Is that a map of that area?
Yes.
And is that the liquor store on your left-hand side, the All-American Package Store?
That's the second stop.
That was the second stop, you said?
Yes.
Where did you go? Oh, you stopped at the other liquor store first, and then y'all came to that area?
Yes.
Can you tell us about what happened when you got over to University of College? Let me ask you this. Who was driving the car at that time?
Omar.
Where were you at in the car?
Passenger front seat.
Where was Corey seat?
She was sitting behind Omar.
So back drivers?
No, so Kat has like a full-time job, which is crazy, like a more than full-time job. So she's been working on that lately, but I assume she'll read some of the response whenever it gets filed. And I have a new project I'm working on that I assume she'll probably read this week, assuming it gets filed this week.
Yes.
What happened as y'all headed towards the liquor store?
We headed towards the liquor store, and he was getting ready to make a turn, but I was like, he slowed up, like coming to a stop, and I was like, oh, they closed.
Why did you think the store was closed?
Because they looked it like it was closed.
That's fine. Then what happened?
And then he continued down the road, and
how far down the road did y'all get?
not that far.
What were you doing as y'all were driving down the road?
I was looking up, but I was also looking at my phone, so it was like, yeah, I was looking up and I was looking at my phone. I put my phone down and I'm paying attention to it.
What was Corey doing?
She was in the back seat on her phone.
You said you were looking up and looking down. At some point, did you see anything unusual when you looked up?
Yes, I looked up, and as soon as I looked up, I heard a loud, I thought it was somebody saying, hey, or something. And then I just heard gunshots after that.
How many gunshots did you hear?
A lot.
Could you see who was shooting?
When I looked up, I seen someone standing in the street by the yellow line. And then, like, on the sidewalk, it was a man in black. And then it was also a gentleman with a white shirt on, black face mask. They was, like, on the sidewalk.
So have y'all passed the liquor store at that point?
Yes.
And you hear someone say, hey, could you make out what they were saying?
No, I thought it was like, as if somebody trying to get your attention.
Were your windows up or down?
Up.
And you said you saw someone standing on the yellow line?
Yes.
What did that person look like that you can recall? Do you remember anything about that person at all?
I just noticed the everybody was a different complexion.
Do you recall what complexion the person on the yellow line was?
Yes, he was light skinned.
Do you remember anything about his clothing?
No.
And on that screen in front of you, could you tap it? You could tap and show me where you saw that person standing on the yellow line. And then you said you saw two more individuals on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Let's talk about the first person that you saw on the sidewalk. Do you recall anything about what they looked like or what type of clothing they had?
Yes, it was a gentleman. He had, I believe, all black, and he was kind of tall. And it was another man. He was a little shorter than the man that was in all black, and he had a white shirt and face. He had on a white shirt and a face mask, a black face mask.
Did any of those individuals, could you see whether or not they had guns on them?
Yes.
let's talk about the man on, first off, the two that you saw standing on the sidewalk, if you could touch the screen again and kind of mark where you saw those people standing. So they were on the left-hand side of the car,
Yes, ma'am.
kind of in front of the Wendy's that's on the left?
Yes.
And I just want to indicate for the record, the man on the yellow line was on the left-hand side of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the driver's side of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And both men that you saw on the sidewalk, were they both on that left-hand side of the sidewalk near the Wendy's?
Yes.
And I was asking, did you see anybody with guns?
Yes.
Who did you see with guns?
I'm not sure, Aaron. I mean,
All
I'm sure.
three.
I mean, certainly they weren't like aiming at her, but I don't know exactly what the theory is.
Besides those three people, did you see anybody else out there with guns?
No, I wasn't really.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Trakisha, because even the Omar didn't identify the defendant. Like, nobody's identified the defendant, other than the bus driver, I think. And that was hours before, if I'm not mistaken. Like, the shooter was, the defendant was definitely there, and he definitely had a rifle, but that seems as far as we've gotten.
No, that wasn't my focus. I was more so.
I'm wondering if that's like where the gang theory is coming in. If they're trying to charge these gang act things so they can show that he was like part of this group that did the shooting. If that's where they're headed.
I was coming to stop at the store, not coming to see who was all out there or anything.
I'm sorry, I can't hear, so I think that probably means they can't either.
I don't recall seeing anyone else with a gun because my main focus was we was coming to stop at the store, not to see who was all standing out and around.
Do you recall seeing any barricades or cones in the road when y'all passed the liquor store once you realized that it was closed? Or thought that it was closed?
I believe it was a cone, like, I don't know if it was in the street or like near the yellow line, like, but then it was like barricades like further down.
And if you came on 630A, kind of mark where you saw the cone and the barricades.
Cones was like right up in here.
And what about the barricade?
They were further down.
What happened as y'all get up to where the cones and barricades are? Is that when you heard someone yell out A?
No, they yelled A just as soon as the car was riding past them.
Did you see anyone approach your car though?
No.
Did you hear anything?
Yes, I heard a loud, like as if somebody was trying to stop us to get all the attention. They were like, hey, like, but it wasn't clear of, I was thinking it was A because we also had the radio on and just driving.
How shortly after you heard someone yell out A, did you hear gunshots?
Immediately after.
And was it one gunshot, 2, 3, how many did you hear?
I heard one, and then immediately after that one, I just started hearing it in my car.
What side of your car, did you feel the hits in your car? The gunshots? Did you feel something hitting your car as you drove past?
Yes.
And what you said you heard the gunshots, was it just pow, pow, or was it like pow, 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 like were they rapid or was
It was like pow, and do, 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 do. I like hear it in my car.
What happened at that point once you start feeling the gunshots hitting your car?
This one's a
I don't think it's quite there, Karen, now, but it's the same idea.
Victoria was trying to get out her she was in the seatbelt behind Omar, behind the driver's seat. She was trying to get out. I was trying to get her out. We both was trying to get out the seatbelt, and we ended up getting it unclamped. But she had it on, like, I don't know how she had it around her to well, like she couldn't get out of it. So we just unbuckled it, and then she was able to slide over, like slide down.
So when you said first of all, you said we were trying to get her out of the seatbelt. Who was trying to get out of the seatbelt?
Me and Sakori was trying to get the seatbelt unclamped while that was the shooting and all that was going on.
Did you have to turn around to try to unbuckle her?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said at some point you were able to unbuckle her.
Yes, but she was still in the seatbelt. Like once we unbuckled it, it didn't just come off of her. I think she had it on wrong because at first she didn't have a seatbelt on. I said, "Put your seatbelt on," and she was sitting like with her knees like on the seat, like sitting on her knees, like.
She was sitting on the seat on her knees.
Yes.
So she didn't have her feet down before while she was in the back seat.
Yes, she was sitting on her knees, and then I told her to put her seatbelt on, and so I'm guessing she might have. You know how you can slide through it instead of just pulling it over. So that's how she was. She was. It's like even when we unbuckled it, it still was around her, like the top part. Yes.
Were y'all moving around as you're trying to get her out of the seatbelt and she's trying to get out of the seatbelt?
Yes.
Do you remember if you were saying anything to her?
I was just trying to unbuckle the seatbelt and Sequoia, like, solid. She had weight on her. She was my biggest child at the time. And I'm trying to unbuckle her seatbelt. She trying to move down so where I can grab her. And I grabbed her. And it's like, as soon as I grabbed her, she was like, Mom. And then, that's when I started feeling her, like, trying to see, like, what was wrong. But she only said, Mom. And then I felt her, like, started feeling on her body and stuff. And this.
Did she say anything else after she said Mom?
No.
At that point, are you still in the front passenger seat?
No, I'm through the middle of the car. Like most of my body in the back seat, but my probably knees and feet and stuff was still in front.
Is someone still shooting at your car?
Yes.
At some point, you said she falls into you?
Yes. I'm trying to grab her, and like as soon as I'm grabbing her, like I'm trying to grab her, she trying to get up the seatbelt was stuck, and then. I'm trying to grab her. She was trying to get up, like, for me to pick her up, like, but I couldn't.
Was she too heavy for you to pick up?
I don't even know that, like, yes, this is heartbreaking, but I don't know that they even need to put her through this because it seems like I'm being cold, but my point is that they don't need to put her through this because we know that the child was deceased. I don't know what they're getting out of this in terms of evidence that Omar didn't already provide. Does she need to be put through this? I don't like it's emotional and it's terrible, but I don't know if they need to put her through this at all.
Yes, she was silent.
After, at some point, are you able to get into the back seat?
Yes.
How did you get into the back seat of the car?
I mean, they're going to have them. I assume they're going to have the medical examiner or somebody testifies the identity and that the child was killed. Like making the mother go through it, I don't know if it's necessary.
Through the middle.
Where were y'all at that point once you were able to the middle to get to school?
Yeah, Matthew. I didn't want to. I was saying I didn't want to sound cold. Obviously, not putting it through would be cold. Yeah, I mean, anything about the shooter, totally. But like about the details about the child, I don't know.
When I noticed that she was shot, I was like through the middle the entire time. Then I told Omar to stop the car or pull over or something. Like trying to get his attention, let him know my baby is shot.
Does the court say anything to that point?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron's right. Like convicting the wrong person is injustice. Yeah, it's conflating like winning with justice. Not the same thing.
No, she just was looking.
Does Omar pull over?
Yes.
What happened to Omar?
He pulled over. I started trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I know like why they're doing it, but like why they should be or should not be doing it, I guess. But yeah, I know what they're doing.
Help my baby, and then I started trying to tell him to hurry and get help because I could see like she wasn't moving or responding. And then he told me he was trying and he couldn't get through. And then this lady walked up and she just stared through my window. And I just was like, please help me. And then I didn't see her anymore.
Were you able to tell her Sequoia had a shot?
Yes.
Where was she?
In her back, right side.
Was she bleeding?
I didn't feel any blood because I started trying to like press on it. I mean, put pressure on it. And I don't recall feeling any blood.
And you said at that time Omar was trying to call 911?
Yes.
Was he still inside the car with you?
No, ma'am.
Was he ever able to get through to 911 while y'all were still out there on University Avenue?
Not of my knowledge.
About how long were y'all pulled over before y'all left?
Maybe 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe 3 minutes or so. Not long.
After that 3 or 4 minutes during that time, are you still trying to apply pressure?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she breathing at that time?
No.
This is disgusting. Like making her explain her unsuccessful attempts to save her child it's unconscionable.
What do y'all do?
I'm trying to press on her and blowing her mouth and I just started panicking. And I just started screaming. And I just started kicking the windshield to let Omar know, like, I need to take my baby to the doctor. I need to get her some help.
So you were kicking the windshield of the car?
Yes.
Why were you kicking the windshield?
because we was driving, the radio was still playing. Like, he never turned the radio down, so I didn't think that he could hear me. And so,
Does he eventually get back in the car?
yes, he came, he jumped in, and we U-turned and went back up the street to get on the expressway.
And y'all get back on 75?
Yes, ma'am.
Where y'all headed to?
The hospital.
What's going on in the car y'all were trying to get to the hospital?
I'm calling her name, trying to feel for a pulse. And I started screaming at him, asking him, telling him he need to go faster, And then he was telling me that the tires were shot out, he trying.
You said you were panicking. Could you tell what was going on? How was he?
He was driving, trying to call on his phone. I was more so paying attention to my baby, trying to do all I could do to help her.
Do you know, you told him to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did y'all make it to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
What hospital did y'all go to?
He went to Atlanta Medical.
What happened when y'all got to Atlanta Medical?
We got off the expressway, and then he was like slowing up, and I was like, go, go, go. And then he just kept going, and then I seen lights like a police officer was coming behind us. And then we pulled into the emergency part of the hospital. And once we got right there, there was an officer behind. I believe Omar was, I don't know if him and the officer were having where I couldn't really tell what was going on or what he was asking him. But I was just, then a lady was out there, and I was like asking her to help me. And then she started trying to help me pull Sequoia out of the, like, cause it's like she was tangled in the seatbelt.
So the whole time that y'all got the seatbelt, the seatbelt was still across the way?
Yes. No.
Were y'all able to get around the seatbelt?
Yes.
Do y'all go inside the hospital?
Yes.
What happened when you went inside the hospital?
They take her in, and I run in behind her. And they was telling me that I couldn't come back there, and they just was saying I couldn't come back there.
Did they tell you why you couldn't come back there?
No, they just was saying they trying to do everything they can do.
How long were you in the hospital?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I don't know.
When Sequoia was taken out of the car, was she breathing at that point?
No.
When you said sometimes you were trying to feel close, did you ever feel close again?
No.
Were the doctors at Atlanta Medical Center able to save Sequoia's life?
No, ma'am.
What happened after? Did you talk to the police that night at the hospital?
Yes. That's all I had at the time. Because I believe they was telling Omar to leave the property, leave the house, leave. And then it was just me and the officer who who was sitting, like, holding me, like.
Were you able to tell them what happened on the emergency environment? Just for
I mean, I didn't say exactly what happened, but I did, like, give him, I believe he asked me where, and I think what they looked like, I believe.
At some point, did y'all leave Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes.
When you get home the next day, do you recall talking to a Detective Shepard?
He came by my mom's house like that afternoon, I believe.
And at that time, were you able to give him any more information about what happened occurred on prior to the shot?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I seen two people on the sidewalk, and then like one by the other.
Yeah, I agree with Kels. Only if mom wants to get testimony should be happening. And yeah, I mean, if there's something you need specifically from the mom or the father, that's one thing. But most of the stuff's already been covered by at least one other witness.
The line.
Did you describe how you did today about what they were wearing? All black, white t-shirt, black pants. Did you give them that information when you talked to them?
I believe so.
Yeah, I don't know, Kels.
Do you, after you spoke with Detective Shepard, did he ever bring you any photograph monitors or anything like that to try to identify anybody?
Yes. I'm not for sure. I believe he did, but I was also showing him what people were sending me and stuff.
Well, what type of stuff? You said people were sending you stuff?
Yes.
What type of stuff did you do?
Like different pictures and of the people that was out there and stuff like that.
Did you share any of those photographs with Detective Shepard?
Yes.
Did you recognize any of those people as the individuals that you saw out there that night?
That Shepard showed me. Yes. Yes.
You recognize some of the people that Detective Shepard was showing you?
Yes.
How would you maybe recognize him?
Because I told him that I remember one of them was wearing black, and I told him that I remember somebody with a white shirt on and a black face mask.
Do you know for certain? Do you know how many people were shooting at your car?
I don't.
Do you know who shot Sequoia?
I don't.
When you were describing
Okay, so again, like the Charmaine Turner and Omar Ivory don't necessarily have to be describing the same two people. So far we have two people in black and one guy wearing a white shirt and a face mask, and none of these people describe the defendant, which is kind of why I'm curious to see if the state has a plan to tie this together.
What individuals were wearing? Were you describing them as, I know 100% that that's the person that shot Sequoia?
No, I just told him that I did see when the gun was going off. I looked back and I could see like I look back and I can kind of see like one of the people on the sidewalk, their gun went off. I mean, the lightning from the gun.
So the person that you thought shooting was on the sidewalk?
No, I seen two people, like I seen two guns going off. So it was like one on the sidewalk, and then it was like, it's like when it was going on, I'm kind of like doing like this. And so I can kind of see out the side of my eye, like that gunfire was coming out. Like I was seeing gunfire from two different places.
So you saw gunfire coming from the sidewalk on that over there near the Wendy's?
Yes.
And then you saw gunfire coming from the side of the car?
Yes.
Is that the driver's side or the passenger side?
Driver.
Did you ever look out your back window at all?
No.
So when you describe people shooting, it's people that were on the driver's side of the car?
Yes, ma'am. A driver, back seat, like it's like everything was going in my back seat, like the back door.
Did you ever get their car back?
They offered it back, but I didn't.
Yeah, James. It says, I feel like you should know that the prosecutions during the trial should be super obvious. I agree. There's just say, I've heard Rachel Kaufman say this. I don't know if it's her saying, but saying that prosecutors shouldn't have imaginations. Yeah. With the lines on duty to respond, do they have a duty? No, there's no duty to serve and protect. Yeah, that's true, Aaron. Yeah, it's conspiracy liability. They do that in Fulton County a lot, where they try to like this. The YSL trial is a really good example of that, of trying to like loop in a bunch of people on a conspiracy liability basis, or Pinkerton liability is sometimes called.
I mean, I didn't want it. Yes. Yes.
But again, I have no idea what their theory of the case is, or like what their theory of proving this case is. I really don't. I'm generally confused.
My daughter.
I'm not like arguing that this guy's innocent. I'm saying like I have no idea why they think he's the shooter. Like I genuinely don't know what their theory is.
Is that a picture that you gave to?
Like, he absolutely had the opportunity to, but a lot of people did.
I believe so.
I'll also add that people sending yeah, it's only day 2. Like I assume that they're gonna actually I don't assume. It's possible that they could develop their theory, but it seems like we've gotten through the people who were there.
The objection? It's admitted.
Yeah,
Yes,
felony murder in Georgia too.
That night in your car, Ms. Hunter, were there any weapons in your car?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a weapon at all?
No, I've never shot a gun, used a gun at all.
What about Omar? Did he have any weapons?
I've never seen, he never had a gun around me or my kids.
Did he have a gun or did anybody have a gun in your car that night?
No, ma'am.
How old is Corey?
8.
And is that a school uniform that you wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
What school did you go to?
Kilways.
What grade was she in?
3rd grade, 2nd grade.
This is the summertime?
Yes.
That's true, Aaron. It's wild that we had like 51 sets of laws here. Yeah, it's not just that. It's like, it's not just that they're like, if they were completely different, that would be one thing. But they're all like just slightly different, which is even worse. Because you don't know, you know just enough to like assume you know what you're talking about, and you don't.
2nd grade, you ready to go to 3rd grade?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Sequoia, things that you like to do?
It's completely, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? It's disgusting.
Corey was very outspoken. She was a little sassy because she gonna say whatever come to mind. Very silly. She loved being around her family. She liked to cheer. She just loved being around love.
Why are you interrupting her?
Yes. She named at least, I believe, 2 different things. Like she was
It doesn't have
undecisive,
any lead.
but
It's
she
just
was
manipulation.
for certain that she wanted to go to college. She said Spelman. She going to Spelman College. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Since Corey has died, have y'all developed a scholarship in her name?
Yes, ma'am. Spelman.
No.
Can I see the attorneys at the bench?
Exactly, James. Totally. That's exactly what it was. And like, if the mother was, fine talking about this stuff, that'd be one thing. But it's like she's clearly struggling and is manipulative. You know what I mean? It's not. It's just, if the mother is like volunteering this information, but they're like dragging it out of her. I would love to know what's being discussed right here. Ooh. Interesting. That is curious. So they have a long discussion and we don't know what it's about. How long was that break? Is this like a lunch break or something? Like an hour.
Okay, I think we broke right before cross-examination. Ms. Broderick?
Hour and change. An hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, it must have been lunch.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, can she be excused?
Yeah, there's no cross on this witness.
All right, are you guys ready with your next witness?
That was smart. It was a blouse, yeah. That's interesting. So they're saying it's one dark-skinned guy and one light-skinned guy. This guy's like kind of neither dark-skinned or light-skinned. Yeah, it wasn't. So who is this guy? Let me check. Let's see. Terrence Epps, law enforcement.
Sergeant Terrence Epps, TERRANCE, EPPS. I'm employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department. I'm a police supervisor. Since 2007.
And you said you are a police supervisor?
Sergeant.
And you said 2007, what was your position?
2007? I was a recruit in 2007. Yeah.
When were you promoted to sergeant?
2020.
And do you remember when you were promoted?
February.
And so on July 4th of 2020, were you a sergeant at that time?
Yes, I was.
And yeah. Tell us about your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant.
So at that time, I was assigned to the Zone 6 field investigation team. I was a supervisor.
I still don't know which zone is which. I know it's like a little clock thing, but I will never learn that.
Supervisor, we were a discretionary unit. We did not answer 911 calls. We did kind of proactive policing or directed patrols or kind of like projects or stuff like that.
What proactive policing?
So they would assign us to an area if there was an uptick in crime or if something needed to be kind of taken care of. So if citizen complaints or different things like that, crime, car break-ins, anything like that.
And you said Zone 6, was that the zone that you covered?
At the time, yes.
And what area of Atlanta you handled Zone 6?
So it's like East Atlanta.
And what kind of business roads?
Boulevard, Memorial, Moreland.
Would that also be the Edgewood Avenue area?
Yes, it would.
And what shift were you working on July 4th, 2020?
So it was a detail day that day. I was working in the evening because of the 4th of July.
And when you say the detail, what does that mean?
We were actually assigned to Edgewood, the BART district, because of the 4th of July. It was anticipated that there would be a lot of.
You guys like me? Do you guys look at the watches the officers have on every time they come to the stand now?
Everything okay? Sorry, she got disconnected for a second. Okay, what did he said after Edgewood?
Oh, I was assigned to Edgewood. It's a bar district inside of the zone. They expected it to be crowded because of the 4th of July, so they had us there to kind of monitor the street and the bars.
Was anything else going on in that area around that time, summer 2020?
Yes, it was the protest.
How often would there be protests in that area, the Edgewood area specifically?
Because of how close it was to the King Center, it was a lot. There was a lot of protests over in that area.
And when you say protests, it was peaceful protests?
It was both.
When you say both?
Yeah.
When it was a little rowdy, I don't know, there would be a lot going on.
Were there any incidents of violence during that time?
Occasionally there would be. It's been a while.
Specifically on July 4th, do you probably any issues of violence in that area?
I do recall something happening after this incident.
And what was that occurred in the area?
It was a shooting.
Was anybody leaving that?
Yes, there was.
Yes.
My bad.
You said it was a detail. Was it a city conference? Were y'all working 12 hours, 16 hours, 20 hours shifts at that time?
I'm not sure the exact hours that day.
Were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
At some point, did you leave the Edgewood area?
I did. I actually, our precinct, our substation was located at the Atlanta Medical Center. Being that we were on Edgewood, it was a close proximity. I actually had to go use the restroom, so I decided to go to our precinct to use the restroom. It was a safe place. And once I was leaving, heading back to Edgewood, is when I saw the vehicle.
When you say you saw the vehicle, what street were you on at the time that you saw the vehicle?
I was on Boulevard at the intersection with Freedom. The vehicle actually ran the red light in front of me. It was pretty hard to do. I actually had my blue lights in a mode that they weren't flashing, but it was like a steady flash for like presence. It was just like they were just glowing. They weren't like, I wasn't trying to pull anybody over or stop anyone. They were just illuminated. So yes, for visibility. So like I said, I was stopped at the red light, and the vehicle actually ran the red light as my light turned green in front of me going.
What do you remember what that vehicle looked like?
It was a gray SUV.
And once that vehicle moved around, were they speeding?
Yes, they were speeding.
What did you do when you saw that vehicle?
I actually turned and followed them as they were running the red light in front of me. I saw that the window was broken, and I knew that I was close to the hospital, and I figured something was going on, so I just actually followed the vehicle to the hospital.
And did the vehicle in fact go to the Atlanta Medical Center?
It did.
And what did you observe when you got there?
When I got there, I observed the driver was honking the horn frantically. They were screaming. I was using my radio to tell dispatch, and she actually was aware of the incident and told me that the car had been involved in a shooting and that they were en route there, and they were trying to get help from the Grady EMTs who were outside of the hospital.
Did you have your dash cam activated in your car?
So I did have my dash cam activated. What actually had occurred, I had driven, there's a speed on your dash cam where they activated 60 miles per hour. I actually did not realize that I had gone 60 miles an hour on Boulevard, so my camera started recording on its own, and when I went to start the camera, I actually had inadvertently turned the camera off. Like I said, they were going faster than I thought, and I'm just behind them, so that's what happened with my dash cam, but I did have my body camera activated.
That is the first time I've ever heard somebody turning off their camera and having it make sense. So credit to this officer. Exactly, Aaron. That's what I'm saying. I've never heard a plausible explanation before. That was the first one. But again, this is another likable witness. I think anyway.
Yes, it does.
Your dash cam, at what point did you turn it off? At what point did you turn it off?
It was when, so there's a lot of movement going on with the vehicle. I was actually using my dash cam to kind of monitor the vehicle to make sure, like, to preserve the evidence and make sure everything was captured. So I got out to see what was going on, and then I looked over and I was like, I need to cut my dash camera on. So I went to do that after I had figured out what was going on.
I know you was in Market 62 with 7.
Sorry, what was that?
7? And do you recognize Safety Exhibit 7?
I do.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
And what does Safety Exhibit 7 contain?
It's my body cam from the incident.
And does it have some of that dash cam on there as well?
It does.
And in your review, have there been any deletions or additions to that, the body cam footage or your dash cam?
No, ma'am.
Say that's Statement 7. Do you think
No objection, Your Honor.
State number 7, body cam dash cam of Starlight Banks.
Just don't pull that right. We're starting with that.
What?
Can I just ask you while I'm trying to get out your phone? Is there sound on your body cam?
Yes, it's audio and video.
I'm sorry.
It records audio and video.
What about the dash cam?
Yes, audio and video.
Those body-worn cameras sure do record audio and video. They sure do. I'm sorry, I'm just giddy thinking about something right now. It's funny, the cops will say anything on a body cam. They'll say anything at all. Oh, man. Orange whip? Orange whip? 3 orange whips? I couldn't remember what number of orange whips it was.
Did you come into contact with anyone while we were trying to get our technology, while you were there at the event?
Yes, I did.
Who did you come in contact with?
The driver of the vehicle and the passenger of the vehicle.
And at what point did you come in contact with the driver of the vehicle?
So I actually waited until Grady was rendering aid, and then I attempted to get like an initial statement from the driver, trying to determine like what had happened and where it had happened, trying to establish a potential crime scene.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
I've seen that movie 800 times.
I did. He gave me a.
And where was that?
It was in an area that was being blocked by protesters. It was on Pryor. He said near the liquor store.
And at that point, did you know what happened? You said what?
Yes, he said he was driving and they started shooting.
Was he able to say who was shooting?
He actually, when he described them, he said they looked like me. And at that time, it was the protest in COVID time, and I actually wore a face mask. Like so, when he said they looked like me, he said they had masks on like me, and he was describing the people.
And were you able to determine who, if anyone, had been shot while they were on the road?
Is she saying that Omar was saying they look like Omar?
Yes, he said that it was his at the time his he referred to her as his old lady. It was an old lady's daughter, and he said her name's Corey Turner.
Did he tell you how old Corey was?
Yes, 8 at the time.
I'm sorry.
8.
All right. And when you pulled into Atlanta Medical Center, just tell us what you were doing. I heard you say that there was the cars in front of you, somebody's beeping on the door.
Yeah.
What happened?
So as we pulled in, he was honking the horn.
Okay, well he looked. Yeah, just the mask. Oh, okay. Like the cop. Yeah, I wasn't sure which one it was. But yeah, Julian Conley looks nothing like this guy. 2
Grady EMTs, they were wearing gray, ran over. I saw the back door of the vehicle open. I saw a female Grady employee actually reach into the vehicle, grabbed Corey Turner out, and she just ran towards the emergency room. It was another female, it was Miss Turner, I learned afterwards. She was actually in the back with her. She actually had fallen out of the vehicle as they were running off with her daughter.
Miss Turner fell out of the vehicle?
She did.
At any time, did you have an opportunity to go inside the hospital?
I did. I went inside of the hospital. I was trying to get her condition to determine which of our investigators needs to start to the scene. So
But even if that's true, and he's just referring to the mask, like, I think this cop has been identified as a suspect. More we can say about it. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Like I said, I still don't know what the theory is on like identifying this guy as
based on the injuries is determined who you call to the scene. So because of her condition and because of what medical staff had told me, I started our homicide unit.
So
Ski master stump gun.
Was that Sequoia Turner? Was deceased her? Did not feel anything?
That her injuries were very serious. They did not say that she was deceased at the beginning. They were doing everything that they could, but they used medical terms as well as some terms we use in police to describe her condition.
And based on that, you called out the homicide unit?
Correct.
Did you speak to us?
You know what I like about he said he didn't try to pretend to know what the medical terms are, like a certain. Oh God, what's that guy from the Karen Reed case that I hate? Buchanan in the first trial when he was trying to use the medical terms. This guy is 1,000 times better than that.
Detective?
I actually don't recall which investigator I spoke, or detective, or sergeant I spoke with, but I raised them. I kept updating them on the condition as they would tell me. I was in the hallway for a good little while they were attempting the measures to save her life.
You were in the hallway of the hospital while the doctors were working on Sequoia?
Correct.
Were you, in regards to Charmaine Turner, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with her about it?
I'm not.
Yeah, I didn't really watch much of the second one.
I don't believe I got a chance to speak with her. It was a lot going on, and her.
It was just annoying.
I don't think I was able to ever get a statement from her.
When you indicated that you did.
So this on the screen is my dash camera.
Do you know how many times I've been trying to turn this sound up and I accidentally turn it up all the way and then I get that fucking beep in my ears and it's so loud get me every time. Every time I fall for it.
Is that yourself that we're looking at there? Something?
Yes, I'm in the pants with the black one to the far right.
And is that Mr. Omar Ivory?
Yes, it is.
Awesome, right?
Was it at that point? When was it in that moment?
Wait, I thought he said he turned his car cam off and he had the body cam on.
After that, you
so.
went to speak to Mr. Ivory.
Shortly after this, so what's happening is we're actually blocking the ambulance entrance to the emergency room. So I actually moved my vehicle up to allow ambulances to pass by. I didn't want to block the entrance completely. And then after that is when I spoke to Mr. Omar.
During the time that you were speaking to Mr. Ivory, can you tell me kind of what his demeanor was?
He was extremely upset. He was angry. It came off almost as like aggression, but he was just upset. There was a lot going on.
Did you find his emotional outlook uncommon for somebody who's been driving a car when you were on the shot?
No, it was fine.
Your dash cam.
Okay, Aaron, I get it.
A minute or so long, is that correct?
I believe so, sir. I'm sorry.
Then your body cam kicked in, correct?
Correct.
And the state's attorney was asking you about Mr. Ivory's demeanor, correct?
Yes.
Because you did speak with him, right?
I did.
And you said that he told you, again, this old lady's daughter was shot, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that to some extent it almost appeared as aggression, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
But it was understandable aggression, correct?
Yes.
He said things like, there are 1,000 people on university with guns, right?
I'm not sure his exact quotes, so it was captured on my body cam.
He said there are a lot of people out there with guns, right?
Again, I'm not sure his exact quote, but he made reference to people being out there.
And he called you all basically security guards, right?
I'm not sure if he was speaking about us, but he did refer to security.
And he gave you a description, somewhat, of the people he thought were involved, correct?
Yeah, my understanding, he said he didn't know. He said they looked like me, and that was he was referring to my mask. Like they were covered, he couldn't give me much. I was trying to get height, weight. I was asking him a lot of questions.
And he was also referring to your clothes. He said they were dressed like cops or something in black, right?
I remember him saying they looked like me, so I didn't get to go into much detail about exactly my clothing, but he referred to my mask that I was wearing. They had masks on like you. He said they had masks on.
1 second, Your Honor.
I don't think so, Karen. No.
I think you have more questions for you.
Any redirect?
What type of mask did you have on?
How are you going to redirect off of that? Come on.
It was like one of the COVID face that fastened around my ear. I trying to. I think it was black at the time.
Because we were in the height of COVID.
Yes.
100%. And you were wearing like those paper masks.
It was a paper. I don't even want to say it may have been N95, but it was a COVID mask. I was very COVID conscious at the time, so I wore my mask. Yes.
And at that time, those masks were everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
So people knew those. They were rather distinctive, right?
They were everywhere. When you say distinctive, what do you mean?
Hard to miss that COVID mask, right? You can see them on your face.
Oh yeah, you can see them on people's face. Correct.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, you can be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like this
Karen,
guy.
you ready with your next witness?
He's a good witness. Yeah, true, James.
State
That's a good
calls
point.
crime scene said Sharon Davis to the stand, Your Honor.
Yeah, again, I'm still not sure what the theory is here. I think this next witness is going to be what, a CST? Yeah.
Sharon Davis, SHARONDAVIS.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. How are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you, and you?
I'm good. Ms. Davis, how are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department.
All right. And can you tell me very what some of your duties are?
Well, currently I'm with code enforcement, so what they were in crime scene is to respond to scenes that are some fatal in nature, some not, and at the direction of what to do, but I respond to scenes and I collect evidence. I will collect fingerprints, which is evidence, document injuries, document defects in vehicles.
And so you said a lot. So let's break it down. So currently you work for
I thought so.
The City of Atlanta as a code enforcement officer.
Okay. And back in 2020, who did you work with?
The City of Atlanta as a crime scene technician.
Okay. And how long have you been a crime scene tech in 2020?
In 2020, about a year.
About a year.
Mm-hmm.
And you previously told us what some of those duties. So back on July 4th, 2020, did you respond to Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for your response?
It was someone who was injured in a vehicle.
Okay. And once you respond, can you tell me to the jury what that scene was
Yeah, I
like?
think she was at the Adele Avenue
Crazy.
scene, I think.
When we say crazy, tell me more.
I could be wrong about that.
It was just the sight of it. It was alarming.
It was alarming.
Yes.
Were there multiple people outside?
Yes.
Okay. Did you by any chance happen to see a vehicle
It's probably CST,
in the emergency department?
Yes, in the driveway.
All right. And once you arrived, what did you do next?
I got out. I went to the officer who raised me to get information as to what was going on. I walked around the vehicle to get direction, just to get an understanding of what I would be looking for. So I walked around the vehicle.
And do you remember who that officer was that raised you?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay. And what is the address of the Atlanta Medical Center, if you remember?
I don't know the numerics, but it's on Boulevard.
Is it on Boulevard?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume so. Aaron.
In calls
And we use the word raise. What does that mean?
that we get our calls from the radio, so someone will call for a crime scene. It's a term called raise. So on your radio,
smoke
they
rings.
raise
Okay,
crime
that makes
scenes.
sense.
Okay. And what shift were you working on that day?
I was on evening
That's
watch.
pretty close on time-wise, actually. It's only 2 years apart.
Permission to approach her? I am going to approach you with what has been pre-labeled as States
Less than
Exhibit
2 years
8
apart.
through 8 through 29. Can you take a moment to look through those photos and tell me if you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, and how do you recognize those photos?
That was from the crime scene.
And are those photos a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took once you responded to Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, states in the states 8 through 29. So we're going to start with States Exhibit 8.
Ow, I hit my head on the mic. My bad. I bet that sounded great for you guys.
Ms. Davis, can you tell me to the jury what States Exhibit 8 is?
It is it's a Jeep, a gray in color Jeep that was parked in the driveway in front of the medical center.
Okay. Now, States Exhibit 9, is that just a close-up view of States Exhibit 8?
It is the overall rear of the vehicle.
Okay.
Matthew, did you use the right wine instead of vinegar this time?
Now,
I know
States
you did
Exhibit
last
10,
time, but-
what are we looking at here?
Overall front of vehicle.
Okay. All right. Now, States Exhibit 11. What are we looking at here?
That's overall driver's side.
Okay. Let's go to States Exhibit 4.
The remote's not working.
All right. Now let's talk about Stats Exhibit 12. Which side of the car is shown on Stats Exhibit 12?
The drivers.
The driver's side. And was there anything significant about the driver's side of the car that made you take this photo?
It's the overall rear driver's side, so just trying to get both sides because I couldn't stand straight on.
Okay. And now Stats Exhibit 13. What are we looking at on Stats Exhibit 13?
The defects in the door, the driver's door.
All right. So if you can tap the screen for me, and where you see the first defect, can you mark it A?
I forgot how that works, sorry.
Great, you beat me to my next question. So my next one is there another defect? It would be B. You already marked it.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes.
So how many defects have you labeled?
2.
All right, let's go to the next one. No, tap the screen. You want to erase that for me? So for State's Exhibit 14, would that be the same panel or a close-up of it?
Yes, Your Honor. Absolutely would.
What are we looking at here, Ms. X?
It is what's referred to as a mid-range,
Okay.
so it's a mid-range of the defect.
Okay. And is that defect A or B?
A.
What are we looking at here?
A mid-range of defect B.
Now, what are we looking at here?
The rear driver's side, so it's a focus on the rear driver's door.
Okay. And do we still see the defects from the driver's door and now the back passenger door?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the window?
It was shattered.
Okay. And are there any defects on the back panel?
Yes, there is.
You could say it's
Now,
riddled with
what are we
defects.
looking at here?
This is a mid-range of those defects.
Okay. Can you please mark the defects that you see on the screen? It should be C and D.
I'm sorry, okay.
And then, do you see another defect?
Oh, hey, Sleepy. I don't know if I
So
saw
in total, how many defects have you noted so far?
3.
Okay. And then,
Well, I'm sorry, oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry, 5.
Do you want to tap the screen? Or is it- What are we looking at here?
A close-up of the defect.
And which defect would that be?
That's on the top handle of the rear driver's door.
And would that be defect D, as previously labeled?
Can you zoom back out? Yes.
So now, what are we looking at here?
That's overall of E.
And was there something that you noted at the bottom of the vehicle? Was there a defect at the bottom of the vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor. We just got a repetition somewhere, so that a whole lot.
Other than the flat tire?
No.
No.
Okay.
Whatever's down there, I can't really see.
So, right here, would you agree that we're looking at 3 defects?
Yes, I agree.
Plus a shattered window.
Yes.
Okay. And what side of the car is this?
The driver's side.
What is this exhibit 20?
It is a defect in the rear. The rear driver's side.
Thank you. What is this exhibit 21?
A mid-range of the defect on the rear driver's side.
That's exhibit 22.
That is a close-up of a defect on the rear tail light.
Okay.
Driver's side. Driver's side.
Driver's side. That's exhibit 23.
Overall of the front driver's side. Interior overall front driver's side.
Okay. And if you can tell me, was that passenger window up or down?
The passenger window?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Do you guys mind if I skip through some of this stuff? Because
It looks like it's up, but I don't recall from that night.
That's fine.
So it's kind of
But these are true and accurate depiction of the hall that you
not
took
that
down.
helpful for
Yes,
us.
yes,
I don't
they
think.
are.
Now,
What do you guys
what are
think?
we looking at on State's exhibit 24?
The defects on the rear interior driver's door.
Okay.
The 3.
It's not that helpful when we
And
can't
then
see
to interior from the
I don't want to see that.
higher.
Okay,
Okay, so, yes, yes.
It's actually odd that you can't see like the. These aren't all holes, obviously. Okay. I kind of want to get to I looked at Lexi's notes, so I don't think there's that much
Okay.
that this
How
witness
many
gives
of
other
those
than.
notes have you seen defects from bullets?
A lot.
So would it be fair to say that you would know a defect from a bullet versus a knife?
Correct.
A defect from a bullet versus a knife?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Any objection?
Okay, this is going to be.
You're free to go about your business. Thank you so much.
Hollis Brown,
Do
another
you guys need a break for another
CST.
witness, or are you okay? Good? Okay, you guys have another witness ready?
These are just going to be pictures of more pictures of the crime scene where these shell casings were located. I don't really think there's anything. I want to skip to this Tom Jones guy. If that's okay with all of you. No CST Popple. Although we might get to see CST Popple in that case with Rayburn Liberty. Oh my god. The switch. Always on, always there. They keep that switch on them. Okay, this is, I believe this is Officer Dunn.
Photographs in detail prior to testimony.
Yes.
He took photos of the Jeep.
That you took as it relates to the vehicle. So we're still on the driver's side. F, I'm sorry.
Well, M is another defect that was located. The investigator didn't request that.
So I will process vehicle.
Oh, I wanted to see this part.
Training, the initial start of your position at the Atlanta Police Department and continue training as it relates to crime scene processing.
Yes.
And during that training, throughout your number of years, have you received training as it relates to trajectory of bullets, like we've been talking about?
Not necessarily training on trajectory, but we have used trajectory rods before.
Okay. And the times that you process vehicles, how many times have you utilized trajectory rods as it relates to your training with those?
Sure, I can say a lot of times.
Okay. Did you utilize trajectory rods in this instance as it relates to processing this vehicle?
No. Well, the investigator didn't request that.
So I'm going to move to 60 minutes. 100. It's marked with the marker. Q. We tell the jurors where in the car are we now, and what is this photograph signify?
Q is the.
So the officer, the investigator, didn't request any kind of trajectory analysis on the bullets. The defense is saying that the trajectory is inconsistent with the shooter, who may or may not be Julian Conley, who we still have no idea how he ties into any of this.
Defect that's on the bottom, on the inside part of the tailgate.
And when we're looking at 98, you see the marker P. You see that?
Yes.
Is marker Q that we were just looking at in State's Exhibit 100 kind of is it the opposite, same?
Well,
is it the back of the trunk that would lead you to Exhibit P?
Yes.
So if I was to open the trunk of the Jeep, that would be the inside part of the trunk, and that correlated with the bullet hole that you took on the outside of the trunk.
Wait, I need to. What? Did he just say?
Yes.
So if I was to open the trunk of the Jeep, that would be the inside part of.
If I was to open the trunk of the Jeep, that would be the inside part of the trunk? Yes, if you open the trunk, you're inside the trunk.
That correlate with the bullet hole that you took on the outside of the trunk that was labeled.
Yes, a bullet hole on the outside of the trunk becomes the inside of the trunk by virtue of said hole. That's what a bullet hole is. That's just what words mean.
A.
Labeled A. Yes.
Yes, that is how bullet holes work. They create holes with bullets.
Cases 102 as it relates to.
I'm not making fun of the witness, by the way. I want to be clear about that.
That's another defect on the side of the driver's seat.
You see on the marker R that we had previously talked about.
Yeah, that actually fell. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a defect. That actually fell off its original place. Yeah. Sometimes.
Okay, that was the main thing I wanted to see was the trajectory rods. Now I want to get to Tom Jones. Is he the I'm not unusual guy?
One more witness.
Tom Jones. I've got you under my skin. Excuse me. He's Welsh? I did not know
Did you guys send
that.
somebody out for the witness, or do you need the deputy? Okay, thank you.
He did sing It's Not Unusual. Excuse me. My bad. I didn't want to take away his hits from him. He was signed to Interscope? Like Dre and Eminem and Nine Inch Nails? And Tom Jones? That's interesting.
Do you want my professional name or my government name? My professional name is Tom Jones. That's Tomjones. The name my mother gave me is Tommy Jones. That's Tommyjones.
Why would you not go by Tommy?
Hey, it's fine with me.
Now, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
For those of us who may not recognize you, can you tell the jurors how you are employed?
I'm employed with WSB TV. I'm a senior reporter there.
And how long have you
We don't know whether he's a singer, to be fair, so it could be the singer.
been a reporter?
It's not that singer.
For 23 years.
And can you tell the jurors when it relates to the stories that you report on? Do you report on a specific type of story or all types?
Well, I'll cover anything, but mostly I cover crime in courts. I love crime in courts and how it all comes together. So
Sir, you got to be careful with the sound bites you're giving out. You just said that you love crime, so be careful there.
usually venture toward those types of stories, but I'll cover anything.
Yeah, you won't cover Demise McMullen, though, will you?
Mr. Jones, can you tell the jurors, did you report on a shooting that happened on July 4th?
Does he cover
in relation to the death of Peter Wilson, Corey Attorney?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you report initially on the shooting and Corey's death?
Yes, I reported on all aspects of this incident, from the Rayshard Brooks, from that shooting, and it evolved into what happened to Corey Attorney. So I was actively involved in a lot of that coverage that we did on that story. So I reported on several stories in relationship to this incident.
And were you contacted or requested to cover, in relation to the story you just described, a press conference where Julian, Conley, and Jackie Patterson were being interviewed, or were the subjects of the press conference?
Well, I remember at the time that Atlanta police put out a bolo for persons of interest in the shooting involving Sequoia Turner, and Jackie Patterson, attorney Jackie Patterson, was representing one of the people who was in that bolo, that Be on the Lookout flyer. And I got an interview with Mr. Patterson and Mr. Conley surrounding the events of why he was on that bolo flyer. It wasn't a press conference, it was just me and those two.
Okay. The interview with Mr. Conley and Mr. Patterson, can you tell the jurors where that interview happened?
It happened in Jackie Patterson's office. It was in Midtown off Peachtree Road. I think it was 4800 block of Peachtree Road, not far from our station.
Okay. And you said, I know this was during
it's by the courthouse, if I'm not mistaken.
But when you interviewed Mr. Patterson...
Oh, by the way, Atlanta, you don't have to put the word peach into every single street name, by the way. You don't need to have Peachtree in, like, you know, peach fruit and near peach and kind of like a peach road. Like, you can name your shit different things. Because it can be confusing for some of us who aren't from there, okay? Especially when our phone's dead and we're trying to find our way back.
We were in Mr. Patterson's conference room. It was COVID, so protocols were in place, and we kept a distance from one another. They were on one side of the table, and I was on the other side, along with my photographer.
I know you kept the 60 that were required.
Yes, of course.
The individual that you referenced today, Julian Conley, and you're welcome to say, do you see the person that you interviewed that day?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, for the record, kind of point.
Everything is peach themed. It's true.
He's sitting to my right at the defense.
I guess there could be objections for privilege, but I don't think he's just going to do that.
Counsel's table. He has on a gray shirt, a gray suit, lighter blue, possibly lighter gray shirt with a striped tie.
And we're looking from your vantage point to his right is a male female.
From my point of view, to my, it's a female to his right, a male to his left.
It will.
Okay, so you did identification finally.
Was the interview with Mr. Conley?
Although I will say the fact the identification is based on a press conference in which the defendant says he's innocent isn't the best.
Mr. Patterson, you did on July 13th, 2020. Was that videotaped and aired on WBTV Live?
It was videotaped and aired. It was a lead story, I believe, at 5, and it was at the top of the 6 o'clock newscast.
Okay. And this time around the state for attender states 106 and 106A. States 106A is a certificate of identity as it relates to state 106, which is the news story that was.
Yeah, you just need to identify that the defendant, like, physically in the courtroom is the person in the indictment.
And later aired with Mr. Jones and the defendant, Mr. Patterson.
It's kind of
So
silly,
the
I
first one
guess.
is the video, the second one is the certificate of authenticity?
Yes, that would be better nature of this record.
Usually you do somebody that like knows the person, though, not so much, you know, like a press person. It's kind of strange, but it works, I guess.
No objections to that.
To the admission of both those exhibits?
No objection to the certificate of authenticity and the business records
But yeah, the only person to identify him
What
is
is your
somebody
objection to?
who did an interview voluntarily given to explain that he's innocent, which is confusing. Can you guys hear this? Ah, here we go. You guys are going to watch my video, which is me reacting to a video in which they are showing a video. So, videoception here.
Yes. Granted, it's submitted and you can publish both exhibits. Mr. Jones, can you see on your screen?
I can. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, it's going to be pretty brief.
Pleading with the public to help find her killer. He spoke exclusively to one of the men who police say is a person of interest in that shooting.
Is that Jackie Patterson?
My name's Tom. The man told you he's comfortable speaking publicly because he says he didn't shoot anyone.
George, that's what Julian Conley says. He admits.
I think I can make this any louder.
He says he saw what happened, but says he did not shoot anyone. I attended a news conference on Zoom where 8-year-old Sequoia Turner's parents pleaded with the public for help finding her killer.
The parents of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner pleaded for help finding the person who shot and killed their daughter.
Let me see if I can boost this up.
Sequoia was in her mother's SUV July 4th on University Avenue. That's when gunmen who police say had illegally barricaded the entrance to the store they were trying to get to opened fire on the car, killing the child. Police have named 2 people as persons of interest. Attorneys for the family says someone knows who they are.
More the community show. His name?
His name is Julian Conley. Attorney Jackie Patterson says Julian Conley is the second person of interest police are looking for. He says Conley did not shoot Sequoia.
He was on the scene on that particular day, but he committed no crime whatsoever.
Conley told me
You have like a Louboutin hat with the bloody bottom? What is that?
he feels terribly sorry about what happened to Sequoia.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
I asked if Patterson will make Conley available to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
Meanwhile, Sequoia's mother says she
Yeah,
wants to hear
exactly
from anyone who knows what happened.
You don't have to call the police, lawyers, nobody. Right, me, call me.
And the reward for a conviction in this case is now at $50,000. Patterson says Conley doesn't know the name of the person who shot Sequoia, but he says he can explain how the shooting unfolded. I'll be working on that part of the story for Channel 2 Action News at 6. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
Does Julian Conley get the $20,000 for identifying Julian Conley?
And the reward in this case is now $50,000.
Feels like he
All you have
should.
to do is call Crime Stoppers at 404-577-8477. You don't have to give your name, and you can still get that reward. Again, at number 404-577-TIPS.
But at the end of the day,
Okay, you want to cut it off now?
A man called a person of interest in an 8-year-old
Cut it off before he says I had nothing to do with it.
murder, saying he's innocent, calling Channel 2 Action News school.
Ooh. Zoom code. I don't know, Aaron.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was it. I thought it was starting over again. Sorry.
Calling Channel 2 Action News school today. Channel 2's Tom Jones was live on this story in Midtown. So Tom, the man said that he was there that night, but he didn't shoot into that car.
That is right, Justin. Julian Conley says he was right there. He told me he had a weapon, but says he didn't fire it one time. He says he was at the scene and didn't know the shooter, and he feels bad that a child lost her life.
I feel terribly sorry about what happened to Sequoia Turner.
19-year-old Julian Conley admits he was at the scene on University Avenue July 4th when 8-year-old Sequoia Turner was shot and killed.
Did she shoot anyone?
No.
Did you open fire that day?
No, sir.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says his client saw himself on television as a person of interest.
The fact that he looked like he's guilty by showing somebody's picture on television, he had to set the record straight.
Police have been searching for the gunman who shot Sequoia near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was killed. Officers say someone shot in Sequoia's mother's car after she tried to get through an illegal barricade someone had set up. Patterson says Conley told him a man driving Sequoia's mother's car drove through the barricade and hit a man with a rifle.
And when that person fell to the ground, that person got up and started firing at that vehicle.
I asked if he will allow his client to talk to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
At this news conference, Sequoia's parents pleaded for the public to come forward and tell who killed their daughter.
Today, she asked a picture and she was recorded. Please come forward.
And I asked police about Conley's version of what happened. This was their response. We would encourage Mr. Conley to contact investigators and speak with them regarding the investigation. At this time, the investigation continues. Now, there is now a $50,000 reward in this case. And I asked police about Conley's version of what happened. This was their response. We would encourage Mr. Conley to contact investigators and speak with them regarding the investigation. At this time,
You know who his lawyer is. Why don't you get off your asses and call the lawyer? Investigate something.
the investigation
What do you mean, get in contact with you? Call his lawyer.
continues. Now, there is now a $50,000 reward in this case. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And a lot of interest to get this one
Absolute
right. Tom,
clowns.
thanks.
Thank you, no further questions today.
Any cross-examination for Mr. Jones?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good seeing you again.
Good seeing you.
I have no questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can he be excused?
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
That was it? It seemed
Okay,
like
members of the jury, we're going to
changed.
adjourn for the day, and we'll begin again tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Okay, I want to try to get a little bit into the next day because I want to try to get caught. I'm not gonna. It's not gonna happen, but I would like to try to get caught up before the hearing. Before tomorrow's hearing. Always carry the switch. No matter what. I think John Hoover represented somebody in YSL. Who was it? He represented
The state
somebody.
was trying to introduce as basically, or his accurate representation of what he got. So now we know there's a compilation. It's zoomed in, that circle's on. You know, there are pictures that are
Yeah, I've never done 1.5 before. I usually do 1.25, but I got used to it pretty quickly.
zoomed in, have circles on it. We know that Detective Shepard did something to it, and now we know that there's an
No, so this is like what we watched yesterday. The altered video, that was the raw video.
unknown number of people in the district attorney's graphics department that have done modifications and alterations to this video as well. Because of the steps that members of the state took, 3 issues that I believe have popped up. First one is a foundational issue. The second one is the 702 Calvary issue, and that's completely created because of the state. And the third one is an identification issue. And I say it's an identification issue, I'll jump ahead just a little bit. We believe that these alterations, these modifications, changes were made so the state can bolster Detective Shepard's testimony that the person they circled, the person they followed, is the person that actually killed that young girl. That's why there's an identification issue that we must address.
Of course.
So first, when it comes to a foundational issue,
I completely agree. If it's not enough without the circle, then you shouldn't have the circle. And if it is enough without the circle, then you shouldn't have the circle. Why do you need the circle? It's either enough or it's not.
under Georgia law, generally a videotape is admissible where the operator of the machine, which produced it, or one who personally witnessed the events recorded.
I already dislike Shepard, so I'm sure that I will feel the way that I usually do.
Implies that the videotape accurately portrayed what the witness saw take place at the time the events occurred. This is why we have to ask those questions: is it a fair and accurate representation of what you see? Investigator T, when asked.
Yeah, it's kind of like lyrics, actually. Like, if the lyrics lyrics are only relevant if you can like show the connection between the person and the crime, and if you can show the connection between the person and the crime, then you don't need the lyrics.
Those questions said yes. That's why we went to the next step. But then when we found out that there was stuff on that on State's Exhibit 2 that he didn't receive, he didn't get from the relocation that somebody else did, that he saw later, that was a huge problem. If they want to admit videos, Your Honor, the person they're trying to admit it through has to say, yes, this is an accurate and fair representation of what I perceived, what I received, what I saw, or what I recorded. Now, I believe it's the position of the defense that because of the steps that multiple people that are part of the state took, there isn't now a single witness that can answer those questions truthfully. And I say that because, again, we get it. They can't bring in anybody from the relocations because all they gave was the raw video. So that new altered stuff, they can't say, yes, this is accurate representation. It's not what they gave. Detective or Investigator T can't say, yes, this is what I was given, because we know now it was altered. We believe Detective Shepard can't say, yes, this is an accurate representation of what I was given, because it wasn't. He made alterations himself, and then it moved on to their graphics department. We don't know how many people in the graphics department touched this. We don't know what they did with it. I'm going to get to that in a minute with the 702, but as of right now, this has passed through so many hands from the quote-unquote raw video that the state was talking about, that what they're trying to get in now, there isn't a witness that they presented to us, that they told us about, that we've been able to speak to, they can say, yes, this is a fair and accurate representation of what I received, because it's been altered, changed, and modified so much.
That's absurd. That's so fucking stupid.
I'll try to streamline this as much as possible.
What are you doing?
Now, issue 2, which is the 702 Calvert issue. I'd first like to address bring to the attention of the court Mitchell v. State. I know I gave you a copy of this a couple of days ago, but that's Mitchell v. State, 320 Georgia, 673 of 2025 case. Under Rule 701A, a lay witness may testify in the form of opinions or inferences that are rationally based on the perception of the witness, helpful to clear an understanding of the witness's testimony or the determination of the fact in issue, and not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge. As the court's fully aware, because we're in Georgia and we're a rule of evidence, now we're in the 24/7 702 and the Daubert standard. And I bring up the Daubert standard, Your Honors, because again, we're not talking about just the raw footage that was given from those 3 locations.
I should add that the Georgia's, many of you probably know this from YSL, but the Georgia rule of evidence changed pretty dramatically a few years ago. They adopted the federal rules, essentially.
Alterations, changes, a lot has been done with these videos to get to what the state's trying to introduce now. A lay witness can't come in because, again, we still don't know how it got from point A to point B to point wherever we are now. So now I believe they have moved all of this, so they're going to try to introduce it to the Daubert standard because there's some type of other specialized knowledge that was put into these exhibits and into this evidence that didn't exist at the beginning. We have to have a whole hearing about that. Now, the admissibility of expert testimony in Georgia, like I said, is governed by 24/7/702, which provides as follows. If scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify thereto in the form of an opinion or otherwise if the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, the testimony is a product of reliable principles and methods, and the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of the case which have been or will be admitted into evidence. So not only does their witness have to be able to lay the proper foundation that what they received is actually fair and accurate, they also now, because they manipulate and alter it so much, they have to be able to, under the 702 Daubert standard, lay the foundation that not only what they did is reliable in the methodology they used, but they used it reliably in this case. That has not been done yet. Detective or Investigator Teague is not in a position to do that. None of the people from the three locations is in a position to do that. And we have no idea how many people were in the graphics department. Don't know if any of them are actually qualified to do that as well. We don't even know who those people are at this point. They're not. Now, issue number 3 is an identification issue. And Your Honor, I believe, well, not believe, I mean, it's pretty much common that the reason the state did this is because there are parts of certain videos that, I mean, it's outside, so it's dark, and there's a distance, and there are a bunch of people, a bunch of things walking around. I believe one of the arguments the state's going to say is the alterations, the changes, well, I don't know if they're deletions or not, but the modifications that they took part, or that they did to create this compilation and to create these still photos and to create all of these circles and markings, they did it not to change the substance of the video, but just to give an identification, to make it clear of who they want, what I believe the jury will believe is the actual shooter that killed that little girl. There's a huge problem with that, Your Honor. Number one, when it comes to
use a fucking laser pointer.
Identification in Georgia, there are ways to work around that. Or I'm sorry, there are procedures that have to be in place before they can put a witness up there to get testify to that, especially when it comes to a video that's blurry. So the first one, Your Honor, part 1, is who can actually make that identification. Part 2 is how can they make that identification. And part 3 is when can they make it. So for starting with part 1, Georgia law, someone who personally knows the person being identified. So in this case, it's someone who personally knows Mr. Conley. They can get on the stand, look at a video that's blurry, and says, yes, I know that's Mr. Conley, or yes, I know that's somebody else. Again, I would like to turn the court's attention to Mitchell v. State, 320 Georgia 673. I already spoke about under Rule 701 in lay witnesses, so I'll skip to the next part. Such lay opinion testimony may include a witness's identification of a defendant in surveillance photographs or video recordings, at least where there is some basis for concluding that a witness is more likely than the jury to correctly identify the person or the defendant as the person in the photo or video. One such basis is the witness's familiarity with the defendant's appearance. In most cases, the opportunity to observe a person's mannerisms, gait, and similar characteristics depicted in video footage will increase the likelihood that a lay witness familiar with the defendant will be better equipped than jurors to identify the defendant from such images. A lay witness with such familiarity would be in an even better position than jurors to identify the defendant where the video was of such poor quality that the average juror would not be able to distinguish the faces by themselves. Investigator Teague is not the person that can do that. And Detective Shepard is definitely not the person familiar enough with Mr. Conley to be able to identify somebody better than the jury can. They are not proper witnesses that can do that. Part 2, someone who was a witness or victim on the scene during the actual incident. I would like to turn the court's opinion, or turn the court to Pearson v. State, P-A-R-S-O-N v. State, 311 Georgia 26, a 2021 case. It is improper to allow a witness to testify as to the identity of a person in a video or photograph when such opinion evidence tends only to establish a fact, which average jurors could decide thinking for themselves and drawing their own conclusions. The video in this case, however, does not clearly show the man's face, so it would have been difficult for the jurors to identify the man. By contrast, Frazier, who was the witness who took the stand and made the identification, was familiar with the appellant, was a witness to the events in the video, so her testimony was not based merely on her opinion of whom she saw in the video, but also her recollection of what she experienced in the parking lot. So in this particular case, Your Honor, this witness not only saw the video and said, yes, I can ID the person, she was actually a witness on the scene when the video was taken, and her testimony wasn't based just off the video. It was based off of something more than the video. Again, Investigator Teague is not that person. He was never in that position to make that identification, and Detective Shepard definitely wasn't there. He's not in the position to make that identification. So part 3, when we come to law enforcement and non-experts, because again, Detective Shepard hasn't been qualified as an expert under 702 Daubert, so right now he's still considered I would say lay witness, I'm not sure if we can call cops that, but a non-expert. And I'd like to draw the court's attention to United States v. Wiley, W-I-L-E-Y, 78 F. 4th, 1355. That is a 2023 11th Circuit case.
Okay, he's cheating. You're not allowed to use case law. Obviously. I'm just kidding.
We have explained that lay opinion identification testimony may be helpful to the jury where there is some basis for concluding that the witness is more likely to correctly identify the defendant from the photograph than is the jury. On the one end of the spectrum, familiarity derived from a witness's close relationship to or substantial and sustained contact with the defendant weighs heavily in favor of admitting the witness's identification. On the other hand, knowledge of the defendant's appearance, based entirely on the witness's review of photographs, is not based on anything more than the evidence the jury would have before his trial. Now, Your Honor, in this case, well, basically, let me back up. What this case basically says is an officer that looks at a surveillance video, it says, well, I think this is somebody, so I'm going to identify that person as somebody in front of a jury. You can't do that. There has to be more than that. In this particular case, United States v. Wiley, the court went on to say some of the officers couldn't identify him because all they did was look at a video, and that's not enough, because that's what the jury's supposed to do. But they did say that there was 1 or 2 officers that actually, shortly after the incident happened, shortly after the video was recorded and received, they were actually present and arrested the defendant. So they saw the video after they already saw the defendant in short time. They could identify as this is the person that we believe we arrested. Detective Shepard still can't do that. Mr. Regis actually, I don't want to jump to it. So the point is, Detective Shepard, all of the information that was received throughout this trial, and all of the information that we know Detective Shepard received was a black guy, may have had a mask, well, no, not may have had a mask, did have a mask, but we're not sure exactly which kind. Could have been a COVID mask, could have been another mask from a bounty hunter, dressed in all black. One had a white t-shirt on. No one ever described what or at least there's no testimony that any witness ever described what Mr. Conley looked like or what Mr. Conley was, or how he was dressed. So before Mr. Conley, I'm going to talk about the press conference he gave. Before Mr. Conley gave that press conference, the only identifications for the actual shooter were black men that didn't look like him and clearly weren't dressed like him. Then Detective Shepard, we all saw that the state brought in the Tom Jones? Yes, Mr. Tom Jones as a witness. We saw the interview, we saw the press conference, we see what Mr. Conley looks like. So at the point where what Wiley says is the officers close in time to getting or having the incident happen, getting the recording, and arresting the defendant, Detective Shepard isn't that person that can bring that information in as well. Now I believe what the state's going to say is because it was dark, because you can't see everything, that we're just assisting the jury in determining who did what. Well, that's not how that works, Your Honor. What they're actually trying to do again is trying to put an officer on the stand, Detective Shepard, and bolster his testimony by saying, I believe this is Julian Conley, let's follow Julian Conley, or the person we think it is, and we believe that's the person who shot him. That's not how evidence is supposed to work. That's
not how reality works.
This isn't like they blew up a picture and just made it a little bigger for them to look at. This isn't even in certain instances where you lighten a picture so you can kind of see something else. They're leaving the video, the quality of the video the same. They're just literally circling it and pointing arrows at this person and saying, hey, this is Mr. Conley. He's the one that did everything. They haven't presented a single witness that can actually do that, and that starts at the very beginning when it comes to foundation. Now also, Your Honor, I believe the state may make or take the position that this happened so many years ago, and Mr. Conley's appearance may or may not have changed. He doesn't look like the same that he looked back then in the video. Well, that's not true.
Yeah, first of all, tough shit. Do it faster. Sucks to suck.
Opening, Your Honor, they showed the video, they showed a picture of Mr. Conley for the MARTA bus, which was like 6 hours before the shooting. You clearly see his face. Furthermore, not only in their opening they showed this, the press conference, but they literally played the video to where they saw what Mr. Conley looked like after the incident when he gave the press conference with his former attorney. So they can't get up here now and say, well, his appearance has changed, and Detective Shepard knew what he looked like back then and knew what he looked like now, so he's assisting them with that. That's over because the state ended that themselves when they played the press conference. Make sure I don't miss anything or backtrack. So at this point, the state conceded when we first addressed this issue that it's not a demonstrative. I believe they're going to get up here and say this is still substantive evidence, and they haven't changed the substance, but that's not true, Your Honor. The substance of a video is what the video actually shows. The substance of a video isn't this is what we want you to look at in the entire video. At the point where they take the entire video, they splice it up to show the jury what they want the jury to see. They circle certain people that we can't or that they can't.
Okay, I was just complaining about the fact that the substance of a video is like the visual. It's a visual medium, so what you see is the substance. If you put a circle around Scar right as he was about to kill the Lion King, the first one, not the latter one. Mufasa, obviously. You're like, oh, that guy's guilty. He's guilty. And then, he was guilty. But, it's a visual medium. You can't change the video and be like, we didn't change the substance of it. It'd be like if you changed a song by, adding a bunch of noise to it and then saying, oh, it's the substance of the song is still the same. That's just not how these things work. That's not even a legal thing. That's just reality.
Identify, and they possibly can't know who it is. They point arrows to the person.
I couldn't make this kind of argument that he's making because I just sound like a dick.
Put words underneath and then follow that person.
I'm sorry, I turned the screen off. I turned the TV off, but the video is still playing. It's the same substance. What are you talking about? What do you mean? The video's playing just because they can't see it. Fuck out of here.
Changes the substance of the video. And because for all of those reasons, Your Honor, until we know exactly what happened, exactly who touched it, exactly how it was used, exactly how many hands it passed through, and exactly a witness that can lay the foundation and go through all of these steps that the state created by changing these alterations, we believe that State's Exhibit 2, the way they're trying to introduce it, is inadmissible. Now, if they want to introduce the raw video that they got from the BP, the liquor store, and the warehouse, we're fine with that. But anything other than that, Your Honor, we're going to need a day to argue all of this with their witnesses after we talk to our people to figure out exactly what was done. So for those reasons, we're asking that you keep out all of the alterations and only bring in the quote-unquote raw data that was received at the beginning.
Do you agree that they could play the raw data and zoom in as they show that on the computer?
Yes, in front of a jury, yes. However, I do not, yes, they can do that, but I do not believe that once they do zoom in, they can say, this is Julian Conley doing ... That's for the jury. Unless they can show some type of familiarity to prove it, to show how they know that's Julian Conley.
Do you agree that these witnesses could testify that the person in the video resembles Mr. Conley?
What's the question? Which witnesses?
I'm asking you.
No. And
I don't think any of the law enforcement could say that?
I believe that they can say that that is Mr. Conley in the martyr bus. 100% I believe they can say that. I believe that they can say that that's Mr. or someone that resembles the clothing, kind of the clothing that Mr. Conley was wearing in the parking lot. After that, when they're doing circles and pointing arrows, absolutely not. You cannot see who that person is. The only people that can would be the people that were actually there during the incident.
And if they characterize particularly the still photograph with the circles on it, if they characterize that as a demonstrative, how would that change your argument, or would it at all?
Well, then it would go under a 403 analysis. And I really can't answer that until I know which witness is going to say it, how they have the information to say it. But then we could definitely make a 403 analysis on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're going to say something dumb. I know you are.
Not at all.
So I'm going to start with
Go ahead.
The argument as it relates to the video being altered in the sense that
It was
not the raw
altered.
footage.
It
The
was
testimony of
altered.
Detective Teague is the compilation is the raw footage, but it's the raw.
Do you not know what words mean? Do you not know what words mean? Stop.
Footage from the 3 different locations next to each other. So it's like playing 2 separate TVs side by side. So if you want us to bring in another big screen, we can play them both at the same time because that would be what this is equivalent to. It's just playing the BP at 8 o'clock, let's say, for example,
Okay,
and then playing the warehouse
I
video.
don't think that's the issue that anyone has. Like, if you're just playing like side by side, okay, you know, that's one thing. That's not really what he was discussing.
Cameras at the exact same time in 2 separate TVs. So if the court wants to give us time to bring in another Mondo board or large TV, we'll be happy to do that.
not the issue.
As it relates to the circles that were placed by Detective Shepard around individuals that he believed to be persons of interest as it relates to his investigation. I would give the court the United States v. Rowinsky, which is Rowinsky, the 2013 U.S. District Court of Florida from 2013. In that case, the court says, as for the circles and arrows added around pictures and people in the videos, the court does not agree that they constitute hearsay. Rather, the circles and arrows are more akin to summary charts, effectively summarizing the
Hearsay? Did he say it was hearsay?
images that the government believes to be relevant from the photographs and the videos containing numerous people whose presence is allegedly irrelevant to the charges in the case, which is exactly what we have here. He identified people or persons of interest, and he followed those people and persons of interest through the hours of footage that he watched in all 3 of
No.
video
You're missing
systems
the
that he
point. That's the thing. He identified. He wasn't there. He didn't see the original video.
was able to recover. That's all this is akin to. So it's not hearsay. There's no markings that would constitute as testimonial as it relates to Detective Shepard's circles on the video, and more importantly, it doesn't alter the raw footage. The raw footage is the raw footage.
If you say it doesn't alter the raw footage one more time, I'm going to jump through a window.
It just puts a circle around one of the individuals contained within the raw footage.
That's altering. That's an alteration. If I go up to the Mona Lisa and draw a circle on it, do you think they're going to, oh, it wasn't altered. I didn't alter it. It's fine. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
As it relates to the...
So hold on one second. So the photograph with the circles and some words on it, that hasn't been altered in any way. That's not... The image itself hasn't been changed by your graphics department?
No.
Other than to add the circles and the words?
Well, the circles were added by the actual photographs that are found in Detective Shepard's report are photographs made from stopping video, screenshotting it, and then putting it in his lead supplement and putting circles around the people he followed as persons of interest.
With marker?
Correct.
Okay.
Or marker in the sense that it's a computer marker, like, yes, with marker.
That's an alteration. If you're using a marker, if a marker is involved, it's an alteration.
So there's no alterations as it relates to any of the raw
It's like second floor. I think I could make it. I'll aim for the bushes like in the other guys.
footage as described by defense counsel during his argument. As it relates to the identification issue brought up by defense counsel, I would wholly disagree that this is a 702 issue. It has nothing to do with, this is lay witness testimony that would be more than permissible under 701. I would bring to the court's attention first, Taylor v. State, which is 315 Georgia 630. It's a 2023 case. According to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, identification testimony that is based on a witness's first-hand observation of the defendant's appearance is the type of evidence contemplated by Rule 701, and I meant, Your Honor, United States versus Knowles, KNOWLES 889 F3D.
Can I have that side one more time?
Yes, I apologize.
That's okay.
889 F3D 1251. It's an 11th Circuit Court case from 2018.
Okay.
I'd also bring to the court's attention Cross v. State. In that, in Cross, the court makes clear, I apologize.
You know, it just makes me wonder, why are they fighting so... I mean, I know the answer. I'm not wondering. But why are they fighting so hard to get these circles in? If they really think they have this guy, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, why are they fighting so hard? You know what I mean? Like, you have nothing so far, and now you're just fabricating some stuff, and you're desperate to get this information in. I know the judge can let it in. I can tell already by the question she's asking.
In cross, the court says rather than setting 4 specific factors that must be present for the admission of identification testimony under OCGA 24-7701A, the Supreme Court of Georgia has held that such lay witness testimony is admissible so long as there is some basis for concluding that a witness is more likely than the jury to correctly identify a defendant as an individual depicted in the video recording, then lay testimony identifying a defendant in those video recordings is admissible under 701.
And what's the site for cross again?
It's 370 Georgia, Appeals 250.
Thank you.
And then I'd like to bring to the court's attention a recent case as it relates to the same or similar issue for identification.
Why would we believe that Shepard's
In
more likely
United
to be able
States
to
v.
identify
Wilson,
than the jury?
143 F 4th
He's looking at the same
647,
video.
pin site 663. It's the Fifth Circuit Court case that just came out July 17th, 2025. It is almost directly akin to the case that we have, or the situation we have in this case, Your Honor. Deputy Atkins' identification of Fernandez and Wilson, the defendants in that case, fits comfortably within the appropriate authority. A specialist in apprehending fugitives, like Deputy Atkins, had become familiar with Wilson and Fernandez's appearance while investigating
That's
them.
not the
Deputy
case
Atkins'
here.
testimony was particularly
That's
helpful
not
to the
the
jury
case
because
here.
Wilson and Fernandez were wearing hats and sunglasses in the Instagram.
That's not the case here. That's the whole fucking point. This is bad for you. Why are you arguing it? Like, this doesn't help you at all.
Photos and videos in which he was permitted to identify the defendant from prior video footage that he had also been able to come in contact with, which is akin to Detective Shepard in this case. He not only looked at hours and hours of video footage, but he also was able to get the defendant's entire Instagram username profile, where he saw hundreds and hundreds of videos and footage, photographs of this defendant. He was also able to get several hundred photos that were sent to him from the bolos that were
enter those into evidence. Show the jury.
Distributed throughout the media in the city of Atlanta. People.
He's so fucking full of shit. I can't. I'm going to get myself in trouble.
The defendant is Julian Conley, and to me, this is almost a moot point because the defendant himself identifies himself as the person in the red from the scene when he gives his interview with.
Yeah, so you don't need the circle then, do you?
His counsel at the time, Mr. Patterson. So
I think they concede that you can prove that he was at the bus. The issue was in the other photographs. Am I speaking out of turn?
I guess that's the confusion that I have because the photographs where it's video, because I don't really have any other photographs, but it's video where he's wearing the exact same thing in the video, the modern video photograph in which he identified.
Again, if you're just going by the color of the shirt, the jury knows what fucking red is. It's a
himself and making the point moot. And more importantly, during the interview in which he gave with...
like, they're not even going by what his face looks like. They're just going by the color. That has nothing to do with what you've seen on his Instagram.
Tom Jones and his counsel next to him, he admitted that he was standing there at the barricade at the time the shooting occurred, which is exactly what Detective Shepard's testimony would be based on his hours and hours and hours of footage that he reviewed from the BP warehouse footage as well as the package store video surveillance, Your Honor. So based upon all of the case law and the evidence that would come out before Detective Shepard, and I guess the point of admitting it through Detective Teague was exactly what defense counsel mentioned during his argument. Detective Teague is the person who was able to retrieve all of the raw footage, which is exactly what the compilation video is.
Again, you don't know. We're not talking about the compilation video, though. We're talking about an altered video. The picture, the circles and whatnot. Teague didn't do that, so he doesn't know that the video that you're watching, that we're about to see, is the video that he took because he didn't have custody of it. He can't testify to that.
It's all of the raw footage that is put.
It's not the raw
together. It's not spliced. It's literally the same raw footage from the same time period, playing at the exact same time with Detective Shepard's circles on it. So,
So in terms of laying a foundation for it, you absolutely had to have that testimony.
Correct.
Okay. Do you need a ruling? Do you want to follow up?
Yes.
Anything left to say? Okay. And did I cut you off, or were you finished?
I would have been repetitive. Stuff that coming out.
Okay.
I'd first like to say, before we give a ruling, I gave the court and the state my case law a couple of days ago. They're just now telling me these cases. I haven't had an opportunity to look at them yet, so I would like to look at them before the court gets a ruling. Secondly, Your Honor, just from listening to the state's argument, I still don't believe that they're on the same issue that we are. It sounds like one of their cases, the officer that was on the stand was a specialized officer who specialized in investigating people, and he's bringing that information in. They haven't presented any information that Investigator Teague or Shepard are specialized in anything other than collecting videos and altering them. Another issue, Your Honor, is...
Okay, that was wonderful. We need to hear that again.
on the same issue that we are. It sounds like one of their cases, the officer that was on the stand was a specialized officer who specialized in investigating people, and he's bringing that information in. They haven't presented any information that Investigator Teague or Shepard are specialized in anything other than collecting videos and altering them. Another issue, Your Honor, is I still don't know what type of videos those cases that the state quoted were talking about. I'm specifically talking about the videos that are akin to ours. It's not 100% true when the state says they're just putting two separate videos up side by side together. Your Honor, at some points there's like a 6-hour gap in between when you see Mr. when they want you to see Mr. Conley and then when they want you to believe who you're looking at as Mr. Conley is now. Secondly, Your Honor, yes, we can see he was there at the MARTA station. You see exactly what he's wearing. The state says, well, you can still see what he's wearing in other pictures. That is not true. The person that they're circling and literally pointing an arrow to, you can't tell what the color of the clothing is, like the state's trying to tell you. So that tells me that I don't believe their case law is on point as close to ours. Also, Your Honor, in the press conference, it's not true that when the state said Mr. Conley said that he was right there at the barricade when it happened. Mr. Conley admitted that he was at the scene, and I believe we have witnesses that are going to testify and show that that's actually true. He was at the scene, but he was not at the barricade when it happened, and he's definitely not the person that the state circled and is pointing an arrow to. And I think the biggest thing, Your Honor, is...
Yeah, I think you just say fundamentally it's up to the jury to look at the video and say that it's Conley.
The point where you take raw video footage, and then it passes through the hands of multiple people in multiple departments, so you can bring it in to show that shows there's some type of specialized knowledge. We still have I am not able, and Mr. Regas is not able, Ms. Broderick is not able to properly cross a person when we don't know what happened with this specialized knowledge. The simplest way I can look at it, Your Honor, is if I'm a third grade teacher and I'm teaching math, you want your son to know math. If I just tell your son 2 + 2 is 4, substantively, I have not changed math. 2 + 2 equals 4. But he didn't take the steps to get to it. That's what evidence is. We present evidence to give the jury the steps to get to it. If we allow the state to bring in a video, circle it, put an arrow on it, and say, this is Julian Conley, we're telling, or they're boasting this is Julian Conley without allowing them to take the steps to get to it. So for those reasons, I would like to research their cases before you give a ruling, and I can do that. Shepard's next? No. Then I should be able to do that.
I'm going to look at them too. So to put your mind at ease, I'm also going to look at his cases. But do you agree they could do that in court? Do you agree that playing the raw footage, the detective could circle it on the screen and then they could print that?
100%.
Well, that would just, if you want to add hours to his testimony, that's fine. But 2 + 2.
Do your job. It's not his fault that you didn't do your job correctly. I'm sorry.
Equals 4 always, and all the state is doing, you've got 2 + 2 that's a little bit smaller, and then you zoom in and you still have 2 +
Do your job.
+2, it's just a larger version of 2 + 2. The 4 is still the same. And the 6 hours of footage that he claims that were spliced, and that's when you see the defendant. The MARTA video is taken at 9:13 p.m. The shooting is at 9:46. We're at less than a half an hour to when the defendant
Well, then I guess we can watch half an hour footage, can't we?
is seen in the exact same clothing that he is in the MARTA and at the barricade. And to be clear, during the interview, Mr. Patterson and his client say that he is at the barricade. He is there when the car goes by, that he witnesses, allegedly, one of his friends get hit by the car, go down, get up, and start to shoot. And he would be able to testify, or he'd be able to tell whoever he needed to say as it relates to that, but he's choosing not to say anything further as it relates to the investigation, were the exact words of the interview by his agent.
Okay, let's all look at those cases and we can take this up later. I don't want to overcomplicate it. The purpose of the authentication statute in Georgia is that we don't have to bring the camera maker, we don't have to bring whoever developed the photograph. We have to have the witness who can properly authenticate. So let me look at these cases and see where we are. Okay.
And Judge, if I just may, depending on what your ruling is, Mr. Patterson is here, that may change.
Right. Are you calling Mr. Patterson or he's your witness?
We may likely be calling Mr. Patterson.
Okay. Okay, I thought he was just observing. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I still have no idea how they... I think they're just going to try to use these grainy video. I think that's what they want to do, is use this, like, grainy video to say, oh, this is the guy. Even though they haven't in any...
Are we ready with a different witness that doesn't require this?
Yes.
Okay.
The shooter. We should probably bring to the court's attention the witness is it's a short DDI witness. That's the witness that was scheduled to testify prior to...
What's the nature of the expert testimony?
It's GSR.
I see him.
So it will be quick. Okay. That's fine.
Although him taking 2 losses and, like, Shepard losing 2 cases in 3 months is kind of funny. Actually, yeah, Shepard losing 2 cases in 3 months is funny.
You want to bring the tray out?
By this. I think he said this is a GBI witness. Is she just tall, or is this a camera angle thing?
Go ahead and hear from our first witness now.
Alexander Copen.
Okay.
My name is Alexander Coven, ALEXANDER, COV as in Victor, IN.
Good morning, Mr. Copen.
Good morning.
Can you tell us your time and employed, sir?
I am a scientist, a microanalyst in the trace evidence section at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And can you tell us how long have you been employed?
I hope there haven't been any major scandals with the GBI crime lab.
About 10.5 years.
And of those 10.5 years, have you always worked in the position of a microanalyst in the trade section of the GBI?
No, for maybe the first 9 or 10 months or so, I was a lab technician in the trace evidence section, and then I was promoted to the scientist position.
And can you tell me, what is the trace evidence section of the GBI during your investigation?
Trace evidence deals with any areas of analysis, a multitude of which are dealing with gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and coatings, plastic, tape, hair, fiber, glass, fractured materials, and a lot of general unknowns.
And if you could explain to them your educational background and training that you've received that allowed you to work in that area of science.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University, and upon being hired at the GBI and promoted to the scientist position, I started a training program, and the way we do it is whatever area of
hold on, let me try something.
Analysis we need examiners in, that's what you're going to start your training in. And for me, it was GSR. And so that was about a 6-month-long training program, like going back to school again, lots of reading, exercises, tests. And then once that was complete, about a 3-month-long supervised casework phase where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was going through some of the technical steps with me as well. And when it comes to every area of analysis that I'm trained in, that's a similar training program that I have to go through.
And you mentioned specifically, I know your few seconds ago, your testimony that trace evidence pertains to GSR, gunshot residue, and other items of trace evidence. I want to specifically talk about what you just described, that you received specialized training on GSR, gunshot residue analysis and testing. Can you tell the jurors what gunshot residue is and the training that you received specifically to identify or attempt to identify gunshot residue and items of evidence that you received?
Gunshot residue, gunshot primer residue specifically, which is what we were looking for in these types of examinations, are a collection of microscopic particles that are created when a firearm is discharged. This plume or cloud of vaporous gases are formed when a firearm is discharged and kind of behaves like a plume of flour or baby powder, if you will. These particles that we're looking for are invisible to the naked eye. Molten discrete particles containing all 3 of the elements lead, barium, and antimony, and they have the ability to settle out or land. These particles that we're looking for are invisible to the naked eye. Molten discrete particles containing all 3 of the elements lead, barium, and antimony, and they have the ability to settle out or land on any surfaces in close proximity to that firearm that has been discharged. And as far as the training for GSR, again, it was a 6-month-long training program, like going back to school. And over the years, we stay abreast on any new research or journal articles coming out that pertain to the science. And we are also proficiency tested on a rolling basis, maybe every 1 to 2 years, to make sure that I'm still proficient in doing GSR analysis.
I know you said the first 9 to 10 months of your employment with the GBI, you worked as a technician in the trace section. You were then promoted to science level. Can you tell the jurors in those 9 years you have been a scientist, have you always worked in the area of GSR, gunshot primer residue analysis and testing?
Yes, I have.
And I think you just mentioned over the years, as you continue your employment, you also continue your training relates to that specific area of science in the trace evidence area.
Yes, I did.
And you had an opportunity in the last 9 years to testify in a court proceeding like this one about your training and about your findings and conclusions as it relates to testing for gunshot primer residue, also known as GSR.
Yes, I have.
And have you, during the times you've testified on GSR, have you been qualified as an expert during the times you've testified?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender Alexander Coben as an expert in gunshot.
This is 2X.
Any objection?
This is exhausting.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you a few minutes ago kind of explained what gunshot primer residue is and how it's created. Now, can you tell the jurors how you received the evidence that you attempt to test for the residue that you talked about?
Any law enforcement agency in the state of Georgia or DA's office can submit evidence to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences. And typically that will come in through our evidence receiving section, usually through the lockbox system. And that is a wall with a row of lockers in it, where somebody can open one side of the lockers, deposit the evidence, and once that locker is closed, no one else has access to it, except for our evidence receiving technicians on the other side of that wall. They will then take that evidence, get any proper documentation that came with that evidence.
Hold on, I'll show you guys something. This isn't related to anything at all, but, you know, I feel like talking about it. Let's see, do we see this? This is a GBI scandal that happened a while back. They still haven't, gotten through all these cases. From 2009, Bernadette Davey resigned from her permission with the GBI. The resignation resulted from the findings of GBI Office of Professional Standards Investigation, which determined that she intentionally fabricated data on a firearms worksheet that was part of the official crime lab case file. This letter was sent only to prosecutors, by the way. GI Crime will continue to make all possible efforts to provide firearms analyses and testimony to meet the requirements of our customers. Unfortunately, with the resignation of Ms. Davey, a limited number of firearms examiners remain available to conduct these analyses. Blah, blah, blah. The foundation of the GBI Crime Lab system is quality work and accurate scientific analysis. Although GBI resources are limited, Crime Lab's commitment to professionalism remains unchanged. I got this from there's a specific case. This is the, I think, Curtis Clark case, who's doing a life sentence. No, Curtis Clark? I think it's Curtis Clark. Based largely on
and create a GBI specific case number for it, itemize all of the evidence that came with it, and route it throughout the laboratory to any section where the examination for that evidence is needed.
And before we get into the evidence that you received as it relates to this case, can you tell the jurors, you talk about the process and how the bench are going to do this?
Where on a person or object. So, for instance, if you are a shooter and you discharge the firearm, the GSR particles will be landing or settling out on any surfaces.
Okay, one more thing. GSR, like there's GSR doesn't just come from firearms; it can come from other things as well. I don't think it's going to matter in this case, but that's just, it annoys me when they say GSR residue, because it's just, again, it's just a couple of different elements.
In close proximity to that firearm, to include you yourself if you're the shooter. So mainly your hands and maybe the front side of your body, so your clothing items, and then of course, again, anything that's in close proximity to that discharging firearm.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention. Can you tell the jurors when evidence is received, like you talked about?
I don't want to listen.
Previously admitted evidence.
A Jeep headliner?
You look inside of that.
There's no dispute that the Jeep was shot.
It's states of 104. The kit you received, you just described you received, kind of relates to the GSR testing and analysis that you did.
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors from looking at states of 104, kind of explain to them a little about the process about how the GSR was collected as it relates to the materials or the testing you received from 104?
Typically, a person's hands or any item that you believe may have GSR on it can be sampled for GSR, usually using one of these GSR collection kits. These kits contain 3 stubs, what we call stubs, which is a 1/2 inch in diameter metal disc with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And so any surface that you think has GSR on it, you can take those stubs and dab and sample that area for GSR, and any particulate matter that is there can be picked up. Typically, you would have a right hand stub, a left hand stub, and then a control stub. That control stub is not to be touched to anything. It's just to be exposed to the collection environment, showing that there's no extraneous GSR in the collection environment, which can also be carried throughout the entire examination process with me at the laboratory. Like I said, usually it's a hand kit, so a person's hands would be getting sampled for using these kits. But in some cases, like in this one, a vehicle can be sampled, and the labels for right hand and left hand can be scratched out, and you can, if it's deemed necessary, specify what area you sampled using those stubs.
And is that what the nearest relates to? I think you previously said it was the headliner.
Yes. So for this particular case, it was identified to me on the front of the kit that it was from a Jeep headliner, but the stubs themselves didn't have any additional information on it.
Okay. And in the information that you received from the evidence receiving technician for the GDI, can you tell the jurors what agency the evidence came from?
This came from Atlanta PD.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you receive evidence and do your testing, do you memorialize your findings and conclusions in a report?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you do that in this instance?
Yes, I did.
Is he just going to say that there's GSR on the Jeep?
Have the unique case number that we talked about specifically for the Georgia.
Because there's no dispute that
Yes,
there
it
were
does.
gunshots. I don't really.
Not only contain your number,
Here
your
this is going.
analysis and conclusion, but does it indicate who, I guess, provide the agency, the detective who's requested the specific testing?
Yes, it does.
Does it involve the case number as it relates to the agency here at APD that provides you the evidence?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to show you the pre-marked for identification purposes. 105. You can take a look at that and let me know you're done just by looking at it.
Okay.
I can't.
This is my GSR report for this particular case. I recognize it by the Division of Forensic Sciences seal at the top, the DBI specific case number that we mentioned earlier, as well as my signature at the end of the report.
And is that a copy of the same?
It's a.
You talked about what GSR is and how it's created. Can you explain to the jurors, once you receive the evidence, kind of the process that you have to go?
Examination, I see from me to, I could see it and image it. I'm looking for headliner failed to this GSR collection kit that contains samples from the Jeep headliner failed to reveal any particles characteristic of GSR.
Why would they?
Now, can you tell the jury, based on your experience, number of years experience?
Why did you even test the Jeep headliner for GSR?
Gunshot primer residue. Can you tell the jury, based on your training, what does the lack of, in your opinion, of GSR indicate to you from your expertise?
That indicates that either this vehicle was not in close proximity to a firearm itself when it was discharged, did not touch something that had GSR on it to transfer to this vehicle, this Jeep headliner, or the GSR particles, if they were in fact there at one point.
In the expect find GSR.
Yes, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're trying to say like
that vehicle, even if fire was discharged.
like Omar didn't have a gun or something, but nobody said that.
Because of GSR at that point too.
Expect to find GSR. If that arm
I'm sorry.
is outside the window. Very, very briefly.
You move the chair again. Yeah,
If
I
that
mean,
arm
I don't.
is outside the window, and that car is moving, and there's a hot, humid July night, you would not expect to find GSR inside the vehicle, would you?
It's difficult to say because every situation is different. I wouldn't be surprised if I found a small amount of GSR just because that plume could still have the possibility of coming inside of the vehicle with that rolled down window. But a large amount I wouldn't expect to find, no. And different circumstances can cause you to maybe not find any GSR there at that point.
So, with that arm outside that window, as that car is traveling, let's say 20, 30 plus miles per hour,
You can still get some GSR.
whatever GSR there might be, impacted by wind, correct?
That is correct.
You have whatever GSR there might be, impacted by humidity, correct?
I would reasonably expect so. We haven't had a lot of studies on that, if at all. But that's reasonable to expect that the humidity may be able to affect that plume itself, how large it gets and where it goes.
When you have that barium, antimony, and lead, they can be impacted again by wind and weather and environmental factors, correct?
Yes, it can.
And in terms of where that GSR could go, it can also be impacted by the type of weapon.
I don't mind this witness either.
Yes, it can.
For example, a 22, it does something funky with it.
I have my problems with the GBI, but he seems fine.
That's correct. The plume is different at that point.
Without knowing the type of weapon, you don't know the likelihood of finding GSR on a headline.
I think he's simulating.
Sometimes I am given an indication of what kind of firearm was used and the ammunition. In this particular case, I have the information with me, but I don't have it memorized.
And that arm being outside that window of that moving car on that July 4th humid Atlanta night, you would be not at all surprised if there was zero GSR inside that car. Is that correct?
On the headliner, no, that would not. That it's fine to. It's reasonable to expect that you wouldn't find GSR on the headliner, the roof of the vehicle, if this is the scenario that I'm being provided with.
And all they gave you were a few samples from the headliner, correct?
That's correct.
Based on your training and experience, is it reasonable to expect to not find or a lack of presence of GSR if the circumstances where a gun wasn't fired in the car?
That is correct. If a gun was not fired in the car, I would not expect to find GSR, and I have not found GSR in circumstances like that.
And if in the scenario that defense counsel just walked you through, if somebody hypothetically had shot out an open window, would you expect to find GSR on the door area where the window is open?
Yes, that is possible to have some of the that plume deposit right on that door area. Yes.
Even when it's a hot, humid July night.
Even in those circumstances, yes.
Even when there's wind on a hot, humid July 4th night.
Correct. Yes.
And would you expect to find GSR in a car if hypothetically someone indicated that the driver?
Yeah, I have no idea, Rakisha.
And pointed across the car and shot out the passenger window. Would you expect to find GSR on the headliner?
In that scenario, yes, I would absolutely expect to find GSR.
I want to be clear. Your testimony was that in this instance, from your testing, there was you didn't.
What items? And I just need to be clear again. I apologize. What items were tested?
In this particular instance, the headliner of the Jeep was tested for GSR.
What about the outside of the vehicle, as far as you know?
The outside of the vehicle was not tested or sampled for GSR.
Well, let me ask you this question. It's not last question. I apologize. If a car is under attack and as it drives by, one or multiple individuals shoot in.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, James, but I get that. I guess maybe you have to, but it doesn't seem like anyone's saying that it was.
To the driving side of the car, would you expect to find GSR on the outside of the vehicle?
Poor Easel.
Yes, I would expect to find GSR there. It gets a little tricky with the outside of vehicles because, again, this is exposed to the elements. I don't know how quickly this vehicle got sampled, or any vehicle in that instance would get sampled. Like if it rained before you sampled it for GSR, you might lose those particles. The outside of a vehicle is not something that's going to just hold GSR particles very well, like a cloth material or a person's hands. But yes, the GSR would be deposited on this vehicle if it was shot at on the outside of that vehicle. How long those particles would stay there, I can't say for sure.
And let's say, in the example you just gave, the testing was done and you didn't find GSR, but you saw at least 8 bullet holes in the car. Based on your training and experience, would your conclusion be the car was shot by bullets still?
Yes, me not finding, and still not finding GSR, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, me not finding GSR on the headliner of this Jeep, even when it was shot multiple times, that would not change my thinking or my conclusion that this vehicle was shot, because those GSR particles would not necessarily have the best possibility to get on the headliner if you're shooting through the outside of the vehicle. Most particles of GSR would be deposited on the outside of that vehicle, not inside.
If at all, yeah, because that's not the gunshot
One
was.
question.
There'd be no residue.
No, looking at
It's just
report
with the word
6
residue.
exhibit. Yes, 105. States exhibit 105. It has the word conclusion. It has the word conclusion in it. But the lack of gunshot residue on that headliner is not, despite the word conclusion, it's not conclusive of a gun being fired outside the window. Isn't that correct?
There are many possibilities that could explain why no GSR was found.
Again, I want to make certain I apologize. My question was not clear. Despite the word conclusion, it is not conclusive. Is that correct?
It is a conclusion, but I cannot tell you which of these conclusions is the correct one.
So it is not conclusive, correct?
It is a conclusion that I created, and there's 3 or 4 different possibilities in that conclusion, and I cannot tell you which one of those, based off of the information I have, is the correct, what actually happened.
And to be clear, you work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations prior to that, correct?
Yes, I do.
You are part of law enforcement, correct?
We can be viewed as part of law enforcement, although we are separate from law enforcement.
No, you're not.
The very website says you have cutting-edge technology to assist law enforcement.
That is correct.
You.
Anything else? Okay, thank you for joining us.
I know
Thank you.
technically
That's
they're
okay.
supposed to be
Thank you for joining
independent,
us.
but, I mean,
You
come
can be
on.
excused. Can I see the lawyers at the bench?
I'm not going to be mad about that one.
You said the foundation height. Above.
Good morning, y'all.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I do.
Oh, boy.
Detective Julian Shepard, JARIONSHEPHARD.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Detective Shepard, just made me want to talk to you about videos that you received in this particular case.
Yes.
Do you recall how many videos you received from how many different locations?
From the BP gas station, from All American Package Store, and the warehouse, the 100 University, the Teague properties.
And in your review of the video footage, did you observe an individual that you believe to be a suspect in the homicide of Sequoia Turner?
I did.
And what exactly did you observe about that person that you believe to be involved in the murder of Sequoia?
He had very unique, distinctive clothes, red shirt, white letters on the back, blue.
That is unique and distinctive. A red shirt with white letters on it. That's never seen that before.
Jean pants. He had a strap-on satchel around his side, and he had
Blue jean pants. Never. That's incredibly unique.
an AR-15 that was hanging off his waist.
Was there something particular about anything else particular about that?
Yes, he had a bandana on. He had dreadlocks, a twist type in his hair.
After observing that, did you do anything with the video that you received from the BP, the warehouse, and the All American Liquor Store to identify that person that you believe to be shooting himself?
Yes, I was able to view all angles from each camera, and I was able to track the defendant's movements
How were you able to track? How were you able to track the person you believe to be the shooter's movement?
through his distinctive clothing and the things he was wearing.
Did you do anything in regards to taking screenshots of what you observed in that video?
Correct.
And did you do anything to indicate the person that you believe to be the shooter?
Blue jeans. I don't know. They're probably like brown or something.
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a bulletin because from that video I was able to observe a MARTA bus that pulled up to the intersection. I was familiar with MARTA buses and I know they have cameras. I also pulled cameras from the MARTA bus that pulled up, and I was able to get close-up screenshots of my suspect, and from that I made what we call
He
bulletins
was
or
told that he was
bolos.
good on the first 48. So on TV he's great, but in reality,
In regards to the video that you observed wearing that team of clothing from the MARTA station, from the BP, and from the American Liquor Store?
Yes.
What did you do?
I got screenshots, and I put them all in the case file with the videos.
Did you put markings on those screenshots?
Yes, I make circles around my suspect and his movements throughout the videos.
And was that from different time points from BP, All American Liquor Store, and the warehouse?
Correct.
And did you provide that to the liaison?
I did.
And were there specific times in which you were focused
He's assuming that he's put circles around the suspect. He doesn't know that.
in regard to the suspect?
Yes, the times at the barricade, the times that the Sequoia Turner's Jeep drove through, and of course afterwards.
Were you able to determine if it was 8 o'clock when those things were happening, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock? You had a time frame that you were looking at specific.
I did. I would say a good safe time frame would be, let's say, 9:20 to 9:50.
And did you take vantage points from each of those areas that we talked about during that time?
Correct.
Let me ask you, did you have some victims also in case besides Sequoia Turner?
Yes, I had 2 more victims that tried to go through the barricade roughly 4 minutes before Sequoia and her Jeep drove through.
And this video footage that you recovered and retrieved, did you observe those individuals? And
Factual lie.
I did.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow or whenever.
Seen it from the MARTA station, with the red clothing, red shirt, white lettering, like the black satchel, black do-rag, and did he have a weapon on?
Yes, he had the AR-15 style rifle. It was like a holster that was hanging from the side.
And what did you observe in regards to those 2 individuals in front of the American liquor store?
So I observed my suspect and the other suspect pointing rifles at these other 2 victims.
Wearing that same clothes?
Correct.
And did you do the same thing, screenshots of that particular incident that you saw in the video?
Yeah, screenshots and also circles.
Which video did you utilize in order to make those screenshots and circles?
All of them.
And what did you circle in those, in regards to the aggravated assault?
I tracked the movements
Of who?
of my suspects.
How many suspects did you have in regards to that aggravated assault involving, what were your victims' names?
Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord.
How many suspects were you tracking in regards to that aggravated assault against him?
That particular aggravated assault, there was 3 suspects. 2 of them
There were 4 that we saw.
I was able to identify.
What about how many? There were 3?
Yes, there was a 3rd male with a weapon. I was never able to identify him.
And you
We
still
saw
printed
4.
those pictures and did the same circles?
Correct.
And did all of those screenshots come from the raw footage that you had received from the BP, the All-American Liquor Store, and the warehouse?
Yes, everything came from the raw footage.
Besides putting circles on it, did you do anything to alter, delete, or change or manipulate that raw footage?
No.
And at some point, did the state provide you the warehouse?
Yes, everything came from the raw footage.
Besides putting circles on it, did you do anything to alter, delete, or change or manipulate that raw footage?
No.
And at some point, did the state provide you with a compilation of those videos that you had received and you had went over and made those circles on?
Yes.
Can you kind of explain to the court what that compilation comprised of?
So the compilation comprised of all the videos, placed all the videos together like a puzzle, and it shows different vantage points from each camera angle, and it did the same thing that I had, which circled each defendant in their movements.
And did you do, was there a compilation in regards to the shooting that's recorded?
Yes.
Was there a compilation in regards to the aggravated assault?
Yeah, the 4 shooters
Yes.
were like in a diamond. There was the one at the top, bottom, and then both sides.
Compilation.
So we have 4 different angles. 3 of the angles are coming from the liquor store parking lot.
Okay. This is, I'm trying to just line these up. I'm sorry. Is this, wait, what? I'm sorry. I can see like these are lined up. This is at the end of this is probably this. But what is this coming? The other side of
One
the
angle,
street?
the bottom right, is coming from the BP, which is located across the street.
Yeah.
For purposes of the record, will you just refer to which square you're looking at, like top left, top right?
Yes, ma'am.
That'll be helpful. Okay, but you answer that again, but do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to answer it?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom right is going to be the BP vantage point, and the top 2 and the one to the far left bottom, they're all coming from the American Package Store.
And what is the time of these videos? 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I just gotta say, having the title "Aggravated Assault of the McCords," come on, dude. You couldn't have called it something else.
21, 38 hours. Oh, sorry.
Everything's fine. They're just going to cool off courtroom for you guys.
They might. I mean, the case for the ag assault against the McCords is definitely stronger because he did point the gun at the car. I think we have that on camera pretty strongly, so he could get convicted.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Everything's fine. They're just going to try to cool off the courtroom for you guys. Go ahead.
Well, that's not really
Thank
the
you.
crux of this case,
Yeah.
of course.
And I think the last question I asked you is what is the timestamp for each one of these vantage points of these videos?
21, 38 hours.
Do you know, I'm sorry, the top left, what vantage point is that? I'm sorry.
So the top left is the corner, you can say it's the south or the northwest corner of the American Package Store. The bottom left is going to be the furthest one, Also the American Package Store, and the top right is going to be from the same angle on that corner as the top left, but just a different angle.
The portion that we're looking at, has there been any changes to that raw footage that was received?
You guys mind if I do a
No, this is the exact
self-indulgent
footage.
segue real quick?
What are we looking at right now?
We're seeing Jeremy McKinney carrying his AR-15 style rifle.
Are you, in regards to this compilation, which incident is this compilation in regards to?
This is right before the McCords drove through the barricade.
Was
And is that the circle that you put
the
on the screen?
lawyer for Mr. Huey
Correct. Drove through the barricade.
This is...
And is that the circle that you put on Mr. McKinney tracking?
Correct.
Is King the co-defendant?
And the green circle is going to be the McCords driving into the frame.
You know what's funny is like the McCords didn't need the circle. And they had watched a video of it.
What's just happening right now in the video?
This is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord, exiting their vehicle.
And on that bottom left side?
The bottom right side, at the red and yellow circle, you see Jeremy McKinney and Julian Conley coming
At
into
that time,
frame.
did you know their names?
No, at that time I did not.
How were you identifying them?
Just from their actions that they committed, and of course they committed aggravated assault.
What about anything else did you see from the Martyr Bus video that you were able to see?
What?
No, at that time I did not.
How were you identifying them?
Just from their actions that they committed, and of course they committed aggravated assault.
What the fuck does that mean? I could tell who they were because they committed aggravated assault.
What's just happening right now in the video?
This is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord, exiting their vehicle.
And on that bottom left side?
The bottom right side, at the red and yellow circle, you see Jeremy McKinney and Julian Conley coming
At
into
that time,
frame.
did you know their names?
No, at that time I did not.
How were you identifying?
Wait, what?
Wife, Miss McCord, exiting their vehicle.
And on that bottom left side?
The bottom right side, at the red and yellow circle, you see Jeremy McKinney and Julian Conley coming
What?
At that time, did you know their names?
No,
Oh,
at
he's
that time
probably
I did
looking at the
not.
How are you
wrong
identifying them?
corner.
Just from
cameraman,
their
I'm
actions that
assuming.
they committed, and of course.
Is he saying this is Julian Conley?
Their names?
No, at that time I did not.
How were you identifying them?
Just from their actions that they committed, and
What?
of course they committed aggravated assault.
Is that even a person?
What about anything else did you see from the Martyr Bus video that you were able to see in this video in regards to those two suspects?
Yeah, so Julian Conley, when the Martyr Bus was turned around, he walked up right into the camera. I was able to get a good screenshot of him.
we all know
Jeremy
that.
McKinney on a different video walked in front of another camera. I was able to get a good shot of him.
And when you started this, was that in regards to anything?
What?
Their clothing.
Yeah, so that clothing
Is this a
sticks
prank?
out. Jeremy McKinney has a white T-shirt on, or dark colored jeans.
Sure.
Of course, Julian Conley with his distinctive clothes on, red shirt, blue jeans, and his rifle that's hanging from his side and his satchel.
How many hours of footage did you look at?
It's hard to say hours.
Am I
It was a
getting
lot.
pranked?
I would say a few dozen hours, just going through each
Is that a
frame.
person?
Anybody else that had those distinctive clothing? That
I don't even think that's a
Red
person.
shirt, white lettering, light jeans, black do-rag, black satchel, AR-15.
No, Julian
Hold
Conley
on, I need to switch Oh wait, you guys won't be able to see. Never mind.
actually made it very easy to track him because he was the only one wearing those clothes.
And can you just pause it 1 second? Right here, has there been any alterations or deletions to the video footage that you received?
No, this is the exact footage that I received.
Is it zoomed in on one of those particular?
No, it wasn't, bitch, because it has a circle on it. What? This is a prank. You guys are fucking with me. There's no
Yes,
way.
it's zoomed in on the McCords, and of course the bottom right frame is pretty much the same.
It doesn't change what was in the video when you got it.
Nothing changed.
It's just a closer look at it.
Correct.
I mean, if you want to tell me the pants are kind of similar, maybe, but like.
I'm sorry, can you go back, Mr. Bond? What are we looking at right here?
So after the exchanging words from the McCords and the males at the barricade, particularly Julian Conley, they decided to get in their vehicle and drive away. Julian Conley and Jeremy McKinney walk up to the parking lot aggressively, pointing their firearms at the McCords as they were driving away.
I love the way he just sprinkles in his little
At that time,
his little narrative
you know
there.
the names of these defendants.
No, not at that time.
So when you were making the circles, why were you making those circles?
Because they were the ones that were being aggressive, and they were
They were the ones being aggressive, but he didn't circle this guy with their gun.
the one to commit an aggravated assault against the McCoys.
Were they your suspects? Shut the fuck up. Your persons of interest.
Correct.
Who was that up in the, where it says outside camera? What were we just zoomed in on?
The top left, I'm not sure. I wasn't able to identify that male.
Who was that in the
You know, I'm thinking about, like, didn't McCord said that he didn't. Oh, sorry, I just let YP. McCord said that he didn't see the guns pointed at him. And part of ag assault is you have to see the gun pointed at you. It has to be the pointing of the gun that puts you in apprehension of danger or fear. Sorry, YP. I'll slow it down as we go forward. I don't think this is going to work. I think Christopher McCord just destroyed their case on the ag assault.
That's Jerry McKinney.
And that's at 3925?
Yes, ma'am.
939?
Because we see Conley come up from behind, from like way across the parking lot.
Julian Conley.
Do you see that? Do you see that third gun that you talked about earlier?
Yes, he's up at the top left frame. He has a white tank top on.
Is that
Yeah, this isn't going to get you there. I'll slow it down real quick for YP. I mean, we know this is him.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, pause. Is the defendant wearing that distinct clothing that we've been talking about?
Julian Conley, yes. He's clear in the bottom right-hand corner with the red circle.
What is he doing?
Right now, he just got through pointing his firearm at the McCords. And walking back towards the barricade.
He doesn't know what aggravated assault is. I think
Did you
that's
catch a glimpse of that white lettering?
I did.
And is that circled in the top right corner for you?
So for me, it's the top left-hand corner, the red circle.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's.
And now they're walking back
that.
towards the barricade.
That part's not in dispute.
What's happening now?
Julian Conley is giving directions to the other males.
How do you know what he's?
Just from his mannerisms, it appeared to me that he was more in control of the barricades.
Shut the fuck up. You have no idea. You have no basis for that assumption.
And what does he do? Pause. What happens after
This is
directions
ridiculous.
are given?
This
First of all, who's
is
he giving directions to?
blind
McKinney.
speculation.
And then what does Jerry McKinney do?
He continues to look for the McCords.
No. I mean, it's possible that he's in charge. It's also possible that he was just. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be playing this slower. Although we're not actually seeing anything, but you know. Why are we watching this? This just doesn't relate to anything. Also, what do you mean Conley was in charge? Because when the MARTA bus stopped, it was the other guy that was like in charge. It was the guy in the white shirt. Not this guy in the white shirt, a different guy in a white shirt. Nope. That's the guy in charge. Yeah, you can have any gun you want.
Is there anything else that's in this compilation at all, Detective Shepard, in regards to the aggravated assault against the McCords?
No, not in this video. It's almost over.
Stop for a second.
They have not proven ag assault at all. I think they've proven ag assault.
Who's that circling in the top yellow?
That's Jerry McKinney.
Which direction is he in?
He's going the opposite direction of the barricade.
I feel like they just don't know what ag assault is. I think that's the problem.
Is that over there where the BP station is?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that area over there?
I am.
You know what a cut through is?
Yes.
Is there a cut through over there by the BP?
Yes.
Where does that lead you to?
That leads to the plaza next door to the BP.
That is it as to that compilation.
Like this evidence in theory should hurt, but McCord said that he didn't see the people with the guns, which means he can't have been put in fear by those people at that time when he got out of the car. So this footage isn't relevant to ag assault.
Okay.
McCord saw to that.
Hey, Detective Shepard, is this a continuation of us watching McKinney walk off from that previous compilation?
Yes, it's on the.
All right, try not to leave.
What are we looking at?
This is the backside, and it's showing McKinney walk off.
I was just trying to speak.
I trust McCord way more than I trust these Shepard. I mean,
This along, Judge, because we got jury. What are we looking at now?
All right, so we're looking at the top 3 frames. The bottom right frames, we'll start with the BP. The bottom left frame is going to be the package store. The top 2 frames are going to be from the 100 University, which is going to be the warehouse.
Are you able, do you know what the timestamps of this particular incident?
Yes, it's going to be 09.
You know, you know how I think the judge feels right now? I'll show you real quick. I feel like this is the judge's this is what the judge is probably feeling on the inside right now.
And 45 hours. 9:45.
And do you do the same thing right now? Is that the same circle that you had created in other videos?
Not as vibrant, but also when he's moving around, you see the AR-15 just moving around. When you do it frame by frame and pause it, and when he gets in a certain light, you can definitely see it.
In that lighting, is
You dusty bitch.
that color or black and white?
This because of the top left.
Top left, yes.
Yeah, because of the bright lights in the background, it's coming off like it's like a black and a gray scale.
Okay.
The bottom left is in black and white or gray.
I believe you did, Aaron. I believe you did. That was very helpful.
Can you pause? Are you, I think I just missed it because it's, are you able to see the white lettering that you described earlier?
In the top left?
In the top left, yes.
Not from this one.
Okay.
On the bottom 2 frames, it's picking up from the bottom right frame. I start with the BP. This is him walking from the
I don't
barricade.
know if this is as
the
bad
bottom
as
left frame,
Wolfenbarger
this is the camera
so
from
far,
the
but
package
it's in
store,
the
and you see him
discussion.
walking from the other side of the street.
At least on the murder count. I guess that's a closer call.
And of course, the
although
top right frame is going to be
I'll
from the
say assault
distance.
either.
In the bottom right frame, you can see the white lettering in the red shirt and the jeans. And also on the bottom left frame as he's walking back.
Okay, I'm gonna play this slower.
And also on the bottom left
What?
frame as he's walking back.
What are we looking at?
And right here at the top, your top left, are you able to see where your
Okay,
suspect
so this
eventually
is-
was?
Yes.
How are you able to notice that that is him?
Because I'm able to track him from the other views of the camera, and I never lose sight of him. And
show us your work.
I see him step behind this tree, but I never take my eye off him, and able to do that because I'm able to see from each vantage point on the cameras.
Show your work.
What's happening right now?
He is coming into frame with his AR-15 raised up.
Pause.
He's on the wrong
What
side of
car
the
is that?
street.
That's going to be Sequoia Turner's Jeep.
Is that the car Sequoia was seated in
Correct.
when she got shot?
Correct.
And you said he had what?
An AR-15 style rifle. And that's when you see him pretty much shoot the car as it's passing and fire 2 more rounds as the vehicle's driving away.
Okay.
What?
What's that?
That's going to be muzzle flash from his AR-15.
Yeah, but that's gonna be top down, left to right. That's not the right.
Let's keep positive.
Even if that is a muzzle
Where is he
flash.
standing? What's his location in reference to the car?
He's standing on the driver's side of the vehicle.
And as the car passes, does he remain on the driver's side?
Correct. And as the vehicle passes, he fires 2 more rounds into the back of the vehicle.
But there were 5 bullet holes. No?
Oh, I'm sorry. In the top, in any angle that you can see best, do you see someone being hit by that Jeep coming through?
Nobody was hit.
Do you see anybody fall on the ground?
Nobody fell on the ground.
Do you see anybody get up, the person down on the ground and start shooting?
No.
Yeah, 8, that's right. I'm sorry.
Are you able to continue to track Mr. Conley at this point?
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Even in the Both frame, top left and right frame, you're able to track him walking away.
What are we looking at now?
It's the close-up version of that top left frame. And
Same raw footage just zoomed in on?
correct, same exact footage.
So like when you have your crime scene techs go, they take a out over range.
They do the overalls, and then the overall of the crime scene, they do close-ups and everything.
So overall, do they do a mid-range
Yes,
and then a close-up?
correct.
Why do you do that?
Because you need a good vantage point from and what you're looking at. So if you're looking at a piece of evidence, it's good to have an overall to look at an overall placement of that evidence, and of course the mid-range, so you can get a better perspective of where everything is.
I think the cross didn't happen, or maybe it did. I don't know. I thought people were saying that it didn't happen until.
Let me ask you, Detective Shepard, when you're looking at these
Maybe he's on the
videos,
stand. I
how
don't
are
know.
you
I think he's on the stand though.
Are you watching them in real-time speed?
Both real-time speed, also pause it. I look at it. I dissect it every kind of way I can.
You dissect it?
You know what frame by frame is?
Yes.
Did you do that in regards to these videos?
Yes, I did.
To each one of them?
Yes.
Like we know there are multiple guns fired. We don't even like.
And here you see
don't-
Julian Conley.
We don't even know that Julian Conley had a 5.56 on him. He could have had a 2.23.
Firing multiple times at the Jeep.
It says flash there. Did you
This
put
is
the
absurd.
flash where it
This is one
says
of the dumbest
flash?
things I've ever
Yes,
seen.
that's to document the muzzle flash.
The whole screen's a flash, just like a J.J. Abrams movie.
What are we seeing here in this compilation?
You see the Jeep taking the route back to Atlanta Medical Center. We're going to Atlanta Medical Center.
Yeah, exactly, Aaron. Like, I want our killer to be held accountable too, but like, I mean, come on.
And they're trying to get Socorro
Just be
some help.
serious. This is unserious.
Can you go back to the first one? The shooting.
This reminds me of in YSL. It reminds me of the what was it the car expert, the guy from the dealership who was trying to identify the car. I can't remember what kind of car it was. The you guys know what I'm talking about. And he was like, if you look at the light, you can't quite see it, but you can almost see it.
If you can
You can see
fast
the
forward
grill.
to where it's just that one scene. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Play the next one. I forget my jury's name.
This guy's so proud of himself.
This is going to be video from the MARTA bus.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
What,
That's not in
what
dispute.
are
We
these
can
words
clearly
and
tell that's him.
letterings?
Yes, white, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, and of course his light colored jeans. Very distinctive.
It's like they're trying to jump back and forth between actual reasonable identifications and unreasonable identifications.
That you use in order to document the description and the clothing.
Yeah, exactly. This is the guy that I was talking about. This he didn't have a white shirt on. This is the guy that was in charge, not this guy. Like, we know this was Julian Conley.
Of your suspect?
Correct.
The strap on.
And of course here we have the black satchel and the AR-15 hanging from it.
Earlier
don't know
talked
that's an
about
AR-15.
clear
You have no
view.
idea
Is
what
this
gun
the
it is.
clearest view that you got of the defendant?
Yes, it was an excellent view of him.
Yeah, nobody
Of
disputes
course you
that.
see his do-rag and his dreads
Don't see
twisted
mask.
he had.
Like, nobody disputes that that's him. That's not the point.
And you can see the hair twist coming from his do-rag.
Now what vantage point are we looking at now?
It's like two idiots who think they're smart having a conversation. That's what we're listening to.
So we're back at the package store, that back northwest corner, northeast corner, and you see him approaching the McCords with his rifle raised.
Not ag assault. It just isn't. We've already conclusively proved that it was an ag assault.
Now you see the colors, you see the satchel, you see his clothes, very distinctive.
I know that he thinks he's proved it, but he absolutely
And he's
hasn't.
walking back towards the barricades. with his do-rag and his hair hanging out from the side.
I'll show you guys why real quick. This is 16.5.121. This is the simple assault statute. In order for something to be aggravated assault, it has to be simple assault first. And to be simple assault, it's attempt to commit a violent injury. That's like actually shooting somebody. Commits an act which places another in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury. And what we just watched is Julian pointing the gun at the McCords. Yes, but McCord said that he didn't see Julian. He didn't see anybody pointing the gun at him. So you're not going to be able to prove ag assault because it's not.
And this is Kim, of course, giving orders again to the other males.
You have no idea what he's saying. That's blind speculation. You have no idea what he's saying.
And now we're looking at the McCords.
Detective Quinn. Yeah, I get problems with Quinn. Quinn was involved in Wolfenbarger, although it didn't come up.
Close-up view of Julian.
Not ag assault is what we're watching, objectively.
At that moment, I thought he was going to fire the weapon, so
I don't care what you thought. What do you mean, so? So I was what? Finish that sentence.
At that moment, I thought he was going to fire the weapon, so
Yeah, well, see, it was recording, so you actually didn't see it at that moment because it's after the fact, because it's a recording. So at that moment, nothing. You weren't there because you and your department abandoned these people. So I was. The fuck up.
Can we pause for 1 second?
Are you saying this is the...
We are here because the judge asked to proffer.
This is so dirty. This is... It's like...
This person can lay the foundation.
Oh, what's he saying?
For this video. All we have had is literally the state asking hearsay question and the witness giving speculative.
I'm going to boost the volume a little bit.
I believe he's going to do this. We're not here for that. Can we just leave the commentary of speculation?
My guy.
This person can lay the foundation for this video.
What do you think here now?
All we've had is literally the state asking hearsay question and the witness giving speculative. I believe he's going to do this. We're not here for that. Can we just leave the commentary of speculation and the hearsay aside? Can we just get to the actual point of why we're proffering this video, please? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, you can continue as you have. I understand the objection to the last question, but you can keep going forward as you have.
Thank you, Judge.
He's completely speculating. This is completely speculative. It's completely inappropriate. And he should know better.
This is him walking around. Seems like
they haven't made many.
He's giving orders to the other males.
Seems like he changed his testimony, even though it was upheld.
Okay.
Is she about to... I feel like she's about to push back now.
This is him walking around. Seems like he's giving orders to the other males.
Why?
Okay. Without adding the extra information that you...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I got you. All right.
He should have been fired up for the case.
Can you do this, please?
They're fundamentally not interested in the fair trial. They have no interest in the fair trial. They don't care about the evidence. They just want a conviction.
I think we have one more judge.
Okay. Well, they're queuing that up. Detective.
Who, James?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than the MARTA video, is there any other video?
I think they've objected enough based on the objecting to the video in general. So I think they preserve the objection.
Where you can see the defendant's face to identify by his face, or are you identifying him by his clothes in the other videos?
So the other videos, his characteristics and mannerism, his clothing, the way he's wearing, the Marty video gives the best shot of his face.
Nobody disputes that, though.
Sorry, I just asked your question.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, no, I guess I didn't hear the question.
I asked him if, I'm very focused on whether he can ID him, and how he would ID him in different videos. But I asked if he, in any of the photos other than the MARTA video and the MARTA photo, if he...
I feel like we could be getting a directed verdict based on the questions she's asking.
You could actually see your client's face, or...
I could definitely see directed verdict on the ag assault.
It was based on mannerisms and clothing. And his answer was based on mannerisms, clothing, etc.
Oh, I thought the question
Was
was
it though?
clothing. I thought that
What do you mean mannerisms? Was it?
was mannerisms.
I think you're just based on the clothing.
Okay.
I believe they are. You sure?
Yes.
It shouldn't be.
This
They
next
must have been
video,
excused.
can you tell us what vantage points we're looking at this
They
one?
are there.
Yes, we're going to have the top left is going to be from the warehouse. The bottom right is going to be from the BP gas station.
Oh, I should have sped up. Sorry about that.
What are we looking at here?
It's just a zoomed in version. The bottom red circle, you're going to see Julian
Wait, did he say it's just a zoomed in version? That means it's not the raw.
Conley. You're going to see his clothing, the red shirt with the white numbers on, white lettering on the back with his light
Isn't that the front of him though?
jean shorts, pants.
Is he walking?
Isn't that his front?
Yes, he's walking towards the barricade.
So,
Is there something distinctive about the way he walks?
Yes, he kind of wobbles when he walks, and it's
your mom wobbles when she. I'm sorry.
so you're able to see it, and also because he's wobbling when he's walked, the AR-15 is kind of flapping around.
And do you observe that walk or gait
Mom's there.
throughout the videos that you observe of this defendant throughout the evening of July 4th, 2020?
I do. That goes towards his mannerisms, along with his clothing and everything else that stood out.
Are you a gate analyst? Like,
And in the video, you also see the white vehicle that's backing up and moving, and the red circle is showing
sir is driving forward. It's literally driving forward.
like a landmark for him.
How long before,
How
is
is
this
it
before
backing
the
up?
Jeep, right before the Jeep comes through?
Yes, right before.
How much time passes?
Maybe a couple of minutes, maybe 4 minutes in all.
How about we just watch 4 minutes of video? You can even speed it up so we know you're not lying. It's a 1 minute and 37-second video, so I guess we're not going to actually watch it. We're just going to take his word for it.
I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking about the McCords. By the time the assault happened with the McCords, the Jeep comes in within a couple of minutes.
Is that the Jeep?
Yes, that's a Jeep in the blue circle.
Did that feel like a couple of minutes while we were
Like, what training does he have in gate analysis?
talking?
No, it didn't feel like a couple of minutes, a little sooner than that. And you see from both vantage points, Julian Conley firing at the Jeep.
Do we?
Both vantage points.
What is this? There's not even a person here. Is there?
Julian Conley
What am I looking at?
firing at the Jeep.
I mean, like, maybe? Hold on, don't judge me. I need to look at my monitor here.
Did at some point, now during the
I mean, like, I guess it's possible? Hold on, I'm on regular speed, right? Yeah, this is regular speed.
Did at some point, now during this time when you're seeing these videos, did you know the defendant's name to be Julian Conley?
No.
When did you learn that his name is Julian Conley?
So, of course, after I got the good close-up shot of him from the MARTA bus, I did what we call a bulletin, and we did a crime stopper story on him, and that went public, and I was able to get some identification on him.
What do you mean? Be specific. What do you mean with the identification you were able to get on him saying, yes, this is me, publicly on the news? Good work.
At some point in time, did you speak to Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So I turned on the news one day, and there was a news conference with Jackie Patterson, and who I saw as my person of interest, my suspect, on the news. He altered his appearance by cutting his dreads off or his twist.
Oh, so he was trying to, like, say it wasn't him. Is that right?
And pretty much Jackie Patterson is stating that his client was coming forward because he's seen himself, identified himself in the news.
You're so stupid. I can't get my head around how dumb this guy is.
video that we put out, and that he wanted to clear his name.
Did he identify himself as the person that was wearing the red shirt with the white lettering on it, with the satchel going across, with the AR-15?
I object to the testimonial question.
Okay, it's just a proffer. We all know what the outfit was.
How
that
did he
day.
identify himself? Who did he identify himself to be?
Yes, he identified himself as the person that was wearing the red shirt with the letters on the back, the satchel, and the blue jeans.
Yeah, so he wasn't afraid of being identified as the person in the red shirt with the blue jeans, and you're thinking that incriminates him somehow?
What did he say his name was?
Julian Conley.
Did Julian Conley speak during that press conference?
He did.
What did he say?
He looked directly into the camera. He said he apologized. He didn't shoot Sequoia Turner. He gave a self-serving statement by saying that
Okay, you can go fuck yourself. Seriously.
Jeep drove through, ran over somebody, and that person who was ran over got up and started shooting.
Where did he say he was when that Jeep came through?
This guy has no business being a police officer.
He said he was at the barricade.
That would be, hold on.
I think he said he was sorry that it
Did you
happened,
also
but he had
compare
nothing to
the
do with it.
screenshot
Like he was sorry that
from the Marta video to the
more
defendant's
than this guy
license
can
plate?
say.
Correct.
And did it appear to be the same person that you had seen in all of those videos?
It was identical.
Conversation more clearly, because that's the clearest view you could get.
It was identical.
Yeah, yeah.
Was
He
that
didn't
the same face that
that's
you
fair.
saw
He didn't
during that press
apologize,
conference
I guess.
with his lawyer, Jackie Patterson?
I did.
Did you compare the Marta video screenshot to the most recent photos that you got?
I did.
Why?
And was it the same person in the videos? That was from BP, All-American,
It was identical. Correct.
He's so dumb.
and the person that identified himself
This lawyer should be disbarred too, by the way.
as being the person in the clothing that you had described and was looking for?
Yes, yes. And I actually talked to Jackie Patterson also, who confirmed it.
And that didn't tell you, the defense lawyer giving you information didn't clue you in?
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
So fucking stupid. I can't stand this
Listening to
guy.
some of the questions that
He's just so fucking unjustifiably confident in himself.
If you'll go right to it, yeah.
And Judge, not to interrupt Mr. Hoover, I forgot to do one very important thing. Do you see that person that we've been talking about
Completely inappropriate.
for the last 30 minutes or so here in court today?
I do.
You could just identify him for the record.
He's going to be the light-skinned male sitting in between his counsel. Blue suit on with a blue shirt.
You see him look down, he's like, is this a blue suit? I was thinking the same thing, Julian. I'll just
Suit on with a blue shirt.
Good morning, Detective Shepard.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Mr. Conley. I basically just have a couple of questions for you. When you were
First of all, how dare you? I wouldn't really call him light-skinned.
speaking with the state, you did say that you were the one that wrote those words that we saw pop up on the screen, correct?
Correct. I helped alter them. That's correct.
Say that again?
Yes, that's correct.
No, you said I helped alter them? That's
No, author. I author them.
Alter them. Okay, so
Yes,
you didn't
sir.
receive the videos with those words on it. You put them on yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you started
I was going to say, he's not dark-skinned, but it's like I said earlier, he's not really either dark-skinned or light-skinned.
circling people in these videos because those are your suspects?
Correct.
Are you aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords?
No, that is correct. Those are the ones that I circled, and those are the ones that, as the investigation continued, I was able to identify.
So that's a yes.
So you circled the ones that you could identify, and you didn't circle the ones you couldn't identify?
You're aware that you didn't circle every single person that pointed a gun at the McCords?
Correct. The third male I was never able to identify.
What about the fourth one?
There's a fourth male on here?
I'm sorry, you're the lead investigator. I'm asking you because you
No,
circled your suspects.
I would just object, Your Honor, to it's not involved.
There are clearly four.
He's got him on cross. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what about the fourth one?
Yeah, I didn't identify a fourth male either. The only people identified from the video were Julian Conley and Jerry McKinney.
And from this compilation that somebody from the state put together, you didn't circle every single person
He didn't say there weren't four. He said he only identified three. Not that he didn't see four.
that fired at the Jeep, did you?
Yeah, Aaron.
No, the person that fired at the Jeep was Julian Conley.
So it's your testimony that you circled everybody that fired at the Jeep?
No, there's one more person behind Julian Conley. A gun went off as the Jeep had passed. But no, for this particular video, Julian Conley was circled.
So the answer is you didn't circle every single suspect that fired at the Jeep.
Okay, my answer again is I circled Julian Conley as he fired at the vehicle as it passed.
Okay, so that's a no. And my last question.
Because the point of this whole proffer is, was there any alterations, manipulation to this video? Who he circled does not talk to about manipulation.
Well, Your Honor, and I'll get into that. The alterations, the modifications, the manipulation of the video is to bolster his testimony that this is Julian Conley is the one that or is the shooter. The problem is he said he put this together because he was looking for the suspects, and now that I get up here and show that he really didn't circle this for the suspects, he circled it for Julian Conley so he can get on the stand and bolster it. That's all it is, and that's the problem. And my
Hold on, let him finish.
Don't interrupt him. I want to hear somebody intelligent speak.
Let him finish, and then you go.
Thank you. And I just have one final question. Part of this compilation that you altered, it actually looks like someone is filming a screen of something else. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I disagree with the words altered. I didn't alter anything. This is the raw
Nobody asked you a damn thing.
Raw footage. All I did was take the raw footage and make circles of my suspects.
That's great. My question was, part of this compilation, it looked like somebody was filming a screen of a recording. Where did that come from?
Everything I got was the raw footage that I got from the businesses.
So somebody else recorded something on a screen, and that's how you got it?
That's mischaracterization.
Well, if we can replay the compilation, there's clearly at the end of it, there's lines in it where it looks like someone had a cell phone pointing towards a monitor or some type of screen, and they're recording it.
Okay,
that
if
wasn't
he
the
doesn't
raw
recall
video.
it, you need to show it to him. If you want to show it to him, you can.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have something else to say? Okay. Okay, argument?
I mean, I'll be brief. The argument, Your Honor, is this officer, well, first off, yes, this officer clearly
Okay, the jury must not.
first took the position that we're only doing this so I can circle all of my suspects. That's not true. He didn't circle every single person because it's yes, Your Honor, because he's still technically a witness and hasn't taken the stand for the jury.
Okay. Would you step out for just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
You can stay right there. You don't need to move. You're comfortable. You're fine.
This guy's such a fucking dipshit.
And to start, Your Honor.
Yeah, somebody asked me earlier if it was in front of a jury. I just didn't know. So.
Well, first off, this officer did admit that he is the one that put the markings and the words on this compilation. One of the state's own cases quoted says that that's hearsay. That's a confrontation clause issue and it shouldn't go out. Like, they literally quoted a case that proved the point as to how he manipulates evidence to where it is not admissible in front of the jury. Secondly, Your Honor, the state tried to do a fairly decent job of getting him to say, well, no, I was just circling all suspects. I didn't know who everyone was. We know that's not true. There were multiple people. There were other people that pointed guns at the McCourts he didn't even know about. There were multiple people that fired at the Jeep that he didn't circle. He specifically circled, he specifically highlighted Julian Conley, and they put arrows and everything else like that because they were bolstering this officer's testimony that that's him. Yes, we can see that he was in the areas. Yes, we can see that he had the clothing on. But, Your Honor, you clearly see from the videos that there are vantage points where you cannot clearly see if that's his clothing. The fact that this officer can now say something was dangling or he was moving a certain way and all the extra speculation that came in on top of that is how he's now saying that those are the mannerisms. Your Honor, there's no evidence towards that whatsoever. If they want to, the rules of procedure, if they want to bring in the raw video, if they want to bring in the raw footage, if they want to pause it, if they want to zoom in, if they want to zoom out, that's fine. But at the point where they're trying to hide this guise of, oh no, we're looking for suspects, when it's clear they're looking at two people, one person's not here, so now they're only looking and focusing on one person and coming up with this officer can tell you how he was familiar with the mannerisms. He can tell you how he's familiar with the way Julian presents himself. At some points, it was all speculation. He moved his arm, so it looked like he was the leader. He moved his arm, it looked like he's controlling people. The evidence is clear that he's specifically targeting Julian. That's the problem, that he specifically put the words on there, which the state's own case law says you can't do that. That's a confrontation clause issue and a hearsay issue. I believe one of the cases even said that when an officer puts their own words, whatever it is, on a piece of evidence, it's like that officer's going back to the jury deliberations, but the jury can't do that. For all of those reasons, Your Honor, there's a reason we have rules of evidence, procedures of evidence. They want to use the raw data, that's fine. But their own case law says that they can't use this, Your Honor.
I would disagree wholeheartedly. It's not hearsay or testimony. It's literally descriptions of what you see. Come in.
What do you think descriptions are?
And be admitted into evidence and be played for the jury. I would agree that maybe when it goes back to the jury, the words black, a red shirt, white lettering, black satchel, those can clearly be removed because I guess the argument is a continuing witness.
So everything you said last time was incorrect, is what you're saying.
I think you would have more of an argument if it said Julian Conley. Then the issue would be you'd be taking necessarily the decision as to whether the jury believes that Julian Conley out of the province of the jury. But saying that he's wearing a red T-shirt with white lettering and a black satchel it's not hearsay testimony. It's not against what the case law says. And more importantly, what the detective made very clear, he wasn't targeting Julian Conley. He was first of all the people he previously identified by being able to see their face, being able to use the clear photos and then distribute them to get an identification of their names and who they actually were. But because he was able to clearly see the face and identify features of those two individual people, is why he focused on those two people throughout the rest of the video. It's not the mischaracterization and what they call the speculation as to the detective's investigation. And more importantly, this is a trial that involves Julian Conley, not anybody else, not him.
He used the word speculating when he was talking about giving orders, which was clearly speculation. Abate just misquoting the argument of the defense team.
The other men that pointed a gun at McCourt, if and when he was able to identify them, then the focus would be on those individuals. So the argument that he didn't focus on the two other people who pointed guns at the McCourts is not related to the issue which we were arguing about here before the court as we proffer the testimony of Detective Shepard. And more importantly, the questions that he asked and the arguments he made to the court are crime for cross-examination to poke holes or to do whatever he'd like to do as it relates to the investigation of Detective Shepard and how he targeted in on certain people and why.
Okay, I'm going to find out having reviewed the video, which was very helpful. There's essentially 4 squares showing multiple angles at once. Sometimes it's only one, and in that case,
I actually don't mind that part as much. The fact that you're showing 4 at the same time is whatever.
It appears zoomed because there's only one picture. It is useful to listen to the defendant's testimony as he shows that video. I'm going to admit it. I think there's a proper foundation that's been laid, and there's no good faith evidence that there's been some material alteration to this video. That said, he's not going to be able to testify that beyond the MARTA footage and video that is the defendant in this case. He can testify that is a person with the same gait, waddle, mannerisms, clothing, all of that, but he cannot say that it's Julian Conley. And you're going to have to caution him because he said it a lot, so it's going to be natural to him to say it more in front of the jury. He can't say that in front of the jury. I'm not going to let him identify the defendant outside of that very specific instance. I'll just note for the record that everyone's in possession of the raw footage. The witness can be impeached with that raw footage. He could be recalled at a later date or time. Most of these arguments really are in favor of this being a continuing witness, which I think probably is. It's not going to go out with the jury. But we'll take it by everyone. Did you have something else to say?
We as a defense understand the circles themselves are arrows. Are we is the court allowing those to stay on and he just can't say this is Julian Conley, or do they have to get rid of circles and arrows?
No, they can keep the circles and arrows. He can say this person is dressed, whatever he wants to go into, the same things that he was just saying. Similar gait, clothing is the same, hair looks the same, whatever he is seeing to explain to the jury why he focused on your client.
And the right. What is the
I don't think there's what writing do you have an issue with, unless it says Julian Conley.
At some point he says bang, what was written? And one point it said
the muzzle flash.
United States v. Lewinsky, the case that the state literally just going down to Mongo says that that's the conflict of interest issue. And it's like the officer going back to deliberation with the jury. They said the words that the officer went on do not go back.
It can't go back to the jury. It's not going to
show up. But if it's evidence, then it does go back to the jury.
Okay, it's not. So it could be evidence, but also continuing witness. It's definitely continuing witness, and it will not go back with the jury. Okay. Okay, you want to bring your witness back in and the pictures?
We're clear that's the court's ruling. Obviously, Detective Shepard would testify that the person he was able to get a clear shot of, he was able to identify as Julian Conley, and he'll describe the clothing that Julian Conley has in that clear photo. The state would then ask questions.
Why would he need to do
that? The person in the circle in these videos, what clothing is he wearing? Is that the same clothing or similar clothing that you see Julian Conley wearing in this video? So I just want to make sure the court's clear.
Right, it's going to require a little bit of leading, but if you instruct your witness properly, hopefully you won't have to ask leading questions. He just cannot. He can say why. He can describe the person, but he just can't say it's Julian Conley.
Can we just have a
Absolutely. Yeah, take a minute.
Continuing witnesses when you have it's basically it's like if you're taking something back from a witness into the jury into deliberations. So you shouldn't have something that's like bringing a statement back to the jury by a particular witness. And by having like words or something on the or circles on the exhibit, it would be like that's a statement made by the witness that's coming back to the jury.
Also, do you guys need a bathroom break while she's taking time to instruct them? Because it's been a couple hours, and I'm sure Ms. Newman would love one.
I don't know how long this testimony would be. I would ask if we can take lunch between the direct and cross so that we can prepare based on the court's ruling in terms of our cross.
How many more witnesses do you guys have today?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. How many more witnesses do you have today?
We had 5 or 6.
Okay. Okay. Is it a good time to take lunch after your direct examination of this witness? It's already, I mean, it is. It's 12 o'clock right now. So yes, that's fine. Let's put him up and then we'll take a lunch break. After your direct. And that way they can get their tech ready to go if they're going to use.
The direct's going to be 3 hours.
Yeah, the director's going to be fairly long.
Oh, we may not reach all those witnesses today. Okay. All right. So,
in custody? Yeah, he's been in custody since July 15th, 2020. So 5 years, 2 months, 6 days. He's one of the longest tenured residents of Rice Street.
Deputy, would you let the jury know that we have a little more work to do and ask them to go ahead and take their lunch break, please? Ask what they want. If they want it to be brief, that's fine. If they want it to be longer, that's fine. Ask them how long they want to go. But will you come back and tell us so I can let the lawyers know?
Yeah, I'll just pull it up for Keisha. I'll show you real quick. Where are you? What? Where'd you go? It's FCSO. There we are. I think it's actually in order already. Oh, we don't need booking number. Here he is. He's right here. Yeah, 5 years on Rice Street, July 15th, 2020. So he's actually one of the oldest people there. This guy just had a Supreme Court speedy trial case. I think it's before the trial court right now. This is Julian Conley. Let me pin this real quick. No, not you. Yeah, sorry. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, this is Julian Conley here. Daryl Lowe, actually, he just got adjudicated. He shouldn't be on here anymore. He was not guilty by insanity. That's why he's been there for 10 years. He hasn't been like actually in Rice Street that whole time. He's been like in mental health facilities for the most part. That's what most of these most of these are. Most of these are just mental health cases. I know that this one isn't. This one's, I think, set for trial this year. I think almost all of these are. Goss might be a regular prosecution, but almost all these are just mental health. But he's one of the longest tenured people in Rice Street. Let me see. No, not me. Where did you go? There we go, this one. Do I want to go any further? I kind of think I'm going to stop here. Because I need to do a little bit of... I need to do something. Then we have about an hour... What time is it? Yeah, they almost never do. Let me see here. How much time do I have to get through? Actually, yeah, we can watch a little bit more. I'm just going to step away for 1 second, though.
So currently within the homicide unit, I'm part of the a small group of cold case complex. Within that cold case.
Oh, man. Actually, what time is it? No, actually, I do need to stop. I didn't realize it was so late. I need to go. But I'm going to start streaming tomorrow, probably like... I don't know, earlier than I did today, so we can try to catch up on to the catch up with the case, the live. Yeah, he's airing for somebody who just got humiliated a month ago by Don Samuels and Joel McDermott. But yeah, I'm going to I think I'm going to call it a day. I can't take this guy anymore. But thanks for tuning in. I'll probably be like 2 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, maybe 1 o'clock. I'm on the West Coast, so. Ooh, actually, depending on what time the state files, their opposition, I might not be streaming, but I expect it'll be later in the day, so it shouldn't make a difference. But thanks everybody for tuning in. And I'm going to eat dinner in a second. I'm really hungry. Yeah, have a good night, everybody. Matthew, YP, Aaron, Keisha. And yeah, I'll definitely be back tomorrow at some point, though. I'll let you guys know when I know for sure. Thanks, everybody.